Chapter 1. Roar. The roar of some kind of animal echoed in the forest. As the fierce roar sounded, countless birds above the forest were frightened and flew around. In the forest, a skinny boy with a pale face was hunched over. He glanced around with fearful eyes. He quickly got into the bushes on the side and hid his body in it. He looked around with fearful eyes. There was an unpleasant stench coming from the young man's body. But it was as if the young man couldn't smell it at all. He put his arms around his head and buried his head deeply between his knees. His body began to tremble uncontrollably until he heard a fierce roar in his ears. After the sound fell, the boy slowly exhaled. The boy's name was Lin En. He had been in this forest for a week. He didn't know what happened to him. He was originally just climbing a mountain, but then he walked into a forest. Came to this place. And his body became his own. Looking at his thin limbs, he couldn't feel any strength in his body, and he raised his head and looked through the shade of the tree. Lin En couldn't feel any warmth from the sunlight that shone down. He felt that he could not find a way out in this forest, and the energy in his body was no longer enough to sustain him for too long. How did he get here? He didn't know where it was. Lin En just wanted to get out of this forest quickly and take a hot bath and eat something hot. Since arriving in this forest, Lin En has often heard the roar of the beast in the forest. Lin En has no idea what kind of roar it is, as if it didn't exist on the earth just yesterday. Lin En saw with his own eyes two mountain-like ferocious beasts biting and fighting in front of him. The sharp canine teeth were even bigger than his own, and Lin En realized it only after seeing the two giant beasts. He may no longer be on Earth. He has traveled through time. The hunger in his body made Lin grit his teeth, stretched out his hand, picked up a handful of leaves from the bush in front of him, and stuffed it into his mouth, although it was bitter and hard to swallow. This was the only food available to Lin En. His mouth was extremely dry because he hadn't drank water for a long time, and his lips had begun to crack. He pushed himself forward with difficulty. He didn't know where his destination was. He just knew that if he kept moving forward, he would be able to walk out of the vast forest sooner or later. But Lin En didn't know that if someone looked down from high in the sky, he would be able to see Lin En at a glance. The way forward is the endless forest. If this situation continues, Lin En will become the nutrient in this forest sooner or later. Lin En's body is extremely weak. Even if he pushes himself forward, his speed is still very slow. We haven't gone very far in the day, and we still have to be wary of the beasts that appear. Fortunately, the sour smell on Lin En's body also provides Lin En with a layer of protection. I don't know how long he walked, but the sky has completely darkened. In this invisible forest, Lin felt a little more fear. As Lin moved forward, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It looks like it should be a hill. Lin En staggered towards the huge shadow, and an uncomfortable feeling surged in Lin En's heart. As he got closer and closer to the huge shadow, Lin felt that his steps were getting heavier and heavier, as if something was pressing on him. Not only was it physically heavy, but for some reason I just felt a suppressed emotion was born in my heart. It wasn't until Lin En came in front of this huge shadow that Lin En could breathe a sigh of relief. When I stretched out my palm and landed on this huge hill, it felt cold, but there was no frosting feeling like sand and stone. The smooth feel made Lin couldn't help but rub it for a while. After arriving at the side of this huge hill, there was a faint fishy smell in the air, but at this time, Lin didn't think much about it. The breeze kept blowing across Lin, making the tired Lin relax a lot. After a while, Lin En felt sleepy coming into his heart. Lin En lay down under the hill, curled up and fell asleep. Until the next day, the scorching sun shone overhead, and there was no shade around to block the scorching sun. Lin En opened his eyes with difficulty. The scorching sun above his head caused Lin En, who had just opened his eyes, to subconsciously squint his eyes. He slowly stood up with his hands on the smooth hill behind him. Even under the scorching sun, the hill was still cold to the touch. Curious, Lin turned his head and looked towards the hills behind him. The pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. In front of Lin, there was a huge hill. This is a ferocious monster. He was standing next to his head, and the breeze that kept blowing was just the breath exhaled from his nose. The unknown monster in front of him didn't know whether he hadn't noticed any trace of Lin En, or whether he was completely ignoring Lin En in front of him. Lin gritted his teeth and walked cautiously towards the distance of the huge ferocious beast, with his toes on the ground and not daring to make any sound. Lin En didn't know that the moment he turned around, the eyes on the head of the ferocious beast behind him that were bigger than Lin En's head opened slightly, and after glancing at Lin En's back with the vertical pupils in the eye sockets, he slowly closed his eyes again. Just when Lin En was about to get away from this ferocious beast, a cold and ethereal voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the Dragon Clan and triggering the choice. System activation. As the ethereal voice sounded in his ears, Lin's footsteps paused slightly, and then his whole person stopped on the spot. Looking back at the huge body of the ferocious beast, Lin En's body was trembling slightly. Half scared, half excited. System. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 2. Lin En stopped, with a little excitement in his pupils, and his whole body was trembling slightly. System. Lin's trembling voice sounded in the open space, with rotten trees at his feet, and his eyes were full of expectation. As Lin's voice fell, the cold voice in his mind continued to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful binding. Ding! The host encounters the Dragon Clan and triggers the initial selection task. As the sound of the system fell, Lin En exhaled heavily, with unstoppable surprise in his eyes. Lin subconsciously turned his head and looked at the huge hill behind him. It turns out that this is not a monster, but a real dragon. Although Lin En already knew that he was not on the earth when he saw the huge body of the ferocious beast that looked like a hill, but now that he knew about the existence of the dragon, he knew that this place could not be the earth. I still feel a little complicated. Although he was alone on earth without a father or a mother, Lin En still felt a little bitter about disappearing without leaving anything behind. Maybe no one on earth will remember me. Thinking of this, Lin En's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. But at the next moment, Lin's breathing suddenly stagnated, and his whole body began to tremble. This time it was not because of the surprise that appeared in the system, but because of fear. After Lin En turned around, the giant dragon lying on the ground opened its eyes at some point, and its huge vertical pupils stared straight at him. There seemed to be a human look in the huge eyes, staring straight at his figure. Lin could even hear her teeth chattering. Although the giant dragon discovered him, he didn't seem to make any move. There was no movement for a long time, just looking at myself quietly. When Lin En saw this scene, he bravely walked towards the dragon step by step. Since the emergence of the system is related to this giant dragon, he cannot leave here easily. And just as Lin En approached the dragon, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the initial selection. Choice 1, sit back and ignore this dying dragon. Reward, you will get a complete dragon corpse in 3 days. Choice 2, save the dragon. Reward, after rescuing the dragon himself will teach you dragon slaying magic and become a dragon slaying mage. Choice 3, eat the dragon. Reward, devour the dragon soul, transplant the dragon heart, and become a humanoid dragon. In front of Lin En, a light curtain appeared, and on the light curtain were lines of text. 3 options, 3 rewards. Lin En's eyes lit up instantly. But after seeing the words on the light screen, the luster in his eyes faded half a bit. Because of these options, option 1 is undoubtedly the most practical. Treating the giant dragon, not to mention it is difficult for me to survive now. Even if I am in good health now, I still don't know how to treat illnesses and save people, let alone save a dying dragon. As for option 3, if you can swallow everything in the dragon, the reward will undoubtedly be extremely rich, but do you really have the ability to do it now? A look of hesitation flashed in his eyes. If he chooses one, even if he gets a dragon corpse, what's the use of it? In this barren forest, he had no power to restrain the chicken, so even if he got it, he wouldn't be able to defend the dragon corpse. There are countless powerful monsters in this forest. In front of them, I can't even think of resisting. Gritting his teeth, Lin En's eyes flashed with a fierce look. System, I choose 3. His eyes were fierce. Since the system gave this option, it means there is a way to do it. As Lin En's voice fell, the system beeped, and then the text on the light screen in front of him suddenly disappeared, leaving only the text of option 3 appeared on it. There was a clang and a dagger appeared in front of Lin En. The dagger glowed coldly under the scorching sun. Lin En swallowed and went straight. He walked towards the giant dragon in front of him. Naturally, the giant dragon saw Lin En's movements, with a sharp chill in his eyes. His huge body trembled, as if he wanted to make a move, but his near-death state made him tremble. It was difficult for him to move his huge body. He watched Lin En coming to him, his huge vertical pupils staring straight at Lin En's figure. The dagger pierced his body hard. The dragon was still thinking about how a dagger like this could break through his dragon scales. But what followed was a sharp pain, and he saw the dagger sticking straight. It pierced into his own dragon scales, and blood spurted out, sprinkling onto Lin En's cheeks. Lin En's pale face was filled with bright red blood, and he looked extremely ferocious when he saw the dagger in his hand. It was so sharp that a joyful look flashed in his eyes. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and worked harder to carve out the dragon's scales. Because his body was too weak, Lin En could only rest for a long time before carving off a piece of the dragon. The dragon scales were cut off. The constant feeling of hunger in his stomach made Lin forget everything, and he rushed towards the bright red flesh with his dagger, gnawing at it with his teeth, and finally carving at the dragon's wound. A piece of flesh and blood came down. He threw the flesh and blood into his mouth without any explanation, and started chewing it. Although it was difficult to chew and had a fishy smell, Lin En was already crazy with hunger and completely forgot about what was in his mouth. Meat is the meat of a giant dragon. Chapter 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection task. Ding! Start giving out selection rewards. As Lin swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, the ethereal and cold voice of the system in his mind sounded in Lin's mind. Just as the sound of the system fell, the giant dragon crawling in front of Lin suddenly roared. The loud sound frightened the birds in the forest and fled in a hurry. In the surrounding forest, Lin heard the sounds of many monsters escaping. The giant dragon's huge vertical pupils were filled with pain, and a huge scream came from its mouth. Then he raised his huge head high and fell heavily to the ground the next moment, completely losing his movement. And just after the dragon lost its movement, a misty soul floated out of the dragon's body and wandered towards Lin En. Lin En's body seemed to be imprisoned in place, unable to move. He could only watch the huge soul slowly sinking into his body, until the dragon's tail of the soul was completely submerged into his body. The tearing pain kept flooding into Lin's mind, and his already pale face became even paler, without any blood at all. After a long time, Lin finally raised his head, breathing heavily. As the dragon's soul was completely devoured by him, Lin En gained the dragon's huge memory. The dragon's name is Christine Nickel. He is one of the kings of the dragon clan. Yes, this is a dragon king. At the same time, Christine learned from her memory that this world is a magical world. Dragons, humans, and monsters coexist in this world. This continent is called Aslant, and there is a lost magic among humans called Dragon Slayer magic, which is a magic that can truly destroy dragons. Seeing this, Lin paused slightly. This setting is somewhat similar to an anime I once watched. Fairy Tale. As the memory was gradually digested by Lin En finally understood. This is the world of fairy tale. Christine has been avoiding the Black Dragon Acknowledges since 400 years ago, but she was still found by it. After a battle, although she was also injured, she was now in a state of near death. Until he was seen by Lin En, and finally died in Lin En's hands. In Christine's memory, Lin knew that he was an elemental dark dragon. He is the king of the dark dragon. The scales of the black dragon can ignore magic, and the claws of the black dragon can tear apart any element. The black dragon has no elements, but can swallow all magic. It is the true nemesis of magic. After exhaling a breath of turbid breath, he got all of Christine's memories. Lin couldn't help but think of the black dragon in the anime. The king of dragons and the black feather of the end Acknowledge. As Christine's dragon soul was completely devoured, Lin's body suddenly erupted with a huge amount of magic power, instantly sweeping through the Warcraft forest. The birds that had just fallen around were frightened and flew around again, running away in panic. The huge source of magic power caused Lin En's body to show signs of beginning to break apart. Cracks began to appear in his body, unable to withstand such a huge amount of magic power. The next moment, a stream of light appeared from Christine's dragon corpse, broke through the corpse, and rushed directly to Lin's body. Lin En, who had lost consciousness due to the impact of the huge magic power, stood there, his eyes white and stagnant. That stream of light instantly sank into Lin En's chest, rushed directly into Lin En's heart, and replaced Lin En's heart. This is Christine's dragon heart. As Kristen's dragon heart sank into Lin's body, the body gradually stopped cracking due to the huge magic power and gradually began to heal. And in the blood vessels under Lin's skin, streams of light were constantly flowing in the blood vessels. The blood enters the dragon's heart and is then transported throughout the body. The eyes that had lost their vitality gradually recovered, and Lin En, who had regained consciousness, let out a heavy breath. Although he still cannot control the huge magic power in his body, Lin En will no longer be overwhelmed by this magic power. The feeling of hunger kept coming from his belly. Lin En glanced at the huge dragon corpse not far away and walked straight forward. The palms turned into sharp dragon claws, directly gouging out a large piece of flesh from the dragon corpse. Lin didn't hesitate at all and stuffed the flesh and blood directly into his mouth. After devouring the dragon's soul and transplanting the dragon's heart, Lin En can now be said to be a giant dragon in human form. Able to transform between human form and dragon form at any time. Lin did not waste Christine's flesh and blood at all. After becoming a humanoid dragon, Lin temporarily lived here. In order to be able to control the huge magic power in his body, Lin En fought monsters in the forest every day, learning to control his power between life and death. When you are thirsty, drink dragon blood, and when hungry, eat dragon meat. Lin found a source of fire the next day so he didn't have to continue chewing on Christine's flesh and blood. Although dragon blood is very fishy, it is a great tonic and can strengthen one's body very well. Although the dragon heart was transplanted, his blood became real dragon blood under the transformation of the dragon heart. The dragon blood continued to strengthen his body, but this was also a process. Lin En collected the excess dragon blood and soaked his body in the dragon's blood every day after fighting so that his body could absorb it better. Chapter 4. The Roar of the Black Dragon. In the forest, a raging dragon's breath swept over, directly overturning all the trees in the forest. A huge monster had a ferocious face, and its eyes were full of fear of the dragon's breath. But under its feet, there was a ball of water that looked like water. The thick liquid was tightly trapped in place, and the black water tightly grasped his limbs. He could only watch as the terrifying dragon's breath swept in, completely crushing and destroying his body. After dispersing, the small mountain-sized monster disappeared, leaving only a thick mass of black water. A figure fell on the ground, wearing rag-like clothes and various animal skins. It was draped over the young man's body. He stretched out and looked at the ruins around him that seemed to have experienced a storm. Lin En's eyes showed some satisfaction after staying in this forest for a year. He has been learning how to control the huge magic power in his body. All the monsters in the forest have become Lin's training tools. Although Lin has no one to teach him, Christine's huge memory exists in Lin's mind. Now that Lin En's body has been transformed by dragon heart and dragon blood, Lin En can now be said to be a young dragon of the dragon tribe. Lin En took a look at the place where he has lived for nearly a year. There was a bit of complexity in En's eyes. Christine's dragon corpse seemed to be indestructible. Even though there was still a lot of dragon meat on it, there was still no sign of decay. Lin returned to Chris. Next to Ting's dragon corpse, he stretched out his hand and touched it. Then the huge dragon corpse disappeared from Lin En's eyes, and a light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of Lin En. On the light screen, there is a plan of a small space. In the space, countless monster skins are piled in one corner. The huge dragon corpse is piled in the other corner and there are a dozen more. There was a huge stone pit filled with bright red and thick blood. These were all good things, but they couldn't be wasted. After exiting the system space, Lin's eyes were on them. I looked around and took a look at the place where I had lived for nearly a year. It's time to leave. Lin En muttered to himself, and the next moment, behind Lin En, a pair of dragon wings suddenly grew out, and with a flutter of the wings, Lin En's body soared into the air. The wings flapped, holding Lin's body upright and floating in mid-air. In Lin En's eyes, there seemed to be a vertical pupil deep in the pupil. He looked around with sharp eyes, then flapped his wings and flew quickly, making a sonic boom sound in the air, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. Lin En's speed was extremely fast, and the surrounding scenery kept passing by both sides of Lin En, and he was speeding behind him. Not long after, Lin saw the edge of the Warcraft forest. With a wave of his wings, Lin speeded up again and rushed out towards the edge of the Warcraft forest. What it is? At the edge of the Warcraft forest, a woman in a team suddenly saw a black figure passing by on the ground. She quickly raised her head and looked overhead, only to see a figure with two wings on its back fluttering high in the sky. Gao Fei sped away behind him and others. The woman's words attracted the attention of others, and they all raised their heads and looked at the figure in the distance. Everyone saw the figure in the sky, but they didn't know it. What kind of creature was that? Lin En flew aimlessly in the sky after leaving the world of Warcraft forest. The clouds in the sky kept slapping Lin En's cheeks and moving behind him. Not long after, Lin En's sight came. The outline of a town appeared, and a joyful look flashed in his eyes. The wings behind him flapped violently, and he flew towards the town. Lin En landed on the outskirts of the town, and the wings behind him disappeared and he took a step forward. Walking towards the town, Lin En's eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at the bustling streets and the bustling streets. It had been a year since Lin En came to this world, and he had never really experienced it before. Life in this world is like living between blood and fire every day, feeling the fight between life and death like never before. This town is very close to the Warcraft forest, so the folk customs in the town are also a little bit different. Not long after Lin En came to this town, he had already seen several violent incidents. Lin En stopped a person on the street and asked him, "Where is this place? Where can I exchange for Warcraft skins?" The person held by Lin En turned around. Just when he was about to get angry, he suddenly saw the vertical pupils in Lin En's eyes and Lin En's weird dress. He said hopefully, "Here is Brucknell, the city of mercenaries." Lin En nodded slightly, and then heard the man continue to say there is a mercenary center in the center of the city, where you can exchange for supplies. After saying that, the man broke away from Lin En's hand and drilled it without waiting for Lin En's answer. Into the crowd. Lin En didn't care and walked toward the center of the city. Soon Lin arrived at what the man called the mercenary center. The tall building made Lin slightly stunned. Lin had only seen this kind of magnificent Western-style building on TV in his previous life. Chapter 5. Walking into this tall building, Lin En's weird outfit immediately attracted the attention of many people. Lin En walked straight to the counter in front and said to a woman among them, "Do you accept Warcraft skins here?" The woman did not raise her head, lowered her head and asked Lin En, "Where is your mercenary brand?" Lin En was slightly startled, and then asked, "I sell Warcraft skins, but I also need the mercenary brand." "Nonsense, we only serve mercenaries, do you think anyone can sell things to us?" The woman raised her head impatiently, glanced at Lin En's shabby clothes, with a look of disdain in her eyes. Lin En nodded slightly, and then asked, "Then I want to register as a mercenary." The woman sneered, looked Lin En up and down, and said, "Little brother, this is not playing house. You'd better go home as soon as possible." Lin En frowned, with a hint of chill in his eyes. The dragon's aura and blood suddenly surged out of Lin En's body, covering the woman's body. The terrifying aura enveloped the woman, and fear suddenly appeared in her eyes. He was sitting there with cold hands and feet, looking at Lin En blankly, with fear deep in his eyes. "Grown-ups." At this time, a voice sounded in Lin En's ears, and a well-dressed figure appeared behind him at some point. He looked at him with a smile. "Something's wrong." Lin En had a chill in his eyes. He turned around and glanced at the man behind him. The aura of terror that enveloped the woman suddenly dissipated, and the woman was able to take a breath and looked at Lin En with fear in her eyes. "Just now I felt like I was about to be killed, as if I was being stared at by a terrifying monster." "Sir, I am the person in charge of the Brucknell Mercenary Center. I can apply for a mercenary identity card for you." The well-dressed man smiled, bent slightly towards Lin En, and said with a smile. The vertical pupils in Lin En's eyes scanned the man in front of him, then he took back his breath, nodded slightly and said, "Then let's get started." The man immediately breathed a sigh of relief and took Lin into the room behind the mercenary center. Because he was applying for an identity card, Lin only passed the test after showing his physical strength. After that, he was issued a Your Own Identity card. "Do you accept Warcraft skins here?" Lin En put away his identity card and then asked the man in front of him. The man nodded and said with a smile, "This is natural. We at the Mercenary Center will kill Warcraft in the commission. Get it at the best price." Lin En nodded slightly, then waved his right hand, and piles of monster skins appeared in front of Lin En, almost filling the whole room. "Let's see how much it's worth." Lin sat on the sofa and looked at the stunned man opposite. The man swallowed and quickly said to Lin, "Wait a moment, I'm going to find someone to test it." With that said, without waiting for Lin En to answer, he turned around and left the room. After a while, the man returned to the room with an old man. When the old man saw that the room was filled with monster skins, he was stunned. After looking at the man beside him, Lin En's eyes fell on Lin En, who was sitting on the sofa board, watching the old man and the man busy. After a long time, the man stood up and walked to Lin En. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he said to Lin En, "Sir, the Warcraft skins here are all high quality, and we can buy them all. The price is 350 WJ. Do you think it is okay?" There was obviously respect in the man's voice. Among these monster skins, there are many skins of high-level monsters, and they are extremely complete. There was no damage at all during the battle. It is obvious that the person who did it was very strong. Lin En had no expectations about the price, so he nodded and agreed. Not long after, the man came to Lin En with a card and said to Lin En, "Sir, 350 WJ has been deposited to this deposit card. Among them, the password is your mercenary identity card, please keep it." Lin En took the deposit card and threw it directly into the system space. Then he asked the man in front of him, "Since you are a mercenary center, can you accept commissions here?" The man nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay. Sir, your current identity card is A level, and all the commissions you can accept are in the lobby." Lin walked out of the room and walked straight towards the commission board in the hall. At this moment, a commission on the commission board suddenly caught Lin En's attention. It was not because of how interesting the commission was. It was because of the client. Name: Jayad Hartfilia. Lucy's father in the anime. I just don't know what year it is. I don't know if Lucy's mother passed away. There is also a legendary celestial spirit mage. Although he only has 3 keys to the zodiac, he is not a weakling to be called an old friend by the celestial spirit king. After accepting the commission from the family, Lin En walked straight to the counter. The woman who was still aggressive before became extremely respectful. Seeing Lin En appear in front of her again, she quickly handled the commission for Lin En. Lin En didn't waste any words. Picked up the commission and the map and left the mercenary center. Looking at Lin's leaving figure, the woman suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The person in charge of the mercenary center appeared behind him at some point and was about to speak. The man's cold eyes swept across her face. Snapped. Eyeless thing. Happy reading during the Qingming festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 6. After leaving the mercenary center, Lin used the money in his hand to buy a few sets of suitable clothes. Lin En looked at the order form in his hand. The client on it was none other than the head of the Hartfilia family, Jude Hartfilia. The commission was to protect the Hartfilia family at a cocktail party a week later. As for the reasons not mentioned above, you should go and find out for yourself. Putting away the order form, Lin walked out towards the Brucknell train station with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This city is extremely prosperous. Because it is very close to the Warcraft Forest and the mercenary center is here, the transportation is very developed. Lin soon got on the train to the Hartfilia family. Sitting on the train, Lin En stared at the scenery outside the window. The rumble of the train echoed in Lin's ears, and soon he felt a little tired. Suddenly woke up, Lin En's face became a little ugly, his eyes scanned the surroundings, but he didn't find anything unusual. Am I too sensitive? He murmured to himself, his eyes constantly scanning everyone around him, but no one noticed anything unusual. Lin En let out a heavy breath and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that I still have not adapted to life outside the world of Warcraft Forest. In the Warcraft Forest, you live between life and death every day, and you must beware of sneak attacks by Warcraft at any time. Now it suddenly became so comfortable, which made Lin unable to adapt for a while. The train was very fast, and it didn't take long to pass through several towns and arrive at the town where the Hartfilia family was located. Lin got off the train in the city. After walking out of the train station, I saw a middle-aged man standing there with the Hartfilia family sign written on it from a distance. Lin stepped towards the man. When Lin En came to him, the middle-aged man noticed Lin En in front of him. Are you Mr. Lin? Lin En raised her eyes and glanced at him, nodded slightly and said to him, let's go. Mr. Lin, please get in the car and wait a moment. There are 2 guests behind you. After the middle-aged man led Lin into a car, he closed the door and returned to where he was and continued to wait. Not long after, Lin saw outside through the glass of the window, and 2 people appeared in front of the middle-aged man. 2 figures, a man and a woman. After talking to the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man led them to Lin En's car and opened the door. The 2 were slightly startled when they saw Lin En. This is Mr. Lin En from the Mercenary Guild, and he also accepted the commission from our master. The middle-aged man saw their expressions and explained to them with a smile. The 2 nodded and stopped paying attention to Lin after getting in the car. In their eyes, most of the mercenaries were some warriors who didn't know magic were completely ignored by their magicians. Lin En glanced at the 2 of them, then closed his eyes and took a nap. The carriage jolted slightly and left the town towards the suburbs. Go. Not long after, the group arrived at a huge manor. The middle-aged man opened the car door for several people and said, several guests have arrived at Hartfilia Manor. Lin En opened his eyes, jumped off the carriage first, and walked into the manor. The man and woman were about to get out of the car, but Lin En got there first, and suddenly became a little angry. The man was about to step forward to speak, but was blocked by someone behind him. The woman held her arm and shook her head slightly. The man snorted, and then said sarcastically, "This is the bastard of the mercenary guild, and he doesn't understand any etiquette." Lin stopped, turned around, and glanced at the man with the vertical pupils in his eyes. A chill instantly surged up from the man's heart. For some reason, just after being glanced at by the young man's vertical pupils, he just felt as if he was being targeted by some ferocious beast. Lin En's limbs became cold, with a sneer on his lips, and then he stopped paying attention to the two people in front of him. "What's wrong with you?" The woman also noticed the man's abnormality, and quickly stepped forward to hold the man's arm. When the woman pulled him, the man's body suddenly collapsed on the ground, and his lips were trembling slightly. The woman's face became a little ugly, and she pulled the man. He pulled him up from the ground with his arms. With an ugly smile on his face, he said to the middle-aged man, "Please take us to see Mr. Judd. We want to ask him some details." The middle-aged man nodded. Then he glanced at the limp man hesitantly and asked, "Is it really okay for Mr. Harry to do this?" The woman shook her head, looked at Harry next to her with hatred, forced a smile and said, "It's okay, don't worry." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and led the three of them towards the manor. The woman stared at Harry's back with consideration in her eyes. She noticed Harry's trembling beside her, and she became even more curious in her heart. Knowing that all this must be related to the young man in front of her, but she had no substantive evidence, she could only give up. The group soon arrived at Hartfilia's manor and saw a serious-looking man. "Sir, several guests have arrived." The middle-aged man walked forward respectfully, bowed slightly to the man and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Robin." The man nodded slightly, then stood up and walked towards Lin En and others. "It is my honor to be able to help you solve your problems. Let me introduce myself. I am the client of this commission, Jude Hartfilia. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 7. Let me introduce myself. I am the client of this commission, Jude Hartfilia." Jude came to the front of the three people and saw Harry with an abnormal expression at a glance. He frowned slightly, but still did not make any other statement. He said to several people, "In 6 days, Hartfilia family is going to hold a banquet to entertain many dignitaries of the Kingdom of Fiori, and not long ago the bandit gang Dealys and his gang announced that they would destroy the Hartfilia family at this banquet, so I hope you can stop this group of bandits outside the manor and let the reception go smoothly." Jude's eyes swept across the three people in front of him, but the look he looked at Harry clearly showed a little dissatisfaction. This was not even the content of the commission, but now it has become like this. Is this really reliable? "Mr. Hartfilia, we are magicians from the Serious Eye of the Magicians Guild. My name is Cora, and his name is Harry." The woman was a little dissatisfied when she saw Jude's eyes, and quickly stepped forward to introduce him to Jude. De nodded slightly, then looked at Lin En. Lin En raised his head, glanced at him with his pair of vertical pupils, and said lightly, "Mercenary, Lin En." Jude's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the three people in front of him. He couldn't help but squeeze out a smile and said, "I'm going to invite a few of you to stay in the manor these days. I hope I can rely on you all." Aoi La said to Jude with a smile on her face, "Leave it to us, Mr. Hartfilia, we won't let the damn bandits threaten your reception." Jude nodded slightly and said before turning around to leave, "I hope so." Jude left, and the middle-aged man stepped forward to face Lin En and the others. Said, "Guys, please come with me, I will take you to your room. Hartfilia's manor is very large, and their rooms are in another villa." After sending the three people into the room, the middle-aged man said to them, "Please take a good rest here these 3 days. If you have any questions, you can call me at any time." The middle-aged man said with a habitual expression on his face. With a sexy smile, he bowed slightly to the three of them and then disappeared from their sight. After the middle-aged man left, Lin put his hands in his pockets and walked towards his room. Quira wanted to say something to Lin, but when she saw Harry next to her, she was immediately discouraged. He pulled Harry into the room with a stern face, and said to Harry with dissatisfaction in his tone, "Okay. It's time for you to wake up." Hearing Quira's voice, Harry turned himself mechanically head, looking at Quay La with eyes filled with fear. "Enough." Quay La's eyes darkened, and a cold drink came from Quay La's mouth. It was this cold drink that immediately made Harry wake up a little. He looked around blankly, with doubts in his eyes, and murmured, "Where is this? Why am I here?" Quay La's face was extremely gloomy. She took a breath and said, "Harry, what's wrong with you? Why don't you wake me up quickly?" Quay La's voice fell, Harry's eyes fell on Quay La, and then his eyes gradually regained some clarity. A look of fear flashed in his eyes, and he said to Quay La in fear, "Quay La, he is a monster. He is not human. He is not human." Harry's voice kept echoing in the room, leaving Quay La confused. Harry went crazy in the room for a while. Seeing that Harry finally calmed down, Quay La stepped forward and handed over the entrusted content. "I told Harry." Harry nodded slightly, no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Quay La was also a little curious about Lin's look, which could actually scare Harry like this. He was from the same guild as Harry, so he naturally knew how strong Harry was. He had never seen Harry look like this before. Back in the room, Lin lay on the bed, resting his arms on his neck and looking at the ceiling. Lin's 5 senses were extremely developed, and the conversation between Quay La and Harry in the room reached Lin's ears clearly. Lin's eyes were indifferent, and he stared blankly at the white ceiling. As night fell, Lin had his first good sleep after coming to this world for more than a year. In the past few days, many magicians and mercenaries were arriving one after another. Jude attached great importance to this reception and hired a lot of magicians to arrange them outside the manor. Since Lin and Quay La Harry arrived on the same day, the 3 of them were naturally arranged on the right side of the manor. In the past few days, Lin had not seen Lucy in the manor. It seemed that she was protected by Jude in the most luxurious villa in the middle. As time went by, she finally arrived. On the day of the reception, Lin and Harry Koala arrived at their seats, jumped up and sat on a tree branch with their legs crossed, leaning against the tree. Looking at the huge brightly lit villa in the center of the manor, Lin closed his eyes and began to adjust his aura. Under the transformation of dragon blood and dragon heart, Lin's physical fitness became extremely powerful. As night fell, darkness gradually enveloped the manor. Carriages drove toward the central villa from the entrance of the manor. Lin sat in the tree without opening his eyes. Happy reading during the Qingming festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity period, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 8. Boom. With a violent explosion, the next moment you saw flames shooting into the sky in the direction of the main entrance of the manor. The explosion attracted the attention of Quora and Harry. The 2 of them jumped and came to another tree and stood on it. They looked towards the main entrance of the manor from the treetops, but it was still some distance away from the main entrance of the manor, and the 2 of them could only see the fiery red sky illuminated by the fire. Something happened. Should we go over and take a look? There was a solemn look in Harry's eyes. He looked at each other and looked at the big tree where Lin was. Quilla shook his head and said, "There is someone in charge over there. The mission is to guard this place." Harry nodded slightly, and then stood on the treetops to alert the surroundings. And the explosion seemed to be a signal. Sounds kept coming out of the darkness, rushing towards the manor. With the appearance of these people, everyone who accepted this commission began to take it seriously and treated it with dignity. The Deelys bandits were also a famous bandit group in the kingdom of Fiori, including many magicians. Deelys was an A-level mage, very powerful. The bandits roared and attacked the Hartfilia manor. Bandits kept appearing from the darkness, heading towards the manor with grins and roars. The impact came. Harry and Quilla suddenly became solemn, jumped down from the tree, and stood calmly at the gate on the right side of the manor. From the corner of his eye, Harry saw an afterimage flashing out of the big tree nearby. He saw a black shadow rushing into the bandits in an instant, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Every time the black shadow flashed, it would bring a bloody storm. Harry's pupils shrank and he quickly focused on that one. Above the black shadow, I saw that the hands of the black shadow had turned into the claws of some kind of monster. Every time he waved his palms, he could tear the bodies of the bandits around him. He is a wizard. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Lin's palms and said quickly. Quilla nodded and said to Harry, "Let's do it too." After the two of them finished speaking, a bright light rose from their feet. The magic circle rose from their feet. The flames condensed in Harry's palm, and the next moment it turned into a flame whip and struck forward. Flame whip. The areas hit were ignited with blazing flames, and the bandits could not extinguish the flames even if they rolled their bodies on the ground. Quilla clasped her hands together, and the sound of heavy beatings echoed in everyone's ears. Then I saw a bit of cold air gradually appearing in the sky, and a huge palm came down from the sky and struck down many bandits in an instant. Lin turned around and glanced at the two people behind him, and then stopped paying attention to the two of them. The bright red and warm blood sprinkled on Lin's body, making Lin's body a little more evil. He stepped hard on the ground, and his whole body instantly jumped into the air. The roar of the black dragon. Lin, who was flying in the air, opened his mouth, and the magic circle condensed in Lin's mouth. The next moment, a raging darkness spurted out from Lin's mouth, and instantly swept towards the bandits who were swarming on the ground. The turbulent darkness spread instantly, and before the bandits could react, they were completely swallowed up by the extreme darkness. The screams continued in the darkness, and Harry and Quilla saw it in front of them. At this scene, everyone looked at each other in shock. From the looks of Lin's arms before, they thought Lin was a magician, but now they saw Lin using other kinds of magic to the extreme. There was blood flowing out from the darkness. The moonlight shone on the ground, and the two of them could only see the bright red on the ground. There was no one in front of Lin and the others. A figure that can stand. Vomit. Lin's footsteps fell to the ground, but he heard a sound of retching behind him. He saw Quilla looking ugly, holding his knees and vomiting on the side. Although Harry did not vomit, his face was not good looking either. In front of him, this bloody scene directly impacted the hearts of the two of them. There were broken limbs everywhere, bright red and smelly blood was scattered everywhere, and red and white things were splashed around. Even if they were dead, their eyes were still there. They were all filled with deep fear. They didn't know what they were going through in that darkness, but they were both afraid of this group of enemies. After they were all slaughtered, the right side of the manor returned to peace. If it weren't for the bloody broken limbs on the ground, it would be impossible to imagine that there was a vigorous battle here, rather than a battle. An overwhelming massacre. In just a moment, the battle on the right side of the manor was over. These bandits failed to use their human wave tactics and were directly slaughtered by Lin. At this moment, the inside of the manor suddenly happened. There was an explosion. Along with the explosion, the roars of the bandits kept ringing inside the manor, reaching the ears of the three people. They didn't know where the bandits had broken through and entered the manor. And turned around, looked at Harry and Quilla behind him and said, "I'll leave this place to you two." After saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, a pair of broad wings suddenly rose up behind Lin. Lin flapped his wings, and his whole body instantly rose into the sky, carrying the strong wind and galloping towards the interior of the manor. The howling wind made neither of them could open their eyes. When they opened their eyes, Lin was no longer visible. Happy reading! Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 9. Rampant laughter echoed inside the manor, and the huge manor was full of bandits. Bandits holding weapons, with ferocious faces, and extremely scarlet eyes were wreaking havoc in the manor. There are many magicians blocking these bandits. Although the magicians were very powerful, they could not bear the large number of these bandits. In addition, the bandits' fearless charge soon caused gaps in the magicians' lineup. Waving his wings, Lin En stood in the air, looking at the scene below with cold eyes. He muttered to himself, "Trash." As he spoke, Lin flapped his wings and turned into an afterimage, falling straight from the air towards the ground of the manor. Viewed from a distance, Lin En's figure looked like a meteor wrapped in flames under the moonlight, exploding directly on the ground of the manor with a loud bang. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and the magicians and bandits around them all stopped and looked at the changes happening in front of them. The magicians' eyes were alert, and the various magic arrays under their feet lit up, and they continued to inject magic into them, guarding against what would happen next. Although the bandits were numerous in number, they did not dare to act rashly at this moment. After swallowing, they all set their steps and looked seriously into the depths of the smoke, hoping to see something in it. Not long after, a crisp sound slowly sounded in the smoke. Everyone's breath froze and they listened carefully to the small voice. As the voice sounded, a shadow came into everyone's sight under the moonlight. I saw this figure crawling out from the ground and twisting his neck. The crisp sound just now was the sound made by this figure twisting his neck. Then he displayed his dual weapons behind him, blowing away all the smoke and dust surrounding him, revealing his true appearance in the smoke and dust. Standing among the people on both sides, Lin En's vertical pupils glanced at both sides, and a look of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Someone in the wizard's lineup immediately recognized Lin. Although Lin did not show off himself intentionally, many magicians still saw Lin during these days in Haliphilia Manor. I was deeply impressed by Lin En's weird vertical pupils. The bandits looked at each other and realized that this man seemed to be from the opposite camp. Suddenly a murderous look appeared in his eyes, and he rushed towards Lin En with a roar. "Bring it on! Let's fight!" The vertical pupils in Lin En's eyes swelled slightly, and then a ferocious look of bloodlust appeared in Lin En's eyes. The wings behind him disappeared, and Lin En's hands turned into sharp claws, and his skin dark scales also appeared on his body. Lin En let out a hearty laugh, and then kicked his legs violently on the ground. The next moment, a sonic boom exploded in the manor. Instantly disappearing in place, the originally complete ground suddenly appeared with extremely long and narrow cracks, spreading with Lin En as the center, like a spider web. Lin En waved his claws and collided directly with the bandits. Behind Lin En, the magicians froze in place, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. The roars, screams, and ferocious laughter kept echoing. Lin En's body was covered in blood, as if he had endless energy, constantly tearing apart the bandits who appeared in front of them. Roar! A cheerful roar came from his throat, and the bloodthirsty color in Lin En's eyes became even more intense. They were killed one after another, and the corpses in front of Lin En piled up like a mountain. Lin En had to walk up step by step. Standing on a high place, Lin En looked down at the bandits below, the bloodthirsty color in his eyes not diminishing. "Come! Keep fighting!" Lin En let out a roar, like a wild beast, and rushed down the mountain of corpses in the next moment, rushing straight towards the bandits below. Although the bandits were not afraid of death, they were already overwhelmed by the scene in front of them. They were stunned until the body of the bandit in front was torn apart by Lin En, and the blood and flesh splashed on the faces of the bandits around him. The warm flesh and blood immediately made the bandits let out screams. Regardless of the trampling, they backed away. They had seen a lot of corpses, but they had never seen this scene of corpses and blood. There were broken limbs, arms, thighs, and bodies everywhere, and they were all cut into bright red pieces. The blood and white brains were all over the ground, turning black under the trampling of many bandits. Although the bandits retreated, Lin En felt a strong bloodlust for some reason. The feeling was that they wanted to kill everything in front of them. The screams of the bandits continued. The magicians behind the mountain of corpses finally recovered from their sluggishness and looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of them. Many people's faces became extremely pale, and they started to retching while lying on the side. Who is he? The scene before them left an indelible fear in the hearts of many magicians. Lin En, who was chasing the bandits, didn't know that he had left such a shadow on these magicians. All he wanted in his mind at this moment was to kill all the life in front of him. His eyes gradually turned red, and he waved his sharp claws to harvest the lives in front of him. Chapter 10. Boom! Just when Lin En continued to chase the bandits, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, stopping Lin En's figure. Lin En stopped, lowered his eyes, and tilted his head to look. The figure appeared in front of him. A thin man walked out slowly, with a ferocious look in his eyes. After looking at Lin En up and down, he frowned. The murderous aura and bloodiness exuding from Lin En's body was too great. It was too strong, not like a normal human being at all. He had only encountered this kind of aura from a monster. As his eyes met Lin's, he was filled with lust. The murderous eyes were startled, and a magic circle appeared involuntarily under his feet. Lin En's eyes flashed with excitement, and a hoarse voice came out of Lin En's throat. Smiled ferociously at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "Magic, can you finally make me happy? Come and kill me." Thinking of the sword demon. Lin En's deep voice became more and more crazy, with a roar at the end. Seeing such a crazy Lin En, the man was immediately frightened. The magic circle under his feet was not easy to detect. Took a step back. What a monster! The man cursed secretly, completely losing the desire to fight Lin En, and turned around to leave. But the moment he turned around, a heavy claw with a strong smell of blood fell on his own shoulders. "Hey, where are you going?" The man suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He didn't even notice when Lin En appeared behind him. The strong smell of blood kept impacting his spirit, and he quickly stepped away and distanced himself from Lin En. The man was petrified. The magicians also reacted and came here following Lin En's footsteps. When they saw Lin En confronting the man, they immediately recognized the man's figure. This guy is the leader of Dillis's gang, Dillis. Wasn't he stopped by Dars and the others? Why did he appear here? As for Dalsy and the others, why didn't they see them? Lin didn't notice the magicians behind him at all, or rather ignored them. His eyes fell directly on Dillis. His face was covered with bright red blood, and Lin looked at Dillis with a ferocious smile. Lis said, "Come on. Come and fight. Come and kill me." The crazy voice echoed in everyone's ears, and they were startled by Lin En's eyes at this moment. These magicians had never seen such a person before. Dillis even cursed in his heart, and walked towards him involuntarily. I took several steps back. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Dillis' eyes scanned the surroundings, and then the magic array under his feet suddenly lit up, and huge magic power was injected into the magic array. Dillis' speed became extremely fast, and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. The night covered it. The afterimage of Dillis disappeared in front of Lin's eyes in an instant. Lin's face suddenly darkened, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Overwhelmed Lin's consciousness. Roar! You deserve to die! You deserve to die! Lin's eyes were red, with violent anger exuding all over his body. He let out a beast-like roar in his throat, and wings suddenly sprouted from behind him. The wings fluttered and flew into the air, and the vertical pupils in his eyes kept scanning the manor. Finally, Lin En's eyes were locked in one direction. Lin En saw Dillis' figure in his sight, and his vertical pupils stared at Dillis' figure tightly, with a violent murderous intention in Lin En's eyes. It was released unabashedly. Black Dragon a Euro trademark S, roar. Fluttering his wings, Lin En's figure floated under the moonlight. In front of Lin En, a dark magic circle slowly lit up, Magic power continued to pour out of Lin En's body and penetrated into the magic circle in front of him. The next moment, a dragon's breath filled with endless darkness spurted out from Lin En's mouth, rushing straight towards Deelys. The dragon's breath was extremely violent, destroying everything in front of it. The afterimage Deelys suddenly noticed the coolness behind him. He turned his head and saw a huge stream of dark magic light falling from the sky, rushing towards him with an endless aura of violence. Behind him, everything was gone. Swallowed and destroyed by this darkness. No. Deelys was shocked, with despair in his eyes, and let out a scream. The next moment, he was enveloped by this stream of dark light. His whole body was torn apart by the dragon's breath, and his flesh and blood were completely obliterated by the darkness, leaving nothing behind. The next trace. Dragon breath did not stop after killing Deelys, and rushed straight out of the manor, hitting a tall mountain in front of it with the sound of explosion. A corner was shattered. The magicians who stayed there took a closer look, and were immediately frightened by the scene in front of them. Their faces turned pale as the dragon's breath dispersed, and Lin En fell from the sky with a sullen expression. The red color dissipated a lot, but the bright red stain all over his body still made many magicians behind him take a step back unconsciously. Lin En let out a breath and cleared his mind. The overwhelming negative emotions were suppressed. Lin En's eyes gradually regained their clarity. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Redeem 100 and get 500 VIP coupons now. Activity period, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 11. Because of Lin En's appearance, these bandits were completely frightened and could no longer organize an attack. After the remaining magicians looked at each other, they left to clear out the bandits who were still in the manor. Lin En glanced at his hands, which had recovered as before, and were stained with bright red blood. The strong smell of blood immediately filled Lin's brain, causing Lin to frown and involuntarily waved his arms with disgust, shaking off a lot of the bright red on his hands. The fighting here didn't seem to affect the drinking party in Heartfilia Manor at all. The magicians were fighting desperately, and the nobles were still drinking in the villa inside the manor. It was not until the end of the cocktail party that the butler of the Heartfilia family and Jude saw off many nobles, and then they had time to see everyone. Everyone cleaned away the traces of the battle and put on clean clothes. Lin En also changed the clothes that were sticky and dyed bright red. In the crowd, Lin lowered his eyes and looked around erratically. Jude has already learned from everyone's mouths that the biggest contributor to the ability to stop the bandits this time was Lin En, who seemed inconspicuous among the crowd. With a smile on his face, Jude walked up to Lin En, stretched out his hand to Lin En and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you this time, thank you for blocking the bandit." Lin En raised his lowered eyes, he glanced at Jude with the vertical pupils in his pupils, and said lightly, "I'm just afraid that if you die, no one will pay me." Jude's outstretched palm froze in place, and the smile on his face froze slightly. Then Jude coughed lightly and said with a smile, "I will let someone pay for the payment this time. It's all thanks to you this time." Jude had a faint smile on his face, with a little smile on his face. Sun is estranged. The magicians looked at each other and smiled immediately. Most of them teamed up to complete this commission, and Jude was generous in his actions. Even after a few of them were divided, there were still many. Among them, Harry and Kuei Law looked at each other and felt that the reward this time was too good. The two of them exerted almost no effort. After Jude left, Heartfilia's butler came to everyone with a smile and said to everyone, "Please have a good night's rest today. I will give you your rewards tomorrow." "Yes." The magicians nodded and returned to the residence arranged by the Heartfilia family. They are not afraid that the Heartfilia family will not pay them. Putting aside the fact that a family as large as the Heartfilia family would not lose their integrity just because of this small reward. The Magisters Guild standing behind them was not someone to be trifled with either. Harry and Quora walked cautiously in front of Lin, and returned to the residence of the three of them anxiously. Under the anxious gazes of the two people, Lin En went straight back to his room. Seeing Lin returning to his room, Harry and Quora breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of such a master before? Harry swallowed. When they returned to the villa when they saw Lin, who was bright red and covered in thick blood, he was also shocked by Lin's appearance. He thought Lin had suffered multiple injuries, but they never thought that Lin En's answer would make both of them fall into silence. It's all the enemy's blood. The short 6 words left the two of them speechless. The pungent smell of blood seemed to still surround the tips of their noses. They shuddered and quickly shook their heads, not daring to speculate on Lin En's identity. The next day, Lin woke up naturally after sleeping. When he walked out of the room, he saw Quora and Harry sitting in the living room, and Heartfilia's butler was also sitting in the living room waiting. Mr. Lin, you're awake. Seeing Lin En walk out of the room, the Heartfilia family's butler immediately stood up. With a professional smile on his face, he bowed slightly to Lin En and said with a smile, Mr. Lin En, the master asked me to invite you. Go there. Lin En nodded slightly and walked straight to the bathroom. Wait for me to wash up. After saying that, there was a sound of rushing water in the bathroom. The butler of the Heartfilia family did not rush. He stood with his hands by his side and lowered his head, waiting for Lin. Not long after, Lin walked out of the bathroom. He said to him, let's go. Aren't you going? Walking to the door of the villa, looking at Harry and Quay Law, who had packed their bags and were about to leave, Lin asked with his head tilted. The two of them were immediately frightened, and Quay Law quickly said, our reward €1 trademark S already arrived, we plan to say goodbye to you and leave. Lin En nodded slightly and followed the butler of the Heartfilia family towards the outside of the villa. With his back to the two of them, he waved his arms and said, see you soon. Looking at Lin En's back, the two of them couldn't put the young man in front of them together with the murderous god who was stained red last night. They raised their heads and looked at the tall mountain peak in the distance of the manor. The mountain stream was blasted through. The huge hole was still there. The two shuddered, looked at each other, packed up their bags and walked out of the Heartfilia family's manor. Would it be better to never see each other again? Happy outing and reading. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab it now. Activity period, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 12. Following the butler, Lin En's mind began to wander. What happened to the state last night? What on earth is that negative emotion filling my mind? At that time, there seemed to be nothing in Lin En's mind, only the consciousness of killing filled Lin En's mind. I just want to completely wipe out all life in front of me. I called out to the system in my mind, but the system seemed to be sleeping, with no movement at all. This made Lin feel helpless. I don't know when the negative emotions in my mind will appear again and whether they will affect me. Just as Lin was deep in thought, a voice interrupted Lin. Lin En pulled his mind away from his mind, raised his lowered eyes and looked in front of him. Jude appeared not far ahead with a little blonde Lolita. The butler of the Heartfilia family stopped behind him, bowed slightly to Lin En and said, Mr. Lin, I'm waiting for you. Lin En nodded slightly, stepped forward and walked towards the front door. Jude walked over. Mr. Lin, did you sleep well? Jude asked with a smile on his face, looking at the dark-skinned boy in front of him with a smile. Glancing at the timid little blonde girl in a princess dress, Lin thought to herself, this must be Lucy. He calmly lowered his gaze on Jude, and then said, where is my reward? Seeing Lin En being so straight to the point, Jude's mouth twitched slightly, then took a deep breath, waved behind him, and a maid came to Lin En with a plate. On the plate was a black card. This is the stored value card of the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce, which contains your reward. You can withdraw money at any bank in the Kingdom of Fiori. Lin nodded slightly, reached out, and put the stored value card on the plate into his pocket. After doing all this, Lin tilted his head and glanced at Jude and asked, is there anything else? Jude pointed behind Lin En and said to Lin En, Mr. Lin En, was that what you did last night? Lin En turned around and saw Jude pointing at the half-destroyed mountain peak behind him. Lin En nodded and said, "I did it. Do I have to compensate?" Jude waved his hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin is joking. That mountain is also the property of the Hartfilia family. If it is destroyed, just destroy it." Lin En frowned, glanced at Jude who was smiling and said, "Is there anything else? If nothing else, I'll leave." The purpose of Lin En's trip is actually to see Lucy when she was a child. Now that she has seen her, there is no point in staying here anymore. Seeing Lin En, who was already a little impatient, Jude didn't hesitate. He said slowly, "Mr. Lin En, I heard that you are still just a mercenary in the mercenary union?" Lin En frowned and stared at Jude in front of him. Seeing that Lin En didn't speak, Jude quickly said, "To be honest, I am also entrusted by someone. Someone wants to see Lin En." "Mr." Lin En's eyes were filled with impatience, and he waved his hand and said, "If he wants to see me, let him come to me himself." After saying that, Lin En turned around and walked towards the outside of the manor. Seeing Lin En turn around and leave, Jude quickly called out to Lin En, "Mr. Lin En, someone from the royal family wants to see you." Lin En stopped and turned around slowly. When Jude saw Lin En stopping, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lin En was frightened by the name of the royal family. The next moment, Lin En turned around. He turned around, with a cold look in his eyes, and said to Jude, "I don't care if he is from the royal family or some other chaotic force. If he wants to see me, let him come to me in person." After saying that, Lin En turned around, and suddenly a pair of wings appeared behind Lin En. In Jude's ugly face, Lin En flapped his wings and rushed straight up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the Hartfilia family's manor. Looking at Lin's missing figure in the sky, Jude's face was extremely gloomy. After a while, he sighed heavily and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Jude, who was extremely disappointed, did not notice that Lucy's eyes beside him seemed to be shining with light, looking at the direction where Lin disappeared. Jude did not know that the daughter he had carefully cultivated was just like this. Attracted. "Send the lady back." "Dad, I want to go see Mom." Lucy raised her head, looked at Jude's back and shouted softly. Jude paused, then nodded, and said, "Then don't disturb your mother's rest, okay?" A smile appeared on Xi's face, and she followed the maid towards another villa. Leela Hartfilia was there. Because Leela was ill, Jude arranged a villa for Leela to rest. The noisy Lucy was not allowed to disturb Leela. Jude turned back with a sullen face and said to the maid behind him. The maid nodded, walked to Lucy, took Lucy's white little hand and walked towards the villa. Walking in, Lucy stood at the door of the villa reluctantly, looking back at the sky from time to time. After leaving the Hartfilia family, Lin fluttered his wings and galloped straight towards the Warcraft forest. And wanted to find out what the negative emotions in his mind were that affected his emotions. Lin En used all his strength, and sonic booms continued to explode in the air, causing a lot of noise on the ground. However, they were unable to see what the afterimage in the sky was, and saw an extremely fast afterimage disappear above their heads in an instant. Happy outing and reading. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 13. Back in the Warcraft forest, the air was filled with Lin's familiar scent. Lin fluttered his wings and returned to the place where he had stayed for a year. There were a lot of dead trees placed vertically in the huge open space, and gravel was everywhere. Originally, this place was supposed to be a dense forest, but because of Christine, all the surrounding trees were crushed down, and the boulders were crushed by Christine's huge body. That's why there was such a big open space. When Lin came here, he suddenly smelled a smell in the air. Lin En's vertical pupils suddenly became sharp, and he looked towards the pile of rubble not far away. As expected, above the rubble, an extremely huge, white python was crawling on the rubble. Because the body of the giant python was somewhat similar to the rubble, Lin En did not notice the figure of the giant python for a while. If it weren't for Lin smelling a smell in the air that didn't belong to him and Kristen, Lin might not have been able to spot the giant python. Discover Lin staring at him closely, the giant python with a good IQ also knew that Lin En had discovered him. He slowly raised his body and looked down at Lin En. The sharp snake teeth sparkled under the reflection of the sun. Seeing that the giant python dared to raise his body to challenge him, Lin En's vertical pupils swelled slightly, and a terrifying aura was suddenly released from Lin En's body. At this moment, the birds in the surrounding woods suddenly began to take off, flying towards the sky in panic. There were also many roars of monsters in the forest. The forked tongue spit out from the python's mouth, and the faint sound echoed in Lin's ears. This giant python was not originally from this area, because Lin En killed a lot of monsters around here, which caused a lot of monsters from other areas to come. They didn't know how terrifying Lin was. Only the aborigines in this area knew how terrifying the human being in front of them was. The giant python straightened up its huge body, reaching a height of tens of meters. Lowering his eyes, Lin grinned and said with a chuckle, "What a unique welcome ceremony. But what I hate most is looking up to others." As he spoke, Lin En flapped his wings behind him, and the aura belonging to the dragon clan was released immediately. He let out a loud roar and then rushed straight towards the giant python. Lin En's figure turned into a black afterimage in the air. Appeared in front of the giant python's huge body in the blink of an eye. Without using any magic, Lin En stepped forward and planned to fight the giant python hand to hand. If a human magician saw this, he would definitely exclaim that Lin En was crazy. He actually fought with the monster. The monster's body was notoriously powerful. The giant python roared and twisted its body, trying to crush Lin En's body alive. With claws, scales, and wings, Lin En was now like a real dragon. Powerful power surged directly from Lin En's fist, and punched the python's body instantly. It is said that hitting a snake will hit you 7 inches. Lin didn't know where the 7 inches of the giant python in front of him were, so he hit it all over the body. The huge force almost knocked the giant python's body straight away, and the pain was excruciating. The giant python let out a shrill scream, but this did not stop Lin En. The murderous negative emotions emerged in his mind again, and Lin's eyes gradually turned red, and Lin became crazy and kept tearing at the giant python. The body, bright red blood spilled on the ground, dyeing the gravel and dead wood red. The screams of the giant python filled his ears, and Lin En seemed to be enjoying it, constantly torturing the giant python in front of him. He screamed, and used force with his arms to tear open the giant python's body. Bright red blood sprinkled on Lin En's body, and his red eyes showed a violent murderous intent, which did not subside at all after killing the giant python. Lin kept taking deep breaths, and the violent emotions in his mind receded a lot. Lin sat on the ground and gasped, not knowing what the negative emotions lurking in his mind were, but this thing could completely stop him. It will affect him. If he fails to control this negative emotion, he will be driven into a real madman one day. With a sullen face, darkness gathered in Lin En's hands and tore it apart. The giant python's body was gradually swallowed up and gradually disappeared in front of Lin En. Lin En returned to the Warcraft forest again, but Lin En did not go to fight the Warcraft in the forest as usual. Now Lin En did not need to pass through fighting with Warcraft to control his own abilities. Day after day, Lin En still had no clue about the negative emotions in his mind. However, Lin En found that as long as his emotions did not fluctuate too much, there would be no problem. When he has murderous intent, this emotion will not affect him. Suddenly, Lin suddenly remembered that he had swallowed the dragon soul of Black Dragon King Christine. Could this be the regret of Black Dragon King Christine? Or resentment? Chapter 14. This negative emotion may be Black Dragon King Christine's regret, or resentment. Only this can affect yourself. After all, his own soul only swallowed Christine's dragon soul, and this kind of problem only appeared after that. Thinking of this, Lin En sat cross-legged on the ground, sinking his thoughts into his mind. In his mind, Lin didn't know what form the negative emotions existed in his mind. The violent aura in his heart moved slightly, and a black mist suddenly appeared in Lin En's mind, and then began to merge into his own spirit. He and his own soul began to blend with each other, and with the appearance of the black mist, the violent emotions in his heart were magnified hundreds of times, and he wanted to completely destroy everything in front of him. Lin immediately understood that the black mist that appeared in front of him was the negative emotion. Controlling his soul to touch the black mist, he used his soul to wrap it up. The next moment, all kinds of negative emotions filled Lin's soul. I saw Lin En holding his head in pain. The various negative emotions made Lin En extremely painful. He held his head and screamed on the ground. This is pain deep in the soul, not physical pain. The torture of her soul made Lin extremely painful, and she even wanted to die. Ah! The beast-like roar in his mouth caused the monsters in the surrounding forest to flee wildly. On Lin En's body, waves of darkness began to spread out, firmly covering the entire open space. Lin En's hands, his eyes turned red, and he was mumbling something unclear. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" Lin waved his hands to drive away things that did not exist in front of him. After a long time, the redness in Lin's eyes gradually receded, and Lin's eyes gradually regained some clarity. Lying on the ground, Lin gulped, breathing heavily. After only a slight contact with the black mist, Lin felt as if his soul was polluted. Seeing that the illusion was finally gone, Lin was relieved. It was painful, but Lin En was immersed in his mind again. It could be seen that the black mist had been dissipated a little. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see it, but Lin En's eyes flashed with joy, but he thought of the pain he had just suffered. The vertical pupils in Lin En's eyes could not help but shrink slightly. Overall, this wasting black mist was just a drop in the bucket. If he wanted to swallow up all the negative emotions in his mind, he would probably suffer for a long time. Although it was painful, Lin En could clearly feel that his soul had been strengthened a lot. It seemed that the dragon soul that had swallowed Christine had not completely merged with his original soul. The intensity is really integrated with Christine's dragon soul. After opening his eyes again, it is not known whether it is Lin or Christine. The system must have blocked most of Christine's dragon soul for him to slowly absorb in the future. And most of this dragon soul contains Christine's endless resentment. This is why Lin absorbs Christine's dragon soul and has no self. The conscious dragon soul mistakenly thought that Lin En was Christine, so negative emotions and dragon souls burst out one after another, which affected Lin En's self-emotions. Lying on the ground with big characters, Lin En let out a heavy breath. There was a smile on Lang Han's face. Now that the reason has been found, there is no need to be afraid of what is going on. If the dragon soul cannot be completely swallowed, the negative emotions existing in the dragon soul will disappear sooner or later. In order to influence himself into a madman who only knows about killing, Lin En decided to temporarily live in this monster forest until he could completely devour the dragon soul. In the next day, Lin En would only spend time eating, drinking and eating. All used to erase the negative emotions in his mind and swallow the dragon soul in his mind. Every day after Lin En erases the violent negative emotions, his soul will become stronger. Although Lin En has suffered a lot of torture and pain, the strength of Lin En's soul is also constantly increasing, which also makes Lin En very motivated. Although the dragon soul swallowed every day is just a drop of water in the ocean, as Lin En's soul continues to increase, Lin En can become stronger every day. The number of dragon souls he swallowed also increased, and as the dragon souls were swallowed one by Lin En's soul became stronger and stronger, and Lin En's own magic power began to increase. Now Lin En no longer knows that his strength has reached what level. A year has passed like this. Feeling that the negative emotions about the size of a human figure in his mind were completely dissipated, Lin En suddenly opened his eyes, with a touch of excitement in the vertical pupils in his eyes. For a year, Lin En continued to improve his soul, and finally, from a drop of it at the beginning, to now being able to completely eradicate negative emotions the size of a human. Only Lin En knows how much hardship he endured. Lin En wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and completely devoured the last dragon soul in his mind. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Lin En's mouth. It is finally over. Chapter 15. It is finally over. Lin En revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, lowered his head and looked at his slightly dark hands, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Lin En has now completely devoured the dragon soul of Black Dragon King Christine, and the negative energy contained in the dragon soul has been completely wiped out by Lin En. In the future, he no longer has to worry about being negatively affected by Black Dragon King Christine. Emotions affect yourself. And now that Lin has completely absorbed Christine's dragon soul, the strength of his soul is countless times stronger than before. At the same time, his own magic power has also increased several times. Now Lin En doesn't even know what level his strength has reached. The strength of the soul is linked to magic power, and Lin's physical body is constantly getting stronger as time goes by. This is the racial strength of the dragon clan. Roar! Feeling his own profound magic power, Lin En couldn't help but let out an excited roar. The monsters in the forest were frightened by Lin En's voice and fled in all directions. The birds in the sky also flew around in panic. Slowly exhaling, Lin looked at the piles of rubble. This is the place where he has stayed the longest since he came to this world, but this time he will not leave again. The opportunity will come back here again. Lin stood up and glanced around slowly. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden tremor in the bushes in front of him, and his eyes suddenly stopped. Lin's vertical eyes suddenly became serious, and he looked sharply into the trembling bushes. Lin En's hearing was extremely powerful, and he heard a human voice coming from the bushes. Said, "Believe me, it must be right, there must be an exit behind this." Tisk, you've said this many times. As the sound got closer and closer, two figures walked out of the bushes. Two figures, one old and one young, appeared in Lin En's sight. The old man among them was short in stature, but he exuded a very powerful energy. The breath made Lin En solemn. When he saw the two of them walking out of the forest, the old man raised his head proudly and said to the young man beside him, "Did you see that? I just said that I must be right. This is the exit." But the young man did not answer the old man's words, and looked directly behind the old man. The old man turned around and murmured to himself, "What's behind this? Why is it ignoring me?" After turning around, the old man saw Lin En standing among the rubble, wearing black clothes. The old man was slightly startled, with a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes, and then he stretched out his hand to protect the young man under his arms. Behind him, he looked at Lin En with solemn eyes. "We, the grandfather and grandson, did not know that this is your residence and entered here by mistake. Please forgive us and we will leave now." As he said that, the old man pulled the young man and got into the bushes behind him, ignoring the young man's struggle. Lin En did not hide the magic power and aura emanating from his body. The old man could tell at a glance that Lin En was extremely powerful. Even there was no guarantee that Lin En could be captured, but the young man continued to struggle in the old man's hands, staring directly at Lin En and shouting, "Old man, let me go. He smells like a dragon." The young man's words made the old man stop immediately, and looked at Lin En with a little surprise in his eyes. The old man looked at Lin En apologetically, and then said to the young man with a heavy face, "He is very dangerous. Let's get out of here quickly." "I do not want. I'm looking for Igneel." The boy kept struggling in the old man's hands, trying hard to rush to Lin En and ask clearly. When these two people appeared, Lin En had already recognized the identities of these two people. The president of Fairy Tale, Makarov Dolia. And the male protagonist of the original fairy tale, Natsu Dragneel. Makarov looked heavy, but still released his grip on Natsu and looked at him solemnly. Lin stood motionless in the distance. After breaking free from Makarov's hand, Natsu rushed towards Lin's direction with expectation in his eyes. He looked at Lin and asked, "Do you know Igneel? You smell like a dragon, you must know where Igneel is, right?" Natsu's eyes were extremely expectant, staring straight at Lin. In Natsu's expectant eyes, Lin slowly raised his lowered eyes, and after glancing at Natsu's face, the corners of his mouth outlining a faint arc, he said, "What Igneel doesn't recognize, the reason why I smell like a dragon is because I ate a dragon." After the words fell, both Natsu and Makarov were startled. Makarov looked at Lin blankly. Eat a dragon? Makarov believes that dragons exist in this world. But he didn't expect that in just a few days, he would meet two teenagers who were related to dragons. Not to mention that one of them was raised by a dragon, and the other even said that he ate a dragon. "You're lying." After Natsu reacted, he immediately stared at Lin En with anger and shouted, "Natsu! Don't be unreasonable." Seeing Natsu's appearance, Makarov was immediately frightened and quickly yelled at Natsu. "The dragon is so strong, how could it be eaten by you? You obviously look no older than me." Natsu stared, looking at Lin with disbelief in his eyes. "That's because you're a waste. You are not qualified to compare with me." Lin raised the corners of her lips, looked at Naz mercilessly and said contemptuously, "Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 16. Because you are weak, you are not qualified to compare with me." Lin tilted his head, raised the corners of his lips and looked at the young man in front of him. There was a hint of contempt in the vertical pupils of his eyes, and he said to Natsu unabashedly. As soon as Lin's words fell, Makarov husband and Naz were both stunned on the spot. Naz reacted, anger flashed in his eyes, and he yelled at Lin, "Say it again. I said you are a waste. Is this the only skill that comes out of the dragon sect?" The joking in his eyes turned into ice coldness, and a terrifying aura emanated from Lin's body. Natsu's expression changed slightly. He had only felt this aura from Igneel. Human beings, how could there be a dragon's aura? Natsu gritted his teeth, stared at Lin angrily, and squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. "I will not allow anyone to insult Igneel. You apologize to me." Natsu's body ignited with flames, and his eyes glared at Lin. "Apologize? See if you have that strength." Lin curled his lips, and a touch of darkness spread out from Lin's body. It immediately spread to the ground and spread to the surroundings at any time along the ground. Makarov wanted to step forward and take Natsu away, but before he could act, he heard Lin En said coldly, "Your Excellency Makarov, if you do it casually, I can't guarantee this kid's life or death." Lin's words immediately made Makarov's hands and feet go cold. But he stopped moving forward. The iron fist of the fire dragon. The flames wrapped around Natsu's fists. Natsu withstood the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin's body, rushed forward, and thrust his fist straight into Lin's face. Boom! Before the fist wrapped in flames touched Lin, Natsu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The next moment, he was kicked out by Lin and landed heavily on the rubble. Holding his stomach, Natsu spat out a mouthful of transparent liquid. The heartbreaking pain continued to come, making Natsu almost lose the strength to stand up again. The teasing look in Lin's eyes made Natsu grit his teeth. "Stand up. I must make you apologize." Natsu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of stubbornness and anger towards Lin. The flames on his body became more and more intense, gradually covering Natsu's body. Makarov stood in the distance anxiously, wanting to go to bed. He stepped forward to stop Lin En, but he was afraid that he would anger Lin En and make Lin En kill Natsu. With a flick of his lips, Natsu stood up from the ground, shaking as if he would fall down at any time. Zi still stood on the ground and glared at Lin En in front of him. Let you know. The skills Igneel taught me. After saying that, a magic circle condensed in Natsu's mouth, and the continuous fire magic molecules around him converged towards Natsu's mouth. The magic power all over his body was mobilized and condensed towards his mouth. Fire dragons, roar! A raging flame instantly spurted out from Natsu's mouth and swept towards Lin En. The high-temperature flame instantly ignited the dead wood on the ground and melted the gravel. Look at the flame that appeared in front of you in the blink of an eye. Dragon breath! A look of surprise flashed in Lin En's eyes, and then there was a compliment. However, Makarov became a little worried when he saw this scene. Whether this move can hurt Lin En is another matter. If Lin En was injured by this move, how would they leave the Warcraft forest? The next moment, Lin En opened his mouth and a black magic came out of his mouth. The formation began to condense, and the raging flames were instantly sucked into the black magic formation. Within a few breaths, the pillar of fire that Natsu sprayed was swallowed up by Lin, and a shock flashed in Makarov's eyes. The husband looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Because of this roar, the magic power in Natsu's body had been drained, and he looked at Lin En in disbelief with a pale face. Impossible! How could you possibly eat my flames? Lin grinned, looked at Natsu and said with a smile, thanks for the hospitality. Seeing the smile on Lin En's slightly dark face, Natsu suddenly became angry. Although there was no magic power in his body, he still staggered forward to fight. Lin En curled his lips and came to Naz in an instant. In front of Zi, a hand knife hit Natsu's neck. Natsu's eyes suddenly rolled and he fainted, falling limply to the ground. Lin stretched out his hand and took Natsu's arm, pointing him directly towards the horse. Karloff threw him in the direction. Makarov quickly became huge and caught Natsu. He looked at Lin suspiciously and pointed to the other side and said to the two of them, if you keep walking in this direction, you can leave the world of Warcraft forest in about 2 days. Makarov was slightly startled and looked at Lin's back. Seeing Lin turning around to leave, Makarov quickly shouted, child, what's your name? Lin En paused and said without looking back, Lin. Child, where are you going? Seeing that Lin En was alone, Makarov suddenly had an idea in his mind and hurriedly shouted at Lin En's back. Lin En stopped and kept thinking about it in his mind. Where is he going now? See, Lin stopped, and Makarov knew that his opportunity had come and quickly said to Lin, if you don't know where to go, go to my guild. Brothers, don't miss it when you pass by. Those who are rich will support you with money, and those who have no money will support you personally. Please give me some flowers and comment votes. Chapter 17. If you don't know where to go, come to my guild. Makarov looked directly at Lin with earnest eyes. Although Fairy Tale is now considered to be the middle and upper reaches of the Fiori Kingdom, there are also many talented young magicians in the guild. But Makarov noticed Lin's talent and strength. Lin seemed to be about the same age as Natsu, and his strength had already reached this point. Makarov was naturally very jealous of Lin. By joining Fairy Tale's strength can reach another level. Lin stopped and looked at Makarov with interest. Lin met Makarov's earnest eyes, and raised the corners of his lips, looked at Makarov not far away and said with a smile, are you sure? Makarov was slightly startled. Looking at the malicious smile on Lin's face, he suddenly felt a little hesitant in his heart, but then he nodded and said, as the president of the Magisters Guild, for it is my duty to guide the lost children. Lin curled up the corner of his mouth. Seeing Makarov's righteous expression, Lin touched his chin with a look of thought in his eyes. After coming to the world of Fairy Tale, Lin has been thinking about what to do. Live. Now that he has the strength to protect himself, he may be able to meet the original characters in this world. Seeing Lin's silence, Makarov's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he looked forward to it. He looked straight at Lin En. After thinking for a long time, Lin En calmed down and nodded slightly to Makarov. "Let's go and have a look with you." Makarov breathed a sigh of relief, and a joyful look flashed in his eyes. "Okay, let's have a night's rest and set off tomorrow." Makarov held Natsu's body and looked at Lin with a smile. At this moment, Lin seemed to find it pleasing to the eye. Lin found a place to sit down by himself, closing his eyes and feeling. Lin En could feel that there seemed to be a little more unusual magic power in his body after swallowing Natsu's fire dragon breath. Lin En stretched out his palm tentatively, and with a thought, a flame suddenly rose in Lin En's palm. Although the flame was extremely weak, Lin En could feel the scorching heat on it. A look of surprise flashed in Lin En's eyes. He tried to inject magic into the flames, and the originally weak flames suddenly burst into flames, and the sky was instantly dyed with blazing flames. A blaze of red. Not far away, Makarov suddenly felt the surging magic power in Lin En's body, and immediately looked at Lin En, and then saw the surging red flame in Lin En's hand with a look of shock. The color flashed. He had seen this flame before. Isn't this the dragon fire on Natsu? But how could Lin use this kind of flame? He knew that Natsu was a dragon slayer. The magic used was also the lost magic, the dragon-slaying magic. The scorching heat caused the surrounding dead wood to begin to burn, and the entire open space was enveloped in flames within a moment, turning into a sea of fire. Although the surrounding red flames were extremely hot, but Lin En couldn't feel the slightest burning sensation. He suddenly closed his palms, and the crimson flames that shot up into the sky were crushed by Lin En on the spot, turning into scarlet flames and dissipating in the air. Call. A breath of turbid breath came out of Lin En's mouth. Lin En could feel that the raging fire magic power in his body had increased a lot. He could now use fire dragon slaying magic. The high temperature around him made Natsu spin around in the coma. When he woke up, seeing the raging flames spreading around him, a look of confusion flashed in Natsu's eyes. Then he saw Lin standing in the flames, and Natsu quickly looked at Makarov beside him. "Old man, what happened?" Makarov stared blankly at Lin in the flames, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible?" Before Natsu could figure out what was happening, he only heard Makarov's mumbling. Frowning, Natsu yelled noisily at Lin, who was in the flames. "You black boy! Come out quickly! I want you to apologize to Igneel." As he spoke, Natsu ignored the flames around him. He stepped directly towards Lin, who was in the flames. Natsu completely ignored the flames around him and walked towards Lin, who was standing in the flames. The next moment, as soon as his arm touched the burning red flames, Natsu's pupils suddenly shrank and he stepped back. Looking at his burned forearm, Natsu had a look of disbelief in his eyes. How could he be injured by the flames? You must know that the fire dragon slaying magic that Igneel taught him can swallow flames and use flames to replenish his physical strength. The dragon's claws can tear into flames, the dragon's scales can defend against all fires, and the dragon's intestines can digest fire. But now he was burned by the flames, which made Natsu look shocked. Chapter 18. "You, what kind of flame are you? How could it possibly burn me?" There was a slight tremor in Natsu's voice, and he felt that his belief had been impacted. This was completely different from what Igneel had taught him. Igneel had clearly said that the dragon's scales could withstand all attacks. Flame. Natsu lowered his head and looked at the burn wound on his arm. There was a strong burnt smell in his eyes, but Natsu felt a hint of disbelief in the flames. There was a very familiar smell, which was why Natsu didn't believe it. The smell was the same as the flames that Igneel breathed out. Hearing Natsu's voice, Lin relaxed. He slowly raised his head with a slight smile on his face, and without answering Natsu's question, he smiled at Natsu and asked, "Don't you think this flame is familiar to you?" Lin's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Natsu's heart. Before thinking of Lin's previous words, "Lin, he ate a dragon." Natsu's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, with fire all over his body. He roared at Lin, "What did you do to Igneel? Give me back Igneel. As he said this, Natsu was filled with flames and charged straight towards Lin. The iron fist of the fire dragon. The fists were filled with flames, and they hit Lin En's face straight. The next moment, before Natsu could get close to Lin En, he felt his eyes spinning, and in an instant he saw that he was getting farther and farther away from Lin En. If you continue to take action, I will think that you are challenging me to life and death, and I will not be so merciful next time. Lin En stood there, with a hint of chill in the vertical pupils in his eyes. Red flames ignited on Lin En's body and spread on Lin En's arms. As the red flames spread, another red flame appeared on his body. The darkness spread out, covering the red flames. Natsu wiped the scarlet corners of his mouth, with hatred in his eyes. At this moment, Natsu had already determined that Lin was the cause of Igneel's disappearance. The culprit. As long as he can kill Lin completely, he can bring Igneel back. Natsu's eyes were scarlet, and the blazing flames came out of Natsu's body. The darkness began to gradually spread towards the ground. Stop! Just when Natsu was about to take action, Makarov behind him suddenly let out a dull roar, and then ducked in front of Natsu. Looking at the strong and burly Makarov in front of him, Natsu's eyes with a look of hatred in his face, he stared at Lin En in the distance and growled, "Old man, please leave it alone. I must avenge Igneel." Makarov covered his head, with a look of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Natsu in his hand. Ignoring the burning heat in his palm, Makarov said to Natsu in a calm voice, "Natsu, things are not what you think. The disappearance of Lin and Igneel has nothing to do with it." "How can it be? The fire on him smells like Igneel and me. That must be the dragon's flame." Natsu struggled in Makarov's hand, growling continuously in his throat. Seeing Makarov take action, Lin curled his lips, and then the darkness wrapped around him dissipated. Although Natsu is the protagonist of the original fairy tale, and Lin doesn't want to be his enemy. However, if Natsu insists on taking action, Lin will not show mercy to Natsu. With his powerful power, Lin's state of mind is no longer the same as before. He was very wrong. Makarov squeezed his palm hard, and Natsu groaned, but he still stared at Lin persistently. "I believe it would be the case." Makarov let go of his hand, and Natsu would rush towards Lin immediately. Makarov said in a deep voice, "Natsu, listen to me." Makarov's deep voice made Natsu wake up a little, but he still stared at Lin with hatred. Then Makarov told what he had seen before. Naz heard that Makarov at the words of her husband, a flash of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Just by swallowing his own flames, he actually learned his own magic. This was something that Igneel had taught him personally and had to work hard for many years. But this was how Lin En did it. He mastered his magic easily. Natsu didn't believe it, but the words came out of Makarov's mouth, so Natsu had to believe it. After a long silence, Natsu said in a low voice, "I understand, old man, please let me go. After I let you go, you are not allowed to be impulsive again. Lin is already a partner in our guild. The iron rule of fairy tale is that you are not allowed to attack your partners." Makarov slowly released his palm and placed Natsu in his palm on the ground. Natsu paused in his steps. Although the flames on his body dissipated, he still looked at Lin with a slightly not kind. After hearing Makarov's words, Lin was still a little shocked to join fairy tale. "Hello. Old man, I didn't agree to join your guild. Please vote for some flower reviews. Big guys, use your little hands to make a fortune." Chapter 19. "Hey, old man. I didn't agree to join your guild." Before Natsu could speak, Lin in the distance heard Makarov's words and immediately retorted. Makarov's face froze, then he laughed and said, "It doesn't matter, you didn't promise me anyway, I'm going to my guild. I believe that as long as you go to my guild, you will definitely be attracted by my guild environment." Makarov's eyes were full of pride. Lin remained silent. Under Makarov's advice, Natsu slowly believed Makarov's words. He looked at Lin as well. No more hatred. With Lin leading the way, the three of them quickly walked out of the Warcraft forest. Natsu was lying in the carriage with a pale look on his face. The husband looked at Natsu, who was lying in the car without love, and then looked at Lin, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. They were both dragon slayers. Why? The gap is so big. Makarov couldn't help but think of the other dragon slayer in the guild, Laxus. Although Laxus was the dragon slayer who was implanted with the dragon slayer crystal. But I didn't seem to have seen Laxus take any transportation. Could it be that the dragon slayer's weakness was transportation? After shaking his head, Makarov also closed his eyes and rested on the carriage. He stood up. He didn't pay attention to Natsu, who was lying on the ground. As the carriage shook, Natsu's screams continued until they turned into faint moans for 2 or 3 days. After the torture, the three finally arrived at Magnolia, the town where Fairy Tale is located. The three stepped off the train, and the look of despair on Natsu's face suddenly disappeared. After taking a breath, Natsu asked Makarov tremblingly, "Old man, are we here?" Makarov nodded, pointed to the straight road ahead and said, "Go straight ahead from here, and it's my guild." Fairy Tale. Natsu's eyes lit up. It wasn't because he arrived at Fairy Tale. He finally didn't have to take transportation anymore. Natsu cheered, but the next moment his legs weakened and fell to the ground because of the motion sickness he had suffered for several days. Makarov had a look on his face. He looked at Natsu beside him complicatedly, and then turned his gaze to Lin on the other side. He saw Lin scanning the surrounding streets with curiosity in his eyes. Love raised his head and asked proudly, "How do you feel?" Lin glanced at Makarov with a strange face, and then walked towards the outside of Magnolia Station. The next moment, Lin's muttering reached Makarov's ears, making Makarov's face full of black lines. "I don't understand why this smelly old man is so proud. Does this city belong to him?" Looking at Lin's back in black casual clothes, Makarov let out a heavy breath. Now Fairy Tale is really going to be a shelter for strange little ghosts. Thinking of the few brats in the guild, Makarov couldn't help but cover his head with helplessness on his face. Plus Natsu and Lin now. The next generation of Fairy Tale is undoubtedly very powerful. But these little devils also have all kinds of strange personalities. Although Lin has not admitted to joining Fairy Tale, Makarov has regarded Lin as a member of Fairy Tale. Shaking his head, Makarov drove these strange thoughts out of his mind, stretched out his hand and pulled Natsu's collar, dragging Natsu towards the outside of the station. On the street, the residents of Magnolia saw Makarov and greeted the short old man with kindness and respect. Lin and Natsu followed Makarov. Natsu looked completely dissatisfied with Lin and turned his head aside. Lin didn't know what Natsu was feeling right now. Seeing that Natsu ignored her, Lin was happy as well, and the old god followed Makarov comfortably. Walking along the luxurious streets of Magnolia, I soon saw a tall building. Standing outside this building, Makarov turned around and said proudly, "This is my guild." Fairy Tale. Makarov closed his eyes, folded his arms, and waited. The two little devils in front of him exclaimed. The next moment, before Natsu and Lin could speak, suddenly a wine bottle flew out of the guild and landed directly on Makarov's head. Boom! The wine bottle hit the bullseye and made a dull sound. Whew! It sounds like a good start. Lin immediately raised the corners of his lips, folded his arms and looked at the scene in front of him. A look of surprise flashed across Natsu's face, and then he let out an exclamation. Makarov stood up with a dark face. A small bump has appeared on his head, but it looks extremely abrupt on Makarov's bald head. Brats! What are you doing? Makarov kicked open the guild door. The noisy sound made Makarov's mouth twitch and let out a deafening roar. As Makarov's voice fell, the noise in the guild suddenly stopped. Brothers, use your little hands to make a fortune. Those who are rich will support you with money, and those who have no money will support you with personal support. Please give some flowers and comment votes to support it. Chapter 20. Makarov had a dark face and glanced around the guild, then fell on the two people in the guild. Kana. Gray. As his anger increased, Makarov's body began to gradually become huge. The sunlight outside the door shone on Makarov's body, stretching his already tall shadow to an extremely long and narrow shape. You two brats! Makarov roared and grabbed Kana and Gray directly in his hands. His red eyes stared directly at Gray and Kana in his hands. Old man, don't get excited. President, let me go. Kana's red face and the smell of alcohol emanating from her body showed that she had drunk too much. Gray had already taken off his clothes without knowing when, leaving only a pair of underwear. Standing in Makaronatsu, who was behind his husband, felt that the naked man was not pleasing to his eyes from the first moment he saw Gray, and the next moment he started to laugh at him. Is this perverted man also a magician? Old man. Natsu's words immediately caught Gray's eyes. The moment their eyes met, intense fire suddenly emitted. Hang your eyes, kid. Who do you think is a pervert? Gray's face was dark, and he roared at Natsu behind Makarov. Who else, isn't it you? Perverted naked man. Natsu pressed his nose, pointed at Gray with a split-mouthed laugh, and mocked. Gray was startled and quickly lowered his head to look at himself. He saw that the clothes on his body had disappeared at some point, and he couldn't help but feel. He exclaimed, when? Did you just discover it? All the magicians in the guild were shocked when they saw Gray, and they all shouted. Perhaps because he took off his clothes so quickly, Gray put on his clothes in less than a while. Makarov looked calmly and stared. He looked at the people in the guild and looked away as if they were doing something wrong, not meeting Makarov's eyes. Snort. I just want to be away for a while. Do you really have to do something? Makarov snorted coldly, but he didn't pursue this issue too much. After all, what kind of characters are these guys in his guild? How could he not know it himself? President, who are these two brats? Why did you bring back two brats as soon as you left home? That's right, President, is our guild a nursery? We go to the guild all day long to bring back some little devils. At this time, everyone in the guild also saw Lin and Natsu at the door, and asked them curiously. Although most people's voices were filled with kindness, their words were mocking Karloff. Makarov snorted, looked at the people in front of him and said, what do you know? Lin and Natsu are very powerful. Everyone was slightly startled. You must know that Makarov is one of the top 10 magicians in the Holy Saints. He can be called very strong by Makarov. Then you can imagine the strength of Natsu and Lin. And Natsu's magic is legendary magic. Lost magic. Dragon-slaying magic. As Makarov's voice fell, everyone was suddenly surprised. They kept looking at Natsu. Dragon-slaying magic. Natsu raised his head proudly, standing in front of everyone with extremely proud eyes, holding his arms. His arms were invincible to everyone. At this moment, a disdainful voice reached everyone's ears. Cut. He's just a kid with hanging eyes. What are you talking about, perverted naked man? Natsu suddenly became furious, glaring at Gray with his arms folded in the corner, disdainful. I'm talking about you, you little brat. Anger suddenly burst out from the two of them, and their heads hit each other hard, making a dull crashing sound. Just as the two were about to take action, Makarov punched the two of them hard on the head with a black face. Roared, stop it! Lin stood aside, folding his arms and watching the scene in front of him with interest. The picture in his mind gradually overlapped with the scene in front of him. The corners of Lin's mouth were slightly raised, and he listened to the dull sound coming from the two heads. I couldn't help but smile in my heart. Two good heads again. And him, Lin. Then Makarov set his eyes on Lin and said proudly, Lin is a genius that I only recruited after going through all kinds of difficulties. Everyone looked at Lin and curiously, wondering what magic this ordinary-looking boy with dark skin had. Everyone focused their attention on Lin and, waiting for Makarov's explanation. But after waiting for a long time, not hearing Makarov's voice again, everyone turned their heads and looked at Makarov. Makarov scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, I don't know Lin's ability either. What is it? Then what are you proud of? When Makarov's voice fell, everyone roared, causing Makarov to turn his back for a moment. Ahem, Lin, please introduce yourself to everyone. Makarov coughed lightly, and then turned his expectant eyes to Lin. Seeing everyone's eyes falling on him again, Lin folded his arms and leaned against the door, and said calmly, Lin, the Dragon Slayer of Darkness. As Lin's words fell, everyone in the guild widened their eyes and all focused on Lin, including Natsu and Makarov. Are you also a Dragon Slayer? Brothers, I have read every comment in the comment area and have thought about the problem. However, because the account is not bound to a mobile phone number, I cannot reply to comments in the comment area. I hope that if you have any other questions in the future, you can point out in the comment area that if you have extra flowers and evaluation votes, I hope you can support me more, thank you. Chapter 21. Not only the magicians of fairy tale, but also Makarov were shocked by Lin's words. Although he had heard about Lin eating a dragon before, Makarov did not take it to heart. Although Lin N is very strong, how can he be the opponent of Yulong? But now after hearing about Lin's magic, Makarov couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. Maybe what Lin said before is true. If Lin is really a dragon slayer, maybe he can actually fight a dragon. It's no wonder Makarov has such thoughts. It's just that the Black Dragon acknowledges slaughtered all the dragons 400 years ago, leaving basically no dragons alive on this continent. Even though Makarov is now one of the 10 holy wizards, he has never actually seen a dragon. I have never seen the true power of the dragon clan. Lin N did not reveal his dragon abilities and disguised himself as a dragon slayer. Anyway, there is no difference between my magic and dragon slaying magic. Natsu was the only one in the audience who looked like this and nodded, not at all surprised. Gray glanced at Natsu and said, this little devil is not surprised at all. Of course, I have already said that Lin smells like a dragon, so he must be a dragon slayer. Natsu raised his head proudly and said as if he had known about this for a long time. The smell of dragon. Everyone was startled when they heard this and turned their attention to Makarov. Makarov took a deep breath and then said Natsu said that he was raised by a dragon, and then the dragon taught Natsu this is dragon-killing magic. Makarov's words exploded instantly in fairy tale like a depth bomb. Everyone was shocked from ear to ear by Makarov's words. Is it possible that dragons really exist in this world? No. There was a look of doubt in the young man's eyes, and his doubtful eyes kept falling on Natsu. But in the face of everyone's doubts, Natsu raised his face angrily and shouted Igneel exists. Seeing that Natsu was getting angry, everyone quickly dispersed their questioning eyes. However, Lin did not introduce the origin of his magic. Makarov also did not say what Lin said before. Otherwise, this would be worse than it's even more shocking that Natsu was raised by a dragon. 400 years ago, the dragons were the masters of the world, and humans could only be reduced to slaves and food. But at this time, Lin N said that he had eaten a dragon. The door of the guild was pushed open again. A girl in armor walked into the guild, frowning and looking around the guild. Her frown suddenly made many people around her change their expressions. Oops! Why is Urza back? When? Run! The many magicians surrounding Makarov dispersed in a hurry, including Gray and Kana who were beside Makarov. Only 3 people stayed in place. Urza frowned deeply. Seeing the messy guild, he yelled at Makarov guild master. What the hell does this happen? Could it be that you are also messing around with them? Seeing the serious girl with long crimson hair in front of him, a drop of cold sweat suddenly dropped from Makarov's forehead. He didn't know why he became nervous. He quickly waved his hand at Urza and said, "It's not me. I don't know what happened, I just returned to the guild." After hearing this, Urza's frown dissipated a lot. Then her eyes fell on the pink-haired little devil next to Makarov and Lin. Seeing Urza turn her eyes falling on Lin and Natsu, Makarov quickly introduced they have just joined the partners, Natsu and Lin. A flash of kindness flashed in Urza's eyes. She came to the two of them with a smile, stretched out her hand to Lin and said, "Welcome to Fairy Tale. I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Urza. Skewcarrot." Seeing the armor-covered palm in front of him, Lin stretched out his hand and shook Urza's hand, and said with a smile, "Lin. Hello. You woman, are you very strong? Why are everyone so afraid of you?" Urza raised a brow, and then looked at the pink-haired brat. She saw Natsu with his hands on his hips, a rebellious expression in his eyebrows, and shouted at Urza shamelessly. "Don't you know that you should use honorifics to your seniors?" A dangerous aura flashed in Urza's eyes, and then she walked towards Natsu step by step. In the corner of the guild, Gray grinned when he saw this scene, and said to the people beside him, "The kid with hanging eyes is going to die. How dare you provoke Urza?" When the magicians around heard Gray's words, they all nodded in agreement. The old man said that all the magicians in Fairy Tale are very powerful, and it seems that you should be the strongest. Come and fight with me. Natsu had fighting intent in his eyes, flames ignited on his fists, and he yelled at Urza. Boom! Before Natsu could take action, Urza, who walked up to Natsu, raised her arm high and punched Natsu's head hard. A dull voice came from Natsu's head. And then a bulge the size of a fist appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin En, who was watching the game, couldn't help but praise him. He is indeed the protagonist. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Grab 100 VIP coupons now. Chapter 22. With a heavy punch, Natsu fainted immediately. Seeing Urza who could knock out Natsu with one punch, Lin thought to herself as expected of Urza. Well, Lin, welcome to Fairy Tale. The corner of Makarov's mouth twitched slightly, but he still did not speak to reprimand Urza. Makarov turned his gaze to Lin and said to Lin with a smile. Lin crossed his arms and looked at the guild. He glanced around, then looked at Makarov and said with a smile, "Please give me your advice, President." After seeing Lin agreeing to join Fairy Tale, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. Although Makarov was very confident in his guild, he was still really afraid that Lin would not want to join Fairy Tale. Makarov could see that Lin had great power, but Lin's goal was very confused. Makarov didn't want to see such a talented child fall into darkness because of confusion. As the president of Fairy Tale, I have the responsibility to lead a fan children moving towards the light. Come on, choose the color you want and where to engrave the guild crest. Makarov took out a coat of arms from his arms and asked Lin with a smile. Lin pondered for a moment, then stretched out his palm and put the back of his hand on Makarov's in front of him. He said, "It's black, just tattoo it here." Makarov nodded slightly, and then twisted on the coat of arms for a while. The coat of arms was covered on the back of Lin's hand, and the next moment Lin felt a little warm feeling on the back of his hand. As the coat of arms was taken off, a black tattoo appeared on the back of Lin's hand. Urza stood aside and looked at the scene with a smile. Urza smiled at Lin and said, "Welcome to Fairy Tale, we will be a family from now on." Lin En was slightly startled and murmured, "Family?" The people around him who were afraid of Urza also appeared around Lin En at this time, all with kind smiles on their faces. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he smiled at Urza and said, "I'll ask for your advice in the future." Not long after, Natsu, who was in a coma, also woke up. Makarov also stamped Natsu with his guild crest. As the two people joined the guild, the magicians in the guild laughed. To celebrate the addition of a new partner to the guild, let's have a banquet today. The commotion resounded in the guild, and the atmosphere of joy enveloped everyone in Fairy Tale. Natsu and Gray in the crowd stared at each other, but because Urza was sitting beside them, the two of them not daring to go any further, he could only stare at the other party with angry eyes. "Try this." Lin sat on the bar, looking at the magicians around him, with a smile on his lips. At this time, a figure came to Lin's side and handed a wine bottle to Lin. He smiled and said to Lin, "How can a man not drink?" I turned around and saw a girl in cool clothes and holding a large wine barrel coming to me at some point. Her bronze skin was a little red. "My name is Kana, please give me some advice." Kana grinned and knocked the wine barrel in her arms against the wine bottle in Lin's hand. The next moment she hugged the wine barrel and started drinking. Just after Kana put down the wine barrel in her hand, she saw Lin without making a move. Kana's eyes suddenly became sharp and she looked at Lin and said, "You don't want to raise fish, do you? You don't want to skip my bar?" Looking at the glass of wine in front of him, Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Under Kana's sharp gaze, Lin raised the bottle in his hand and took a swig. Kana nodded with satisfaction and hugged the barrel. Leaving Lin's side, Urza sat on Lin's other side, looking expectantly at a small cake decorated with a bright red strawberry. Lin looked at this scene with interest. Urza didn't bother her. But Urza seemed to be looking at Lin and felt uncomfortable. She looked over at Lin and felt suddenly in her heart. An ominous premonition arose. "Do you want to eat this?" Urza's eyes became wary, and she pointed at the strawberry cake in front of her and asked Lin. Whenever Lin said the word "want to eat," Urza would hold the strawberry cake in front of her. She disappeared here immediately. Fortunately, when she saw Lin and shaking her head, Urza let out a heavy breath, but the vigilance in her eyes did not dissipate much as she tasted the strawberry cake in front of her. After finishing, Urza finally dissipated the wary look in her eyes. "I'm done eating. Thanks for the treat." After a night of commotion, as the banquet ended, everyone gradually left Fairy Tale and returned to their residences as the noise disappeared. Because Lin and Natsu had just arrived and didn't have their own place to live yet, Makarov arranged a dormitory for them. Lin was lying on the bed with her arms pillowed on her head, and the sound of Natsu's even breathing could be heard in her ears. Lin quietly looked at the bright moon outside the window. My mood gradually relaxed, and the next moment I felt sleepy. Lin fell into a deep sleep within a short while. Chapter 23. Urza. I want to challenge you. In the Fairy Tale Guild, many magicians were walking around the guild. At this time, a voice full of fighting spirit sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked along the sound and saw a pink-haired boy. The girl with long crimson hair looked forward excitedly, with a strong fighting spirit in her eyes. "Natsu, I don't have time to play with you now." After Urza glanced at Natsu, she directly moved her eyes away from Natsu and landed on the commission board in front of her. After hearing Urza's words, stripes of black flashed across Natsu's forehead. Line, dissatisfied and shouted at Urza's back, "I'm not playing with you. Urza. I want to challenge you." Natsu's whole body ignited with flames, and he yelled at Urza's back. As he said that, without waiting for Urza to reply, Natsu was wrapped in flames and rushed towards Urza. "I said that. I don't have time to play with you." The next moment, a fist fell on Natsu's head, and the heavy blow knocked Natsu unconscious. A fist-sized bulge grew on his head at a speed visible to the naked eye. The magicians around him, it was no surprise to see this scene. We could see this scene almost every day, but today everyone did not stop to laugh at Natsu. Instead, they hurriedly left the guild after taking a look. Idiot! There was also Gray standing in front of the commission board. Gray glanced at Natsu, who fell to the ground with a sneer, then drew a commission from the commission board and left the guild directly with his hands behind his back. Natsu from Yuya woke up on the ground, saw everyone hurriedly, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then asked Lin, who was sitting on the bar and having a drink, "Lin, what's wrong with everyone? Why do you look so busy? Lin put down the wine bottle in his hand and glanced at the noisy Natsu impatiently. Pointing to the second floor, he asked Natsu, "Do you know what's upstairs?" Natsu shook his head blankly, and then he heard Lin En continue to say upstairs is the S-class commission from the guild. The difficulty of the commission above is one level higher than the difficulty of the commission downstairs. Only by becoming an S-class mage only then can you go to the second floor and receive the S-level commission. Natsu suddenly realized, and his fist landed heavily on his palm. Then he looked at Lin En and asked, "Then what does this have to do with everyone being so busy?" Looking at Natsu, who was full of curiosity and confusion, Lin's face suddenly darkened. "Therefore, everyone is working hard for today's S-class mage commission. Only when the annual commission volume is reached can the S-class mage assessment be carried out." Playing with the wine bottle in his palm, Lin explained to Natsu impatiently. "I see." Natsu's eyes lit up. He had heard about S-class magicians. But he didn't expect that S-class magicians would be tested like this. Natsu's body ignited with flames and he shouted to Lin, "I decided. Lin, I must pass this year's S-class mage assessment and become an S-class mage." Lin turned his head and said to Natsu with an impatient expression, Okay, I get it, you are so noisy." Natsu didn't pay attention to Lin's perfunctory, and rushed towards the commission board with fighting spirit. Without looking at it, he flipped a few commissions on the commission board, and left Fairy Tale in a hurry. Standing on the commission board, Urza in front was interrupted by Natsu for a while, and then she saw Natsu, who was full of fighting spirit. A look of praise flashed in her eyes, and she nodded and said, "That's right, youth full of fighting spirit." As she said that, Urza also drew 2 commission orders from the commission board. After registering them with Makarov, she left Fairy Tale with her huge package. Sitting on the bar, Makarov tilted his head. He tilted his head and looked at Lin En, who had a slight blush on his face, and asked, "Everyone is working hard for this year's S-class magician assessment, why are you not in a hurry at all?" Lin, who was holding the wine bottle, turned his head and glanced at Makarov, curled his lips and said, "Why do you want to become an S-class mage? Not only are there no benefits, but I also have to take on more responsibilities, which I don't want." Lin's voice was casual, and he didn't take the honor of this guild into consideration at all. Makarov opened his mouth and wanted to he refuted Lin En's words, but he couldn't think of anything to say, so he could only turn around and drink. But Makarov also knew that since Lin En joined Fairy Tale these days, Lin has become more and more mature. The commission completed by En already gave him the opportunity to participate in the S-class wizard examination. However, Makarov did not tell Lin En about it at this time. Time flies, and all the demons in Fairy Tale these days. The guides were all in a hurry to complete the commission. This also resulted in the Magic Council receiving many complaints about Fairy Tale. Makarov looked at the thick stack of papers in his hand, all of which were complaints about Fairy Tale. Their faces suddenly darkened. On this day, everyone from Fairy Tale gathered in the guild, all looking at Makarov, who had a dark face and an ominous aura all over his body. "You brats! Can't you be more careful when making commissions? These are all complaints about you. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons." Chapter 24. Facing Makarov's shouting, everyone looked indifferent. This was not the first time this happened, and everyone was used to it. Makarov suddenly became angry again when he saw everyone's indifferent expressions. "But I felt helpless in my heart." After sighing, Makarov threw the thick complaint in his hand into the air. The next moment, the complaint letter turned into a flame, exploding above everyone's heads, and sparks flying on the ground. "But fuck the Senate. This is the Wizard of Fairy Tale." Makarov threw the complaint letter in his hand, with a smile on his face and a fairy tale gesture on his palm. All the magicians in the guild spoke in agreement, roared, and followed Makarov show the iconic hand gesture of Fairy Tale. So, let's start announcing the candidates for this year's S-Class Magician assessment now. Everyone's mood eased a little, and then they heard Makarov continue to say the candidates who will take part in the assessment this year. Macau. As Makao's name came out of Makarov's mouth, a middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly showed an expression of disbelief, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, has it finally come to me? I will definitely pass the assessment smoothly. Makao looked excited. He excitedly put his arms around the shoulders of his friend Wakaba and laughed wildly. Wakaba curled his lips and a look of envy flashed in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face, happy for his friend. And, Urza Shukaret. As another name came out of Makarov's mouth, everyone looked at the girl with long crimson hair in front of them as expected. In the crowd, a girl with long white hair and an unruly face curled her lips. Urza looked ahead with dissatisfaction. Damn it, how can such a flat girl take part in the S-Class Wizard examination? This white-haired girl is naturally Myra Jane. Myra Jane at this period is just a complete little girl, wearing a navel-bearing dress, short shorts, and long hair hanging loosely on her shoulders. Myra Jane did not control herself. Her words reached Urza's ears as expected. A dangerous light flashed in her eyes, but Urza did not reply as usual, and said with a smile on her face, Mirage. You can definitely take the S-Class Wizard assessment next time. Arisa said and deliberately emphasized the next two words. Mirajana's little temper was immediately irritated by Urza, and she yelled at Urza with an angry face, you damn mediocre girl, you just joined the guild earlier than me. If I had joined the guild with you, I would have been an S-Class mage. Come on, little girl. Urza raised her head proudly and turned her head away, making Mirage grit her teeth with hatred. Makarov ignored the farce and then announced the next candidate. Kana Arup Elona. Makarov spit out another name, and Kana walked out from the crowd. Unlike the first two, Kana had a little unconfidence on her face. Can she really do it? But she thought of what was in her mind. That figure, Kana still walked out of the crowd resolutely and stood in front of Makarov. The last one. Makarov focused his gaze on Kana for a moment, then looked away, scanning the crowd one by one, and looking into their expectant eyes one by one. Natsu clenched his fists in the crowd, looking at Makarov's eyes expectantly. Lin. Finally, Makarov turned his eyes to Lin in the corner of the crowd and shouted Lin's name. Ah! I. Lin N was slightly startled. After scanning the surroundings, he pointed his finger at himself and asked in disbelief. That's right, it's you. Makarov nodded slightly and confirmed with Lin N that he did not call the wrong name. Hateful. Old man. Why is it Lin? Natsu looked unconvinced. After rushing out of the crowd, he pointed at Lin in the corner and shouted. Every time I go back to the guild, I see Lin drinking. How could it be Lin? Natsu was a little disappointed that he was not chosen. He blushed and protested to Makarov. Makarov glared at Natsu and said to everyone who was a little confused, Lin has completed a total of 9 projects this year. And level commission, the strength has already reached the level of S-level magician, so Lin N can participate in this S-level magician assessment. After everyone heard Lin N's entrustment, they immediately had no objections. They all looked at Lin N with admiration. A level commission is second only to an S-level commission in difficulty. Makao, who was in front of the crowd, looked less excited than before, with a solemn look in his eyes. After hearing Lin's name for the last time, Makao's face paled slightly. He cast his gaze towards Wakaba and saw Wakaba looking at him sympathetically. Ever since the second Urza's name appeared, Makao noticed something was wrong. It seems that I am no match for these little monsters. Kana's face also turned pale, she swallowed and looked at Lin. Lin gritted his teeth, looked at Makarov with the corner of his mouth raised, and cursed in his heart, smelly old man, you are taking revenge on me. Happy reading during the Qingming festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25. In 3 days, the Fairy Tale S-Class Mage Assessment will begin. During these 3 days, you 4 contestants should have a good rest, adjust your condition, and wait for your assessment to begin. Makarov had a smile on his face. After taking a deep look at the 4 people standing in front of the crowd, he turned and walked towards the back of the Fairy Tale Guild. After Makarov left, the crowd suddenly he came up to the 4 people and surrounded them in the middle. Ha ha ha, Macau, you can do it. I can finally take the S-level assessment. Wakaba rushed forward and put his arm around Macau's shoulders. Although all he said were blessings, the joking look on his face still made him laugh. Macao rolled his eyes and threw the arm off his shoulder. Urza, come on. Kana, you have to work hard. Defeat Urza and Lin. Lin, become the youngest S-Class Mage in history. Urza passed the exam and became the youngest S-Class Mage in history. Isna Euro trademark T at Kana too. Everyone was talking to each other, which made Macao among the 4 feel a little embarrassed. Among the 4, Urza, Kana and Lin were all just little devils around 10 years old. He was all a middle-aged man. Uncle Nian, if he didn't pass the test this time, he would become a laughingstock in the guild. Imagining Wakaba being so rampant in front of him, Macau felt a lot of pressure knowing that Lin and others were there. There was an S-Class Magician assessment to be held in 3 days, so the crowd did not stay around the 4 people for long, and soon they were allowed to leave. After Lin left the guild, he wandered around the streets of Magnolia with his hands behind his back. With a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and murmured to himself, "The smelly old man is really petty, and he wants to take revenge on me just because of such a word." "Brother Lin En, what did you say?" Suddenly, a figure rushed in front of Lin En. He had short white hair, bent over and looked at Lin En curiously. "Listen, what's the matter?" Lin stopped when someone blocked his way. After seeing the familiar face in front of him, Lin smiled on his face and reached out to rub Listena's short white hair. Lisena wrinkled her nose and then said to Lin, "Isn't it because of the S-Class Magician assessment? Sister Urza has a quota, but she didn't choose it. She got very angry when she got back. I came out to take shelter." Lisena stuck out her pink tongue, followed Lin's side with her hands behind her back, and skipped forward. "Brother Lin En, you are so strong. Not long after joining the guild, I was already able to take the S-Class Wizard exam." Lisena looked at Lin with admiration. Although Myra Jane was also very strong, it was a bit insufficient in front of Lin. This was because Lin and Myra Jane had a battle. The battle ended with Lin easily beating Myra Jane to death. Lin had already suppressed Myra Jane without even using his full strength. The strength, physical strength, and magic power have been greatly enhanced. However, Lin has the physical strength of the dragon family, and is immune to all magic powers. Myra Jane is completely restrained, and the demonic power that Myra Jane has received is used. It's still dark magic, which is exactly what Lin En wants. Lin En said that he is second, and no one can say that he is the first. After inheriting the dragon soul and dragon heart of the dark dragon, Lin En is now a phoenix. A dark dragon with human skin. Hearing Lisena's words, Lin couldn't help but smile and said, "This is very similar to what Myra Jane can do." Lisena nodded heavily and said with a smile, "So I ran out and let Brother Elfman deal with Sister Myra." The innocent and lively Lisena followed Lin En, and her sunny personality made Lin En's lazy face couldn't help but be dyed with a smile. The two wandered around the streets of Magnolia. Lin En didn't feel nervous at all about the S-Class Mage exam that was about to start in 3 days. Instead, Lisena was worried about Lin En. Seeing Lin En wandering around Magnolia doing nothing, Lisena couldn't help but look at her. Lin En said, "Brother Lin En, does it really not matter? You are still out shopping now, don't you need to go back and prepare?" Lin smiled and shrugged and said, "If you can pass, then pass. If you can't pass, I will just be my ordinary magician." Anyway, Lin didn't have much hope of becoming an S-Class mage. Except for the system in his mind that appeared once, it has disappeared since. Lin has never heard of such a system, and has never heard of it. Take care of yourself. Seeing how confident Lin En was, Lisana had no choice but to suppress her worries and said to Lin En with a bright smile, "Come on, brother Lin En, you must become an S-class mage." Reaching out his hand and rubbing Lisana's short white hair, Lin didn't answer Lisana's question. "Oops, brother Lin En, my hair is messed up." Lisana pouted and resisted, but she really enjoyed the time with Lin En. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 26. 3 days later, everyone stood at the door of Fairy Tale. In front of the crowd were 4 neatly equipped figures. No, it should be said that there are 3 neatly equipped figures. The figure standing at the end is looking around, with his arms folded, trying to find a place to lean on, but there is a lot of open space in front of him, so he can only stand where he is. Sighing, Lin looked at Makarov standing beside him and couldn't help but feel his teeth itching with hatred. If it weren't for Makarov, maybe I could find a place to lie down lazily now. As if sensing Lin's eyes, Makarov couldn't help but look towards Lin, and met Lin's resentful eyes at a glance. Makarov grinned, not caring at all about Lin's resentful gaze. Following Makarov's order, the 4 of them followed Makarov's back and left Fairy Tale. Arriving at the station in Magnolia, the 5 of them got on the train and headed straight towards the city by the sea. "We are going to the port to take a ship and go to Fairy Tale's holy land, Tenro Island." This time, Fairy Tale's S-class mage assessment started on Sirius Island. As time passed, everyone transferred from the train to the boat and arrived at Fairy Tale's holy island, Sirius Island. The ship stopped on the sea some way from the island. Makarov turned around and said to the 4 people behind him, "The assessment is on Tianlang Island in front. You need to find the token of the assessment on the island, and then fight the person who took the assessment, and got his recognition. After that, I passed the S-level assessment. Go, kids, let's go." After Makarov finished speaking, he waved directly to Sirius Island in the distance. Following Makarov's order, Kana, Urza, and Makeo all showed their magical powers and left the ship, heading towards Tianlang Island. Only Lin En lazily stood up from the boat and glanced at Tianlang Island in the distance. 2 ferocious black wings suddenly appeared behind Lin En. Before Makarov could say anything, Lin suddenly flapped his wings and rushed straight towards Tianlang Island. As Lin flapped his wings, the boat that brought everyone here began to shake. Makarov lost his balance and almost fell into the sea. "Brat! Are you taking revenge on me?" Makarov, who stood firm, cursed at Lin En's back, which was getting smaller and smaller in the sky. It wasn't until Lin En's figure was no longer visible that Makarov shook his head. Almost all the assessments this time have been completed. After deciding the outcome, Makarov had basically determined that one of them could become an S-class mage. He fell to the ground and folded his wings behind him. Lin En looked around on the beach, and sure enough, he saw the sign that Makarov had prepared not far away. Lin En followed the sign and walked into the forest. And encountered a lot of traps, but none of them caused any harm to Lin En. He reached the end of the sign smoothly and saw a fist-sized box at the end. Lin En grabbed the box in his hand. Just as Lin En was about to leave, a bolt of thunder suddenly fell from the sky and exploded in front of Lin En. "Leave the stuff behind." In the forest, a figure wearing a coat and lightning-shaped headphones on his head appeared in Lin's sight. Lin threw the box in his hand on the ground, with a smile on his face involuntarily, watching the appearance. Laxus asked, "In this weather, you are still wearing such thick clothes, aren't you hot?" Lagartha was slightly startled. He thought about many of Lin En's words in his mind. But he did not expect Lin En's words. He subconsciously replied, "It's okay." Lagartha reacted. C's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice to Lin En, "Leave your things, you can leave from here." "Didn't I put it there?" Lin nodded, pointing to the box he placed on the ground not far away. Laxus paused slightly, but he didn't expect Lin to be so direct. Laxus didn't know how to pick up Lin for a while. After a while, Laxus said hopefully, then you can leave." "Okay." Lin nodded, walked towards the box, picked it up and walked back the way he came. "Stop, didn't I tell you to put your things down?" When Raxus saw Lin En's movements, veins suddenly popped up on his forehead, and he growled at Lin En's back. "But didn't I let it go just now? You said I could leave." Lin turned around and looked at Lagasus with confusion. Being fooled by Lin again and again, Lagasus' thunder snake surged all over his body, and he looked at Lin En with a gloomy expression. "How dare you fool me?" Thunder light surged all over his body, as if it would turn into an attack on Lin En at any time. But Lin En did not panic at all. He grabbed the box in his hand with a smile on his face, looked at Laxus with a half-smile and said, "Did you just find out now?" Lin's words made Laxus even more furious. As an S-class mage in Fairy Tale, no one has ever dared to play tricks on him like this. "I'll make you pay." Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 27. Laxus' body was filled with thunder, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Laxus had never been teased like this since he became a mage. Even though he had promised the old man before that he would hold back, Laxus still had to teach the boy in front of him a lesson. As the lightning on Lagasus continued to surge, Lin smiled and put away the box in his hand. On the sea, Makarov looked at the lightning flashing somewhere on Sirius Island, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Someone actually arrived so quickly. It must be that guy Lin En. Makarov murmured to himself and turned his gaze to the flashing thunder above Sirius Island. Among the four, Makarov was most optimistic about Lin. After all, even Makarov doesn't know what Lin's strength is. Shaking his head, Makarov stopped thinking about this and returned to the cabin to wait for the end of the assessment. Standing in the forest, Lagasus looked gloomy, and the lightning on his body gradually condensed, wrapping around Lagasus' arm. Thunder Dragon's Punch. The next moment, lightning flashed under Laxus's feet, and a golden afterimage flashed in front of Lin's eyes. The sound of lightning exploding echoed in the air, and the crackling sound continued to echo in the forest. In Lin's eyes, in the vertical pupils of his eyes, Lagartha's figure came into view extremely clearly. The thunderous fist hit Lin's chest, and was about to hit Lin's chest. The moment C's mouth curled up slightly, he saw black mist pouring out of Lin En's body. In an instant, Lin En's figure was completely enveloped in darkness. Laxus' expression changed, and then he felt his fist fall on Lin's body, but there was no feeling of hitting an object. Laxus only felt his steps staggering, and he felt as if he had been hit by a ball of cotton. The lightning on Lagatha's arm disappeared. As soon as his footsteps hit the ground, Lagatha shook his arm and threw the darkness on his hand to the ground. His face gradually became serious, and he no longer looked down upon his eyes. Lin. Thunder. Seeing that there was nothing he could do to defeat Lin in close combat, Lagasus raised his palm, and a bolt of thunder gathered in Lagasus' palm. The lightning kept changing in Lagasus' palm, and finally turned into a flickering weapon. With a dull roar, Laxus threw the thunder spear in his hand towards Lin. Seeing this scene, Lin didn't even move his steps. Raised his arm, and a black magic array condensed in his palm. Darkness continued to pour out of the black magic array, and the lightning spear exploded in the air, and plunged into the darkness in an instant. There was no movement at all. Laxus' face twitched, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he also saw that Lin's black mist could swallow up all his magic. It seemed that there was nothing he could do. Taking a deep breath, Laxus stepped away from Lin En and looked at Lin En solemnly. He could only use this move. The lightning attribute magic factors continued to gather in Laxus's mouth. Seeing this scene, Lin's eyes flashed with surprise. The last time he mastered it was after absorbing the roar of Natsu's fire dragon. Lin En had been looking for a chance to try out Natsu's fire dragon slaying magic. And finally Lin En encountered this opportunity. As all the magic factors in the air gathered in Laxus's mouth, a golden beam appeared. The magic circle condensed in his mouth. Roar of the Brontosaurus. A golden beam of thunder suddenly spurted out from Laxus's mouth, sweeping over in an instant and overturning all the surrounding trees. The thunder power carrying the power of destruction appeared in front of Lin En in an instant. But the next moment, Laxus saw Lin En open his mouth, and his roar of thunder was swallowed by Lin En. The flashes of thunder penetrated into Lin En's mouth, and finally turned into nothingness and disappeared. His face became extremely ugly, and Laxus felt furious. "Let you suck it all." Thinking of this, Laxus released the magic power in his body with all his strength, and instantly injected all the magic power in his body into the roar. The roar of thunder became a bit thicker, and the thunder light kept roaring and roaring, surging towards Linear and swept over. No matter how turbulent these lightnings were, they were all swallowed up by the darkness emanating from Lin En. They meekly entered Lin En's mouth and were swallowed up. After a while, Laxus. I felt my body was weak, and I almost fell to the ground when I stumbled. "You, what kind of magic are you and why can you swallow me?" "Darkness, darkness can swallow all magic." Lin's indifferent eyes glanced at Laxus, not hiding his magic at all. "Dark." Laxus was half kneeling on the ground, muttering to himself, and slamming his tightly clenched fists toward the ground. However, due to the dryness of the magic power in his body, Laxus's power has weakened a lot. Apart from smashing his fist out of the wound, there is no destructive power at all. Chapter 28. There was a bit of unwillingness in Laxus's eyes. He lowered his eyes and knelt on the ground, muttering continuously to himself. The magic power in the body has been completely dried up, although with Laxus's strength, the magic power recovers quickly. But it is still difficult to return to his peak state. In addition, even if he returns to his peak state, his magic will not be able to hurt Lin En at all. His darkness that can swallow everything is just too buggy. Thinking of this, Laxus punched the ground heavily, with deep reluctance and hatred for himself in his eyes. "I hate that I am too weak." At this moment, 3 figures appeared around. The 3 of them originally looked at each other warily, but after seeing Lin En and Laxus, they immediately stood on a united front. They did not choose the same route and rushed towards the destination respectively. But on the way, they saw a fierce battle breaking out at the finish line, and the surging magic power shocked the 3 of them. They can really fight at this level with? It can be seen from the lightning that filled the sky that one of the people in the battle should be the S-class mage in the guild, Laxus. As for the remaining one, there is no surprise. He should be the strongest person in this assessment, Lin En. Originally, they thought that the 2 of them would be inseparable in this battle. But now it seems that Lin should have shown a crushing force and defeated Laxus. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Makao looked solemn and shouted to the other 2, "Let's join forces. The 3 of us have a chance of winning against Lin together." Urza and Kana only hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Although they know that they are no match for Lin En, this does not mean that they will give up the opportunity to Lin En in this S-class magician assessment. The 3 of them reached a consensus in a moment and joined forces to deal with Lin. Urza's face was heavy, and she shouted in a deep voice to Laxus, who lowered his eyes. "Laxus, let's work together to deal with Lin." Laxus's eyes moved, and an arc formed at the corner of his mouth. Line shook his head and said, "I have failed. The token of becoming an S-class mage is in Lin's hand. You can grab it yourself." A look of surprise flashed in Urza's eyes. In the guild, Laxus has always shown great arrogance. To be able to admit defeat so easily was something Urza couldn't imagine. "By the way, I'll give you a piece of advice. Magic has no effect on this kid. If you plan to join forces to use magic to deal with him, then you'd better give up. Lagasus stood up from the ground, looked at Lin with a hint of admiration, and then said to the three Ursus. After speaking, Laxus turned directly and walked into the jungle behind him. Linear and looked at the three people surrounding him, with no serious look in his eyes. He slightly raised the corners of his lips and murmured in a voice that only he could hear in that case, "Let you try. Try my new abilities." The next moment, lightning suddenly began to surge on Lin En's body. The three of them looked at each other and saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. A ray of lightning attached to Lin En's feet. In an instant, a golden thunder light flashed through the air. Lin En's figure instantly appeared in front of Macau. The fist wrapped in thunder hit Macau hard. Before Macao could even react, Lin En appeared in front of him. He thought to himself that it was bad, and quickly used the flames to block the fire in front of him. However, he saw Lin En reaching out to block it. The flames tore open a hole. The scorching purple flames seemed to have no warmth at all, and the fist with the power of thunder struck Macao's body with one punch. It flew away, and Macau, who was flying backwards, hit the trunk of a tree and stopped only after being embarrassed. Dress up heavenly wheel armor. When Urza saw Lin En taking action, she quickly used her magic and put on armor. And Kana also took out the Carlo cards from behind her. End the battle with one blow. After repelling Macau, Lin stepped hard on the ground, and his whole body suddenly jumped into the air. The thunder began to accumulate in Lin's mouth. Urza's pupils shrank, and her eyes were filled with incredulity. Erloshare has fought against Lagatha, and has also seen Lagatha's Thunder Dragon's roar. Lin's move is exactly the same as Lagatha's. Roar of the Brontosaurus. The raging thunder beam poured out from Lin En's mouth, and swept towards the direction of the two of them in an instant. The ground was lifted, the surrounding trees were overturned, and the entire Tianlang Island was dyed by the thunder beam that reached the sky. A golden color appeared. Laxus, who had not yet stepped out of the scope of Tianlang Island, suddenly turned his head and saw the golden thunder beam rising into the sky from Tianlang Island, his face filled with disbelief. Dress up King Kong armor. Urza looked heavy and hurriedly put on her most powerful armor, the diamond armor. Kana, on the other hand, took out the Carlo cards one after another to protect her in front of Urza, and hid her body in front of Urza. Lusha's back. If she takes this move head-on, she will die. Hateful. Is the difference really that big? Urza gritted her teeth, with a look of unwillingness in her eyes. She saw the thunder pouring out and slammed into the shield in her hand. Urza's footsteps began to retreat backwards, and the ground was covered by her. The footsteps left 2 deep traces. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP, coupon. Chapter 29. Crazy roars of thunder continued to impact Urza and Kana. Seeing that they had blocked Lin En's move, the two of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. But before the two of them could do too much, they saw Lin En take a deep breath, pull out some of the magic power in his body, and inject it into the thunder magic circle in his mouth. In an instant, the roar of thunder rising into the sky became even more violent. The shield in Urza's hand didn't last for a moment before it was shattered by the roar of thunder. Kana looked pale, and she pulled out the cards one by one and stood them in front of the two of them. As the cards turned into powder and disappeared in front of her, Kana could no longer hold on and sat on the ground with her legs paralyzed, her face extremely pale. Looking at the approaching attack, Kana closed her eyes in despair. Will die. Kana. 2 lines of hot tears shed from the corners of Kana's eyes, and Urza's anxious voice rang in Kana's ears. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Urza rushing towards him like crazy. Her pale face showed with a smile. Kana smiled desperately. But at the next moment, the raging roar of thunder disappeared in front of the two of them, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. Lin En looked over. Lin En crossed his arms, looked at the two girls and asked, "Are you performing some life or death drama?" The two of them turned red and quickly avoided looking at them. "This assessment should be over by now. Can we leave?" Lin glanced around. Most of it had been destroyed, and it was completely impossible to see the green trees and dense forest before. Erza nodded hesitantly, thinking of Lin's terrifying strength. She also lost Lin's desire to continue fighting. He was simply not a human being, but a real monster. As the battle between the three ended, Makarov also came to the island and picked up several people until they boarded the ship. Kao then woke up. Looking at Makarov, who woke up holding his stomach, Erza and Kana couldn't help but sigh. Makarov was still happy and had not experienced what they had experienced. Knowing that Lin En's strength was so terrifying, they would rather be knocked unconscious by Lin En from the beginning. The ship was sailing on the sea, and Makarov kept scanning Lin En. Seeing Makarov constantly looking at him, Lin En suddenly frowned, looked at Makarov and said, "President, I am not interested in the old man." Makarov's face froze, and he yelled at Lin angrily, "I'm not interested in a little brat like you either." Hearing this, Lin En nodded slightly and said, "It seems that the president still likes mature uncles like Macau." "That's not true," Makarov responded before he heard clearly what Lin said. When Makarov reacted, he saw Macao in the cabin with a frightened face, and his body kept moving back. At the same time, he covered his back with his hands, as if he had thought of something. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to Makarov, "President, I'm a little uncomfortable, I'm going back to rest first." As he said that, without waiting for Makarov to answer, he disappeared into the cabin. Makarov looked at Lin with a dark face. After a long time, Makarov sighed and bit Lin. He said with his teeth, "Lin, you have passed the S-Class Mage assessment. When you return, you can go to the Magic Council to register your status as an S-Class Mage. From now on, you will be an S-Class Mage." Lin En was slightly startled and asked in surprise, "Does the Magic Council still need approval to become an S-Class Mage?" Seeing what Lin said, Makarov was a little surprised and said, "You don't need to ask the Magic Council to agree, but every S-Class magician has strong strength and can easily cause damage to cities and kingdoms. Destruction, so every newly promoted S-Class magician needs to register his name with the Magic Council to prevent the magicians from doing evil." After hearing Makarov's explanation, Lin nodded in understanding. On the side of the ship, Kana and Erza sat opposite each other, but both of them sat there without saying a word. "Look." When Erza were in silence in the corner, Makarov said to Lin, "Why don't you go up and comfort me?" "Ah? I go." Lin was about to go back to the cabin to take a rest. Suddenly he heard Makarov say this. He turned around in surprise and pointed at himself with his finger. "But if I go, won't it hurt them even more?" Makarov's mouth twitched, as if he had thought of such a relationship. He waved to Lin and said, "Okay, it's okay, you can go back." Lin nodded, and then returned to the cabin with his hands behind his back. In the cabin, Macau was sitting on the bed with a frightened face, his hands still tightly covering his back. Suddenly he heard someone coming in. Macau stood up quickly and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Lin En. "Uncle Macau, don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Lin showed a harmless smile on his face, raised his hands to both sides of his face, and said to Macau with a smile, "I didn't expect that the president would be such a person." Macau gritted his teeth, thinking of what Makarov did in the guild, and the fear in his pupils became a little more intense. Happy reading during the Qingming festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 30. After several transfers, the group finally returned to Magnolia. The moment he got off the train, Macau glanced at Makarov with a strange expression, and then said to Makarov, "President, I feel uncomfortable, so I will go back first." Before Makarov could answer, Macau left the train station. Seeing Makao's leaving figure, Makarov gritted his teeth with hatred and cast his eyes viciously at Lin aside. Lin curled his lips and didn't pay attention to Makarov's eyes full of evil thoughts. The remaining 4 people returned to the guild together. As the guild door was pushed open, everyone's eyes turned towards the 4 people. Myra Jane and his group were about to leave to complete the commission. When they saw the 4 people coming back, they stopped and looked at Urza behind Makarov with a sullen face. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether Urza had become an S-class mage. Everyone turned their eager eyes to Makarov, wanting to quickly learn the news about this S-class magician assessment from Makarov. For this assessment, our guild has added an S-class mage. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Makarov did not waste his time. He grinned at everyone and said. As Makarov's words fell, everyone in the guild cheered and began to speculate. Who passed the test this time? Looking around the 4 people, no one noticed that there was no one missing. I guess it must be Urza. That is, it must be Urza. Urza is the strongest among the younger generation. Not necessarily, Kana is not weak either. It may also be Lin En. Although Lin En is usually a quiet person, he has been able to complete 9A and level commissions quietly. His strength must not be underestimated. Who is the other person who participated in the assessment? How could I forget? Whispering voices kept ringing in front of everyone. Makarov did not speak for a while, allowing everyone to guess that this person had passed S level. After speculating for a long time about who the magician was testing, everyone's eyes kept looking at Lin En and the others, but they completely forgot about it. Macau. Thank you. Aren't we the closest? With a smile on her face, Lisana trotted to Lin En's side and asked Lin En with her little face raised, "Brother Lin En, are you not injured?" Facing the little white-haired Lolita in front of him, Lin En stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek, and said with a smile, "No one can hurt you, Brother Lin En." Snort. Before Lisana could reply, Myra Jane, who was following closely behind, snorted coldly and cast an unkind gaze on Lin En. "Hey, Myra Jane, long time no see." Lin opened the corner of his mouth, smiled at Myra Jane and waved his hand. But in the face of Lin's good expression, Myra Jane turned to Lin with a straight face and asked, "I passed the assessment this time. Who is the person?" "Guess." Lin raised the corners of his lips and said to Myra Jane with a joking smile. Gritting his teeth, Myra Jane stared at Lin fiercely, wishing to go up and give Lin a violent beating. Makaro the husband did not continue to show off, so he walked up to everyone and announced, "This is the one who passed the S-level assessment and became an S-level mage. Lin." As Makarov's voice fell, many people in the crowd showed surprise, but most of them still felt that it was natural. After all, Lin's strength was the strongest among the several people who participated in the assessment. Although Lin has never shown his strength in fairy tale, and is usually not showy, Makarov has proven that Lin has completed 9A and level commissions alone, second only to S-level commission. This shows that Lin does have that strength. After hearing that Lin became an S-class mage, Myra Jane was relieved. Although Myra Jane and Lin were both in trouble. After all, the relationship between people is not like fighting with Urza. If Myra Jane heard that Urza had become an S-class mage, Myra Jane would probably not be able to eat. "Lisana, let's go." Marajan put her arms behind her back with satisfaction, pulled Lisana, who was still standing in front of Lin, and walked towards the door of Fairy Tale. Lisana turned back, waved her hand to Lin and said, "Lin brother, I'm leaving now. I'll congratulate you when I get back." Watching the figures of the 3 Myra Jane siblings disappearing from sight, Lin turned his attention to Makarov. After becoming an S-class mage, he will next go to the Magic Council to register. As an S-class mage, you can then accept S-class commissions. Because both Urza and Kana suffered varying degrees of injuries during the battle, after Makarov announced the candidates who passed the examination, someone took Kana and Urza down for treatment, and everyone gradually dispersed. Makarov said to Lin in front of him, go back and have a rest today, and go to the Magic Council with me tomorrow. Go ahead and register your identity. Lin frowned and asked Makarov, do I have to go in person? President, can't you do it for me? Makarov rolled his eyes, glared at Lin and said, this is the identity registration for an S-class mage. Of course you have to go there in person. Sighed, Lin and felt helpless. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Chapter 31. Night fell, shrouding Magnolia in darkness. Lin held her hands behind her back and strolled leisurely on the streets beside the Magnolia River. Brother Lin, it's really you. At this time, a voice of surprise suddenly came from behind Lin, and then the sound of 3 footsteps reached Lin's ears. Lin turned around and saw the 3 Myra Jane siblings behind him at a glance. Lisana trotted up to Lin, her eyes twinkling like little stars, and asked Lin, brother Lin, why are you still not resting at this late hour? Lin glanced at the straps behind him and felt unhappy, but Myra Jane did not speak due to Lin's strength. He stretched out his hand to rub Lisana's white hair, and said with a chuckle, you haven't done it yet. Sleep, are you planning to go on a long trip? Yes, Myra Jane accepted a commission and was a little pressed for time, so we plan to set off overnight. Mirage behind him was about to speak to stop Lisana, but Lisana immediately spat out her story. Miragina's eyes twitched slightly and sighed. She nodded and looked at Elfman. Carrying large and small bags, Lin asked curiously, how long do you plan to go out, why do you bring so many things? Lisana shook her head and said, I don't know either, but Sister Myra said that this commission is a bit difficult, so it may not end so soon. Lin raised his eyebrows, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. But before Lin could ask, Myra Jane said, this is our own business, and you don't have to worry about it. There was an unkindness and warning in the voice. Even though Lin was now an S-class mage, Myra Jane still had no good impression or fear of Lin. Lin nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to Myra Jane. He said, it just so happens that I also have something to tell you. Since you plan to go away for a while this time, let's talk about it now. Myra Jane was slightly startled and looked at Lin in surprise. Since your commission will take a long time, Lisana will not go out with you for the time being. From now on, Lisana will follow me on commissions. Lin stretched out his hand to grab Lisana's wrist, pulled her behind him, looked at Myra Jane calmly and said. Miragina's face paused slightly, and then a flash of anger surged up in his eyes, and he said viciously, staring at Lin, he growled, impossible. Lisana is my sister, how could I leave her to you, a bastard? Lisana, who was pulled behind Lin, was also stunned and looked at Lin's back with some surprise. Then she began to exert some force on her wrist, trying to struggle out of Lin's hand. Lin's palm exerted force and paused. Lisana's struggle was turned into nothing. Lin looked at Myra Jane calmly, looked at Myra Jane expressionlessly and said, then you let Lisana die on the spot under your mindless command. Lin's words made Myra sad. Jay's expression changed, he looked at Lin with murderous intent and roared, what on earth do you want to say? Lisana is my sister, how could I harm her? But your arrogant character will one day push Lisana and Elfman into the abyss. Lin raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care at all about Miragina's bruised face, and struck Myra Jane mercilessly. Shut up! Myra Jane roared, and then a magic circle suddenly lit up under her feet. Receive the soul of Satan. A black mist surged around Miragina's body, and the next moment a demon-like figure rushed out of the black mist, rushing towards Lin like a ghost. Let Lisana go! The demon figure roared, and dark energy gathered around Myra Jane, and rushed in front of Lin in the blink of an eye. The Black Dragon's Punch. Lin didn't hold back on Myra Jane at all. Darkness surged out of Lin's body and instantly covered Lin's arms. The moment Myra Jane rushed in front of Lin punched hard, and collided with Miragina's figure. The fist wrapped in darkness collided with Mirajana's figure wrapped in dark aura, instantly sending out shock waves that spread around Myra Jane. The darkness dissipated in a moment, and the figure was hit hard by Lin En and flew out. Sister Myra! Sister Myra! Elfman and Lysina had worries in their eyes. They rushed to Myra Jane and helped her up from the ground. After Myra Jane stood up, she quickly protected her younger brothers and sisters behind her, her eyes looking at Lin warily. He said to Lysina and Elfman behind him, Elfman, take Lysina away, let's leave Fairy Tale. But Myra Jane. Both of them were extremely shocked. They didn't expect to do this. Hurry up. Elfman. Miraj's eyes flashed with solemnity, and she growled at Elfman behind her without looking back. I get it, sister. The hesitation in Elfman's eyes disappeared in an instant, and he immediately picked up Lysina and ran towards Mirajana's back. In less than a moment, he disappeared into the darkness. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Recharge 100 for free 500 VIP points to top up now. Chapter 32. Mirajana's eyes were alert, and the dark energy that had been swallowed up in her body once again filled the air, and she stared at Lin En with fierce eyes. I won't let you go, don't let Lysina leave my side. Seeing that Myra Jane was ready for a life and death struggle, Lin dispelled the darkness entangled on his arms and couldn't help but sigh. Lin's eyes were calm and he just glanced at Myra Jane quietly. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly and he said, why bother? Mirajana's face suddenly changed after hearing this, and she growled at Lin with hatred in her eyes. The three of us, siblings, have grown up together, and if you want to take Lysina away from me with just one sentence, even if I'm dead, don't even think about taking Lysina away. Lin continued, I just said that I wanted Lysina to follow me to do the commission. Why do you think I want Lysina to leave you? Leave. After hearing Lin's words, Myra Jane was stunned and froze on the spot. Then he asked Lin En expectantly, don't you want Lysina to leave me? Lin En looked at Myra Jane as if she were a fool and said, you and Lisa Na is a sister connected by blood, why should I separate you? Lysina and I have a very good relationship, I just don't want Lysina to die because of your pride and arrogance. Lin's words made Myra Jane, whose anger had subsided, surge up again, and growled at Lin, why do you think I will definitely kill Lysina? Lin curled her lips and did not explain. You can't say that you have read the original work until the fate of each of you. Sister, I want to follow brother Lin En. At this moment, Lysina's voice suddenly came from behind Myra Jane. Myra Jane turned her head and saw a serious face and a guilty figure of Elfman behind him. Elfman! Didn't I ask you to take Lysina away? Miraj gritted her teeth and glanced at Elfman with angry eyes. Sister, Lysina said she can't worry about you and doesn't want to leave, and I don't want to leave either. I can help you. Elfman looked at Lin with his cowardly eyes, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then the cowardice in his eyes was replaced by determination, and he resolutely took steps to walk to Mirajana's side. Elfman, you. Myra Jane was startled for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face. Okay, let us face it together. Elfman nodded heavily, and then a magic circle surged up under his feet. Receive Crazy Bear. Elfman's figure was shrouded in a stream of light, and the next moment an extremely burly giant bear walked out of the stream of light. Looking at the devil-like Myra Jane and the giant bear-like Elfman in front of him, Lin En was deeply moved. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the 2 siblings and said, I wonder if you two have misunderstood something. The 2 were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. A guilty look flashed in Elfman's eyes, and a low voice came from the giant bear's mouth and said, Miraj, I just heard Lin En. Brother said it, he didn't want to take Lysina away, he just wanted Lysina to learn from him. Shut up. Myra Jane's face was gloomy and uncertain, and her eyes were flashing with various glimmers. After a while, Myra Jane set her sights on Lysina. Lysina stood aside with her arms folded and her lips pouting. Lysina, what do you think? There was a complicated look in Marajana's eyes. Although she was very reluctant to let go of Lisana, if she could learn from Lin En, then Lisana's strength would be able to improve very quickly, and Lisana's safety would also be improved. Guaranteed. After all, it would be easy for him to do some commissions if he was with him, but there would always be times when he wouldn't notice Lisana. But as an S-class mage, Lin was much stronger than him. Let Lisana stay with Lin En, and Lin En can also ensure Lisana's safety. Sister Myra, I just said it. I want to learn from brother Lin En. Lisana pouted, looking unhappy. Have you considered? Myra Jane was silent for a while and asked with a bit of reluctance in her eyes. Lisana nodded heavily, her face became serious. She looked directly into Marajana's eyes and said, Miraj, I don't want to see you working so hard for me and brother Elfman anymore. I also want to become strong, able to stand by your side, and able to fight side by side with you. Hearing Lisana's words, Myra Jane had a warm look in her eyes, nodded and said, Okay, I agree. After agreeing to Lisana, Myra Jane turned around, looked at Lin who was not far away with her hands behind her back and said, You must protect Lisana well and don't let her get hurt at all. Lin En raised the corners of his lips, with a faint smile on his face, and said with a chuckle, You don't need to tell me this, I know it myself. Miraj snorted, released the demon form from her body, hugged Lisana tightly in front of her and said, Then just follow Lin. Don't worry about me and Elfman, we can do it. Among the three siblings, only Lisana is the weakest and is what Myra Jane is most worried about. Myra Jane, I will definitely become stronger until I can stand by your side and fight side by side with you. Lisana wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, hugged Marajana's back tightly and shouted loudly. I trust you. Lisana. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 33. After a long journey, Makarov glanced at the two people sitting in the innermost part of the carriage, shook his head, and then looked outside. Inside the carriage, Lin and Lisana were sitting on the floor. Lin closed his eyes and took a rest, while Lisana looked out of the carriage through the window. The scenery on both sides of the road kept flashing behind her, making Lisana exclaim from time to time. After agreeing to Lisana's study with Lin last night, Myra Jane left Magnolia with Elfman to complete their own commission. Lisana followed Lin's side. Today, I had made an appointment with Makarov to go to the Magic Council to register his status as an S-class mage, so he simply brought Lisana with him. Although Lin didn't know how to teach Lisana magic, Makarov did. As one of the top 10 holy wizards, Makarov's understanding of magic is naturally much better than that of Lin, who is half-assed. After the three people left Magnolia, they turned from carriage to train, and from train to carriage. It took 3 days to arrive at the Magic Council. Lin opened his eyes and said to Makarov in front of him, President, how far is it? Lin's words put a wry smile on Makarov's face. Makarov said, This time it's really coming. Lisana moved her eyes away from the window of the carriage and stuck out her tongue at the horse. That's right, said Makarov, the president has said it's almost here several times, and this is already the 4th time. Makarov scratched his head, looked straight ahead, and said, That's it. We're in front, it's only 10 minutes away at most. Seeing Makarov's assurance, Lisana and Lin looked at each other and tentatively agreed to Makarov's words. 10 minutes later, Makarov lowered his head quietly under the gaze of the two people. I remember it was right here, it must be a little ahead. Makarov, who was pretending to be calm, gritted his teeth and pointed to the front of the road and said forcefully. Lin and Lisana looked at each other, not believing Makarov's words at all. As the carriage continued to move forward, the three finally saw a tall building half an hour later. Seeing this tall and majestic building, Makarov was immediately excited. He turned back to Lin and Lisana behind him and said, Did you see it? I said it must be in front, so I said it's almost there. The two of them echoed Makarov perfunctorily. Under Makarov's disappointed eyes, the three of them walked towards the Magic Council together. As the three of them approached, a guard at the door pulled the three of them away. The figure stopped. "Stop! Who are you? This is the Magic Council, and no one else is allowed to enter." The guard at the door looked at the three people arrogantly, not paying attention to them at all. Lin grinned, and said teasingly to Makarov in front of him, "President, your appearance is not good, this little guy." The little guard actually dared to stop you. Makarov's face was originally not very good looking, but when Lin said this, his face suddenly darkened. His face turned cold, and he looked at the arrogant guard and whispered, "Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, even if you are the king of heaven, you have to be honest when you come here." The guard did not pay attention to the three people in front of him at all. He raised his head and looked at the few people in front of him arrogantly. As the guard's voice fell, a monstrous magic burst out from Makarov's body in an instant, straight suppressed the guards. This ferocious magic power shocked the magicians, thinking that the Dark Guild was attacking the Magic Council. Waiting for a group of magicians to rush out. After the soldiers rushed to the door, they saw three figures standing outside. A short old man, a boy, and a girl. Everyone was confused for a moment. Could this be the attacker? The identities of the three people were unknown, but the guards of the Magic Council were still on guard, looking at the three Makarovs with vigilant eyes. At this moment, a person walked out of the council, who was obviously an old acquaintance of Makarov, and stopped quickly. A group of guards stood outside and said to Makarov outside the door, "Makarov, what do you want to do? If you burst out magic in the Magic Council at will, you will be considered an intruder." Makarov sneered, and glanced at the pale-faced, frightened guard beside him, and said, "When did I, a holy 10 great mage, get called a bastard?" The visitor understood the whole story as soon as he heard it. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved to the guard behind him and said, "Take him down." After a while, all the guards dispersed, leaving only the Frogman and Makarov at the door. Cut. Seeing that the situation was over, Lin couldn't help but curled his lips in disappointment. He really hoped to make things bigger and cause a big fuss in the Magic Council. He is very vindictive. During several commissions last year, Lin was criticized by the Magic Council for being too violent in completing the commissions. Lin has not forgotten this, and originally planned to take this opportunity to cause a scene here. "I didn't expect it to end like this. Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support." Chapter 34. Makarov is not an irrational person. The burst of magic just now was just to maintain his majesty as the guild leader and the top 10 magicians in front of the 2 guild members. Now that the real master has appeared, Makarov will naturally just go down the slope and achieve his goal. An embarrassed look flashed across the Frogman's face, and he asked Makarov, "President Makarov, is it time for you to restrain the members of your guild? Every commission makes such a big noise. This makes it difficult for our Magic Council to handle. Especially Lin from your guild, who has to level half of the mountain before giving up every commission. Does the mountain in Fiori Kingdom have any grudge against him?" The Frogman complained to Makarov with a face full of resentment, completely unaware that Makarov was giving him a crazy look. At this time, the Frogman finally saw Makarov's eyes and sighed. Makarov asked, "President Makarov, are your eyes cramped? I can understand you, after all, there are such a group of little monsters in the guild." As he spoke, the Frogman stepped forward and patted Makarov on the shoulder with a look of sympathy. Makarov was about to speak when suddenly he saw a figure coming forward from the corner of his eye. Makarov suddenly sighed, then fell silent. "What do you think happened to Lin?" The Frogman saw a figure in a black robe walking forward. He always felt that the young man in front of him was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. But facing Lin, the frogman didn't care about mackerel. With such a good attitude, my husband gritted his teeth and said, "Not that bastard Lin En." Every time he made a request, he completely unleashed his abilities and destroyed most of the mountains near the client. This is not the first time. The complaints about Lin in the Senate have gotten better. This makes it very difficult for our Magic Council to handle. I still hope that Fairy Tale can restrain Lin and the rest of your guild. The frogman's proud head was raised high, and he looked at Makarov with his peripheral vision. However, he saw that Makarov lowered his head and did not look at himself. The frogman's expression moved slightly, and then his eyes became serious. He looked at Lin En. Suddenly a name came to mind. His expression changed slightly. Before the frogman could speak, he heard Lin En grinning and saying, "Is it difficult? Then don't even do it." As he spoke, darkness surged around Lin's body, instantly covering the entrance to the Magic Council. The figures of Frog and Makarov were instantly swallowed up by the darkness. Looking up, Makarov Lysina was guarding herself behind her. In this unfamiliar environment, she was worried that Lysina would be harmed, so she quickly shouted into the surrounding darkness, "Lin, don't kill me, just teach me a lesson." Lin did not answer Makarov, but the darkness around Makarov gradually began to dissipate, expelling the two from the darkness. The frogman looked horrified, looking at the surroundings where he couldn't even see his fingers. Looked around with vigilant eyes, and quickly shouted, "Lin, don't do anything stupid. This is the Magic Council. If you attack someone from the Magic Council, you will be punished. Not only will you be punished, Fairy Tale will also be implicated by you." Sneers continued to reach the frogman's ears from the darkness, and then Lin chuckled and said, "If the Magic Council will fall out with a 10-year-old S-class wizard because of you, then the Magic Council can only do so much." As Lin's voice fell, a look of horror flashed in the frogman's eyes. It was the same as Lin said. If Lin was just an ordinary wizard in Fairy Tale, then if Lin did such a thing, the Magic Council will not let Lin go easily, but if Lin is an S-class magician, it will be different. No matter where he is, the level of cherishment of S-class magicians is extraordinary. The Magic Council does not dare to underestimate any S-class magician. What's more, Lin is only 10 years old and may become more than an S-class magician in the future. And became one of the top 10 magicians. And the frogman is just an ordinary office worker of the Magic Council. There are countless such frogmen in the Magic Council, and it is impossible for the Magic Council to offend Lin because of a frogman. Well, I offended Fairy Tale. There was fear in the frogman's eyes, and he quickly shouted to the darkness around him, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said bad things about you behind your back. You treated me as someone else. Just let it go." As soon as the frogman finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly came from his back. He felt as if he had been hit by a big mountain and flew out directly. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and he was instantly hit by the darkness around him. Devour. The frogman struggled to stand up, and the next moment he felt a foot on his back, slamming his body to the ground. Lin En's faint voice came from behind him. "Is it still difficult to do now? Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support." Chapter 35. Is it still difficult to do now? Lin stepped behind Frogman, and the faint voice reached Frogman's ears in the darkness. His whole body was trembling, and Frogman quickly shook his head and said, "It's not difficult to do, it's not difficult to do, Mr. Lin En, I was wrong, I will cancel all the complaints about you when I go back. Get out." Lin snorted coldly and kicked the frogman on the back. A green figure flew out directly in the darkness and hit the door of the Magic Council heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wait until the darkness surrounding Lin dissipated, and Lin's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. The frogman was already protected by a group of guards from the Magic Council. The returning guards looked at the darkness with vigilance. Lin, who came out of. Stop! Stop it! The frogman trembled all over, with a look of horror in his eyes, and he quickly yelled at the guards around him. The guards were scolded by the frogman, and doubts flashed in their eyes, but they remained honest. He put down the weapon in his hand and took a few steps back. But he still stared at Lin closely with his vigilant eyes. After the darkness dissipated, Lysina trotted towards Lin En and stood beside Lin En, looking at the guards who were waiting around her with vigilant eyes. "Don't worry, it's okay." Stretching out his hand to rub Lysina's short white hair, and smiling at her, Lin stepped forward and walked forward. The guards kept retreating, looking at Lin warily. "President." Coming to Makarov, Lin nodded slightly to him. Makarov nodded, looked at Lin up and down and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Not injured?" Although he knew it was impossible, Makarov still asked. Lin smiled and shook his head, pointing at the guards around him and said, "President, if I kill them all, the Senate will take me. How about it?" Lin didn't cover up his voice at all when he said this. The guards all heard Lin's words. They were all cheered up and looked at Lin more vigilantly. Makarov was also moved by Lin's words. He was startled by the words, and looked at Lin nervously and said, "Don't be impulsive, these are the guards of the Magic Council. If you attack them, it will easily be regarded as a declaration of war against the Magic Council." Lin En nodded, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, he waved his hand and said, "Oh, President, I'm just kidding. What I hate most is fighting and killing, and I love peace." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard Lin En's words. They looked at this small boy who was even more timid. He could say the words of killing everyone without changing his face. He didn't look like a peace-loving person. "Frog." After the people calmed down, they yelled at the surrounding guards and told them to leave. Although the guards were unhappy, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave the place at the same time in the face of the frogman's order. They didn't have to face this child who looked like a murderer. They didn't know that when Lin En said this, he had really thought about it after he swallowed Christine's dragon soul. Erasing the negative emotions and evil thoughts in Christine's dragon soul. However, Lin's character was still infected by some of Christine's evil thoughts. Although it did not turn Lin into a murderous murderer, he survived. Christine's evil thoughts, which lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, only needed a little exposure to make Lin become decisive in killing. After the guards retreated, the frogman came to Lin with his proud head lowered. He said to Lin En in a condescending manner, "Mr. Lin En, do you want to register your status as an S-class mage?" The frogman stood in front of Lin En. He was more than a head taller than Lin En, but his body was constantly shaking. Lin En glanced at the frogman and said with a smile on his lips, "I still like you before that unruly look." The frogman was slightly startled, and he couldn't believe his ears and asked, "Really, really?" Lin glanced at him, and he suddenly trembled. Then he raised his head, and after scanning Lin and the other three people with unruly eyes, he stepped into the Magic Council. Looking at the leaving figure of the frogman, Lin couldn't help being stunned. He turned to Makarov behind him and asked, "Has he always been so brave before?" The corners of Makarov's mouth were twitching. He shook his head and did not answer Lin's words. He followed the frogman and walked towards the Senate. Seeing that Makarov did not answer, Lin took Lysina with him. Following the footsteps of Makarov and the frogman, the group walked through a long and narrow corridor and came to a large library. There were many busy frogmen, but these frogmen were obviously not as high as that. The unruly frogmen lowered their heads one after another. The leading frogman raised his head and walked proudly in front of the bookshelf. The frogman took out something from the bookshelf. A gorgeous book. Opening the book and flipping through the pages, Lin saw strange names on it. Until the frogman turned to a blank page, pushed the book in front of Lin and said, "Linear. Sir, just fill in your name, magic, and guild to which you belong." Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Chapter 36. As Lin En registered his name in the register, nothing happened to Lin En on this trip. When Lin En and the others were about to leave, a figure walked out of the Senate and stopped several people. President Makarov, please wait a moment. The visitor called out Makarov's name, causing several people to stop. Makarov turned around in confusion, looked at the unfamiliar face and asked, "Do you have a problem with me?" The visitor glanced at Lin En, showed him a kind smile, and then smiled and said to Makarov, "President Makarov, several members of the council would like to invite you to come over and talk about old times." Makarov frowned, then turned to Lin and Lisina and said, "You guys go back to the guild first, I will go back later." Lin nodded and walked out of the magic council with a somewhat worried Lisina. Following Lin, Lisina turned around and looked behind her from time to time, her eyes full of worry. "Brother Lin En, does it not matter to him, the president?" Lin En shook his head at her and said, "Don't look at the skinny old man of the president. He is also one of the top 10 magicians. The Magic Council does not dare to take action against the president. Don't worry." Hearing Lin's words, Lisina's worries dissipated a little. She got on the carriage and left the Magic Council. By the time the three returned to Fairy Tale, it was already 3 days later. Lin will, after registering his name and identity, he officially became an S-Class mage. Although the S-Class mage rating in each guild does not need to pass the Magic Council, the Magic Council is the kingdom of Fiori, managing the status of the entire magic world. As long as you become an S-Class wizard, you must register your identity. This is also convenient for the management of the Magic Council. When the two returned to the guild, they saw Urza with a bandage on her body and was teaching Natsu and Gray a lesson. After hearing the footsteps behind her, Urza turned around and took a look. After seeing Lin En, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if the fear left in her memory made Urza react subconsciously. After reacting, Urza felt extremely ashamed and looked at Lin with fighting intent in her eyes. Seeing the fighting spirit in Urza's eyes, Lin gave Urza a friendly smile, and then looked at Najgra, who was holding arms and arms with a smile on his face, and said, "Are you too busy this afternoon?" Two the people were slightly startled and asked Lin En in unison, "Do you have a problem with me? Don't imitate me. Still learning? Hateful. I'm going to beat you up." After the two people reacted, their anger suddenly surged, and they glared at each other and roared. One person was covered in coldness, and the other person was covered in flames. At the moment when the two people were about to fight at any time, a crimson A figure appeared in the middle of them. A heavy fist fell on the two of them, knocking them out with one punch. Urza looked at Lin En in shame and said, "I think they are probably out of time." Lin's eyes twitched as he looked at Urza, who grabbed the two ankles in his hands and dragged them towards the outside of the guild. Sighing, Lin shook his head and led Lisina towards the inside of the guild. Go. Originally, Gray and Natsu were planned to be Lisina's sparring partners during these few days in the guild so that Lisina could get used to her abilities. "Just wait for me here." Walking into the guild, Lin left Lisina downstairs, and then the figure came upstairs. When he flashed upstairs, Lin saw Laxus, who was also bandaged. "Hey, Laxus, what a coincidence, you are here too." Waving to Laxus, Lin had a kind smile on his face. Laxus glanced at Lin and then lowered his head. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you injured like this? I remember I didn't hit him so hard. Did you offend someone and get beaten?" After seeing Lagerthats, Lin was not in a hurry to accept the commission. He sat down next to Lagerthats and turned his head to look at Lagerthats. Lin's joking words reached Lagertha. In C's ears, anger suddenly surged up in him, and he stood up and roared at Lin, "And don't go too far. Although I'm not your opponent, it doesn't mean you can humiliate me." Lin sat motionless on the sofa, looking at the furious Laxus and waving his hands with a smile. Don't get excited, don't get excited, we are all family members and partners of the same family, how could I humiliate you? Taking a deep breath, Laxus dispersed the thunder surging in his body, and asked Lin En with an evil look in his eyes, what do you want to see me for? It's nothing, I just saw that you often sit upstairs alone, and I just wanted to ask you if you have any commissions about the Warcraft Forest. Pointing to the commission board not far away, Lin said to Lagasus with a smile. Lagasus was slightly startled, and then the dimmed thunder burst out again, glaring at Lin and roared, you MIA delegated administrator. I told you not to get excited, young people are very angry. Darkness surged out of Lin's body, completely covering the two people in Fairy Tale in less than a moment. Their figures and the second floor were completely isolated by the darkness. Crackling thunder and lightning flashed in the darkness. Lagartha SI wanted to see clearly Lin En's figure in the darkness. Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Chapter 37. Laxus' eyes scanned the surroundings, the thunder and lightning on his body continued to explode, and crackling sounds continued to be heard in the darkness. The next moment, the darkness in front of Laxus' eyes suddenly dissipated, turning into incomparable clarity. Lin's figure also disappeared from Laxus' sight at the same time. Laxus' furious eyes scanned the guild, but he didn't see Lin. No more trouble with you, I'm leaving. See you. At this time, a familiar figure came into Lin's eyes. He waved to Laxus upstairs, and walked out of the guild with Lysina. Boom! Lagosus's face was cold, the thunder on his body was flashing, and he punched the railing on the second floor with a loud noise. It attracted the attention of everyone in the guild, but they saw that it was Lagosus. After that, everyone immediately looked away. Everyone knew that Lagosus was not easy to get along with, so they kept a little distance from Lagatha. Without paying attention to other people's eyes, Lagatha gritted his teeth, looking at Lin, who gradually disappeared from sight. Damn it! Sooner or later I'm going to kill you. Laxus' deep voice was squeezed out of his throat, filled with incomparable anger. Lin left the guild and walked toward the train station with Lysina. Following Lin, Lysina asked curiously. Lin En asked, Brother Lin En, why are you teasing Laxus? Isn't this an attempt to get closer to Lagarthats? We are all partners in the same guild. Lin grinned, with a glint in his eyes. Ever since he learned that his magic could swallow other magic and turn it into his own magic, Lin En had paid attention to other magic. And to bear the brunt of it, Lin En had some goals. Of course, it was not the dragon-slaying magic crystal of the Thunder Dragon in Lagartha's body, but the dragon soul of the Thunder Dragon King. After the Thunder Dragon was killed, the body was swallowed by the unicorn. The dragon's heart was made into a dragon-slaying magic crystal and implanted into Lagasus' body. Lin En's goal was to swallow the dragon soul of the Thunder Dragon King. Let his strength rise to the next level. And now he has learned the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. After obtaining the dragon soul of the Thunder Dragon King, he can make his Thunder Dragon Slayer magic even more powerful. The reason why he came into contact with Laxus. Because Lin En wanted to become more familiar with the taste of the Thunder Dragon King, so he could accurately find the location of the Thunder Dragon King after leaving Fiori Kingdom and heading to the northern continent. The dragon-slaying magic has the same origin, originating from Thunder Dragon King Alex Ang. Following Lin on the train leaving Magnolia, Lin led Lysina towards the Warcraft Forest. Sitting next to Lin En, Lysina looked at the scenery outside the train window, then turned her head and asked Lin En, Brother Lin En, where are we going? Lysina heard Lysina's doubts. Lin handed the order form in his hand to Lysina. After taking the order, Lysina looked at it curiously. Warcraft Forest. Before she read the contents on the order form, Lysina let out an exclamation, which attracted a lot of sideways glances from the passengers around her. Lysina knew that she was a bit rude, so she quickly lowered her head with a pretty face and said seriously, "I looked at the content of the request above. The content of the request is to find a dragon beast called the Sawtooth Dragon in the depths of the Warcraft Forest. If the heart of the Sawtooth Dragon is brought back, the commission will be completed. The Sawtooth Dragon is rumored to be a dragon. The descendant of the Sawtooth Beast, inherited the body of the dragon and the powerful bite of the Sawtooth Beast." Lysina's eyes widened and she looked at the order form in her hand in disbelief. "Brother Lin, are we going to the depths of the Warcraft Forest?" Lysina's pupils were filled with shock and worry. Lysina has been a mage for some time, so she naturally knows the dangers of the Warcraft Forest. And the deeper you go into the Warcraft Forest, the more dangerous it becomes. In the past, Myra Jane also brought Elfman and Lysina have been to the Warcraft Forest, but they have only dared to wander around the periphery of the Warcraft Forest. They have never dared to enter the depths of the Warcraft Forest. I just take this opportunity to find you a more powerful monster in the depths of the Warcraft Forest for you to receive." Lin nodded, took the order form from Lysina's hand and put it into her arms. Lysina was slightly startled when she heard this, and then there was a touch and worry in her eyes. According to Lin's previous character, it was rare to see Lin completing a commission while sitting and drinking in the guild. However, after becoming an S-class mage, Lin took him to the Warcraft Forest and planned to find a powerful one for himself. This made Lysina think that Lin went there specially for her, and the request was just a matter of course. But this also made Lysina guess right, Lin did go there specially for Lysina. One day she will leave Fairy Tale, which will make Lysina stronger every day. "Brother Lin, can I really do this?" Lysina's voice was a little hesitant, and she couldn't help but start to doubt herself. "Don't worry, I'm here. Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support." Chapter 38. "Don't worry, I'm here." Rubbing Lysina's short hair, Lin said with a chuckle. Lysina's pretty face was slightly red, and with the rumble of the train, the two of them quickly headed towards the Warcraft Forest. They got off the train at the nearest town in the Warcraft Forest. Lin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the somewhat familiar town in front of him. This was the first town he arrived at when he first left the world of Warcraft Forest, but he was still registered as a mercenary there. "After that, I never came here, so I only used the identity of a mercenary once, and then joined Fairy Tale." "Brother Lin, have you been here?" Seeing Lin's eyes filled with memories, Lysina tilted her head and asked Lin. "I've been here once before, so I'm not familiar with this place." Lin shook his head and did not stay in the town. He went straight out of the city and headed towards the Warcraft Forest. On the way, Lin and the two met many adventurers and mercenaries. But most of them were in groups. The team went to the world of Warcraft Forest, and there were many teams recruiting mercenaries to form a team to explore the world of Warcraft Forest. Lin ignored these people and went straight to the outskirts of the world of Warcraft Forest. "Brother Lin, shall we go in directly?" Looking at the dim light of the world of Warcraft Forest, Lysina had a solemn look in her eyes. She turned her head and asked Lin. When she got here, even Lysina couldn't help but become extremely serious. "Let's go." Lin nodded, and under the surprised eyes of many mercenaries, he led Lysina resolutely into the world of Warcraft Forest. Following Lin closely, Lysina's eyes kept scanning the surroundings. There was an extremely solemn look in his eyes, fearing that a monster would suddenly appear around him at any time. "We don't have time to wander outside, let's just go inside." Pulling Lysina's wrist, the dragon's aura from Lin's body was instantly released. The ferocious aura instantly frightened the birds. There were many whimpering monsters around, as well as some powerful monsters, and ran away from a distance. Lysina was startled by the whimpers of the monsters around her, and subconsciously used her magic. Partially accepted animal soul cat. Lysina's claws turned into cat claws, and a tail grew out from behind her. She looked around with vigilant eyes. When Lynn saw Lysina, who had stopped, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen. There is danger." As she said this, she couldn't help but look up and down at Lysina's current appearance. It seemed a bit like a cat girl's temptation. Lysina observed it and found that she did not see any monsters attacking her, so she relaxed a little. After dispelling the receiving magic, Lysina and the two headed straight towards the depths of the Warcraft forest. As the two of them went deeper, the number of adventurers and mercenaries gradually became less and less. There was no mercenary in sight. Lysina's expression became solemn and alert as she continued to go deeper. Even Lynn's repeated comforts did not make Lysina relax at all. Lynn had no choice but to let Lee go. Shauna herself was like this until the two came to a huge open space. The ground was full of scorch marks, and many dead trees were burned to ashes and fell to the ground. Looking at this pile of rubble, Lisa N.A. turned to look at Lin N and asked, "Brother Lin N, is this here?" Lin N shook his head, with some memories in his eyes. After a year, he came back here again. He originally thought that he would never have the chance to come back here in this life after leaving last time. Unexpectedly, he came back here again. Came back once. Just seeing this reminds me of the past, let's keep going. Lin shook his head, led Lysina over the rubble, and continued to move deeper into the forest. This place already belonged to the depths of the Warcraft forest, and was full of dangers everywhere. But before Lin moved himself after the dragon's aura was released, the eager eyes in the forest disappeared instantly. If these monsters could talk, they would have left without looking back and cursed at the same time. Why did this murderous god come back? The Warcraft forest is not a good place, why are you running back every 3 days? With his eyes closed, Lin N smelled the smell in the air. The sawtooth dragon is a dragon beast, and it has the aura of a dragon, which is different from ordinary Warcraft. Lin N was very familiar with the aura of a dragon. Within a moment, Lin N opened his eyes and took Lysina towards the left direction. It was because of Lin N's pull, otherwise Lysina would have been there in a moment. She was thrown away by Lin N, but even with Lin N pulling her, Lysina still felt that she couldn't keep up, and her breathing became very disordered. After a while, Lin N stopped and looked at a huge figure in front of her. The cave. In the cave, waves of whistling sounds continued, making the surrounding trees sway gently. Lysina felt the whistling sound in the cave, and her expression became serious and alert involuntarily. Looking at Lin N, he asked, "Brother Lin N, is our goal here?" Nodding, Lin took Lysina's hand and jumped up, landed on the trunk of a big tree, and told Lysina, "Just wait for me here, and leave the rest to Lysina." "Me?" Lysina nodded, and honestly found a place to hide in the bushes. She couldn't get involved in this kind of S-class magician's battle, so she didn't want to hold back brother Lin N. After settling Lisa, after N.A., Lin jumped down from the tree trunk and walked straight towards the cave where the whistling and grunting sounds came from. "Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support." Chapter 39. The snoring of the saw-toothed dragon kept coming from the cave, and the rumbling sound kept ringing in Lin's ears. The familiar smell made the vertical pupils in Lin N's eyes swell slightly, and he came to the front of the cave with the corners of his lips curled up. It was extremely dark inside the cave, with no light inside. There was a constant strong wind sweeping out of the cave, hitting Lin N in the face. Lin N stood in front of the cave, and the aura belonging to the dragon clan was released instantly. The snoring in the cave stopped in an instant, and then Lin saw two huge eyes lighting up in the cave. A look of panic flashed through those huge eyes, and he quickly looked outside the cave. The fear of dragon aura is engraved in the blood of dragon beasts like Sawtooth Dragon. But after the Sawtooth Dragon saw Lin outside the cave, a look of suspicion flashed in its huge eyes. With the blood of the dragon clan, Sawtooth Dragon has a very high IQ. But after seeing Lin En, the brain in that huge head seemed to have shut down. Sawtooth Dragon could never imagine how this human could have the breath of a dragon. Moreover, the aura of this dragon is extremely pure, even purer than the aura of the dragon beast on his body. This couldn't help but make the dragon beast have doubts in its eyes, which was why the Sawtooth Dragon didn't attack Lin immediately. If other monsters had discovered Lin En, they would have immediately attacked Lin En. Although the Sawtooth Dragon has dragon blood, its blood has been continuously diluted due to the inheritance from generation to generation, causing the dragon's blood in its body to become increasingly thinner. The Sawtooth Dragon moved its body, and the huge cave suddenly began to shake. The huge eyes like lanterns gradually moved from the cave to the outside. After a while, a huge head appeared in Lin's sight. Lysina, who was standing on the tree trunk, stared, her expression becoming worried at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just because the body of this saw-toothed dragon is too huge. Lysina has never seen such a huge monster. The cave began to gradually collapse. As the figure of the saw-toothed dragon slowly moved out of the cave also collapsed. I don't know how the body of the saw-toothed dragon entered the cave. Roar. The moment the saw-toothed dragon left the cave, he moved his eyes away from Lin En, and directly set his eyes on the jungle where Lysina was, and roared fiercely. Lysina's face turned pale, and her eyes flashed. There was a look of fear. He was so far away, how could the saw-toothed dragon find him? Lin En's eyes narrowed slightly, and he never thought about the saw-toothed dragon's sense of smell. To be so sensitive. Lin En's face darkened, and all the dragon auras on his body burst out in an instant, crushing towards the saw-toothed dragon. This manic dragon aura instantly suppressed the saw-toothed dragon on the spot. There was fear in Ji's eyes, and his huge body was shaking uncontrollably. For dragon beasts like them, the most fearful thing was the dragon's breath. The saw-toothed dragon let out a trembling whimper and lowered its head. On the ground, even though Lin En was so small in front of him, the aura of the dragon clan released from his body was extremely violent. The fear in his blood made the saw-toothed dragon not dare to raise his head and look at Lin En at all. From the perspective of the saw-toothed dragon, Lin En's body was as big as his own teeth. But the saw-toothed dragon didn't dare to go any further. A look of satisfaction flashed in Lin En's eyes. Stepping towards the saw-toothed dragon, Lin En reached out and placed his hand on the saw-toothed dragon. The dark scales made Lin's palm feel rough. Darkness was instantly released from En's palm, and began to spread across the body of the saw-toothed dragon. The saw-toothed dragon opened its eyes with a look of fear in its eyes, and kept screaming. But when the saw-toothed dragon started, it was too late to struggle. Darkness gradually covered its body, and the saw-toothed dragon's struggle was in vain. There was fear and pain in its huge pupils as the saw-toothed dragon disappeared into the forest. The huge body of the saw-toothed dragon has been completely swallowed by the darkness on the ground. Boom! As Lin En waved his hand, a huge figure fell out of the darkness. The body of the saw-toothed dragon fell to the ground, completely lifeless. There was fear in his angry eyes, and he left with his eyes open. The world. Lin En placed his palm on the saw-toothed dragon's body again, and saw a flash of white light, and the saw-toothed dragon's body disappeared in front of Lin En. Come out, Lysina. Retracting the body of the saw-toothed dragon into the system space, Lin turned around and shouted to the jungle behind him. As Lin's voice fell, Lysina's figure jumped down from the tree, he looked at Lin En in shock, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Brother Lin En, where did the saw-toothed dragon go? Lin clapped his palms and said with a smile, I put it away, this is my magic. Lysina nodded confusedly and stopped asking. Although she was very confused in her heart, isn't Brother Lin's magic a dragon-slaying magic? How come he still has the ability of space magic? Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Chapter 40. Brother Lin En, then we have completed the commission now. Listener glanced around. Except for a lot of ruins left in front of her because the cave collapsed when the sawtooth dragon climbed out of the cave, there were no traces of the battle. Listener's eyes couldn't help but confused. Why is this S-level mission so easy? Listener and Myra Jane have completed some high-level missions before, but Myra Jane has always found it very difficult. But here in Lin, this S-level mission is so easy. Listener didn't understand Lin's operation from beginning to end, which was impossible for the 3 Myra Jane siblings. The rival was like a tamed pet in front of Lin, lying on the ground obediently and letting Lin kill him. Lin nodded and said with a smile, yes, the commission is completed. Listener was extremely surprised and looked at the ruins of the cave around her blankly. Then she asked Lin En, then can we leave now? In response to Listener's inquiry, Lin En reached out and rubbed her white hair, and said with a chuckle, don't worry, I've come here anyway to see if I can find a suitable warcraft for you. Your receiving magic picked it up. Hearing Lin En's words, Listener's eyes were full of excitement and worry. What was exciting was that Lin En was not joking, and really planned to find a warcraft deep in the warcraft forest for her to receive. What she was worried about was that she was still afraid of herself. He was too weak to defeat the monster deep in the monster forest. Seeing the worry in Listener's eyes, Lin said with a smile, don't worry, I'm here. Seeing Lin En's assurance, Listener suppressed her worries and followed Lin En towards the forest with expectant eyes. Wandering in the forest, Listener kept scanning the dense forest. Jungle. Lin En was walking in the forest with his hands behind his back, as if for a walk, showing no concern at all because this was the depths of the warcraft forest. After walking for a long time, Lin En suddenly stopped in a mountain stream. Stopped. Listener then stopped and followed Lin En looked towards the mountain stream. Brother Lin En, is this right here? Looking at the towering mountain stream in front of her, Listener's eyes were full of curiosity. Her eyes were constantly scanning Lin En and the mountain stream. Why is Brother Lin En so familiar with this warcraft forest? It's just like his own home. But Lin didn't have time to solve these puzzles for Listener, so he said to Listener, this is it. You wait for me here for a while, and I will lead the beast out below. Listener nodded and watched Lin jump directly from the top of the mountain stream, and jump down the mountain stream. Lying on the edge of the mountain stream, Listener looked down along the steep mountain stream. Layers of clouds blocked Listener's view, preventing her from seeing what was happening below the mountain stream. But at the next moment, there was a sudden roar from below, and Listener almost stumbled. The edge of the mountain stream fell. Just after Listener stabilized her body, she suddenly saw a figure rising from the bottom of the mountain stream and flying high into the sky. Another black afterimage followed, chasing after the figure. Listener's eyes widened, and she quickly looked towards the sky, only to see a long and narrow white line in the sky. The giant python kept running away, and behind it was a black figure with wings on its back, flapping its wings to chase the giant python. After taking a closer look, Listener recognized that the black figure was not linear. Listener's pupils shrank. Lin En's current appearance was too similar to her sister's. They both had wings on their backs, just like a demon, except that Lin En now had a pair of dragon wings behind her. The hands turned into dragon claws, and the skin was covered with dragon scales. The vertical pupils in the eyes were even more obvious. Is that Brother Lin En? Listener couldn't help being shocked, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Listener, get ready. At this moment, Lin En's voice pulled Listener back from the shock. I saw Lin En pulling the tail of the giant python and throwing it heavily to the ground. The figure of the giant python fell from the sky, it was thrown heavily to the ground, causing bursts of dust. As the smoke dispersed, Lin En's figure fell from the sky and fell straight down, stepping on the body of the giant python. "Listen, this giant python is almost dead, use magic to absorb it." Lin stepped on the giant python, looked at Listen with vertical pupils, and spoke to her. There was hesitation in Listena's eyes, and her eyes kept scanning towards the giant python, and then moved away the next moment. Opened eyes. "What's wrong?" Lin frowned, looking at Listena's dilemma, and couldn't help but asked with some doubts. "Brother Lin En, can I not accept it?" Lisena took a deep breath, then raised her head and said to Lin as if she had made a lot of determination. Frowning, Lin asked Lisena with confusion why. Lisena gritted her teeth and said truthfully to Lin, "It's so ugly. Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support." Chapter 41. It's so ugly. Lisena had an embarrassed look on her face, and her eyes kept scanning the giant python at Lin En's feet. She lowered her eyes and gritted her teeth and said to Lin En. Lin En was slightly startled, and he paused for a long time. Lin En really didn't expect that Lisena refused to accept the red-feathered python for this reason. Roar. After being stepped on by Lin En, a look of humiliation flashed through the dying red feather python's eyes, and he let out an unwilling roar. That is to say, the red feather python is a magical beast. If the red feather python can talk, he must face Lisena. He yelled, "A scholar cannot be killed. Warcraft also have dignity." Then he raised his neck high, and with an unwilling roar echoing over the mountain stream, the red-feathered python fell heavily to the ground, stirring up excitement. There was a burst of dust. The already dying red feather python was aroused by Lisena's words. Lisena kicked the red feather python at her feet and found that there was no movement at all. A look of helplessness suddenly appeared on En's face. He jumped down from the red feather python and came to Lisena's side. He followed Lisena's line of sight and looked at the red feather python. It's really ugly. There are goosebump-like bulges all over the body. Although the whole body is white, it looks a bit disgusting with the bulges on the body. Moreover, the red feather python has a sharp head. The horns penetrated from the forehead. The red feather python had a pair of red wings on its back, which is why the red feather python was able to fly. After taking the red feather python into the system space, Lin En continued with Lisena. After sweeping through the Warcraft forest, Lin En encountered the second Warcraft that satisfied him. However, after Lin En saw this Warcraft, he did not attack it first and turned to face Lisa behind him. Na asked, "Is this green-scaled beast okay?" Lisena followed Lin En's line of sight and saw in the jungle ahead, a creature with 4 hooves, green scales, and a bull's head and antlers walking in the forest. This monster was somewhat similar to the unicorn in Lin En's previous life. The figure was graceful and elegant. Lisena nodded repeatedly, looking at the green-scaled beast with joy. The body of the green-scaled beast was extremely elegant. Lisena had never seen such an elegant monster. Lisena nodded, and Lin stopped stopping. As her aura was released instantly, black scales began to gradually cover Lin's body. Roar! The green-scaled beast was frightened, and it quickly fled towards the depths of the forest with a look of horror in its eyes. The green-scaled beast was extremely fast, and immediately turned into a blue afterimage and got into the forest. The green-scaled beast was very fast. The beast was fast, but Lin En was faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the green-scale beast. Darkness filled Lin En's fist, and the next moment he punched the green-scale beast. Roar! Seeing that the green-scaled beast was unable to avoid it, it stopped and let out a shrill roar at Lin En. A series of vines grew from all around the green-scaled beast. The thick vines grew out of thin air, forming a jungle-like shape in less than a moment. The vines kept beating at Lin En, trying to block Lin En's attack. The green scale beast's body was protected by the vines and fled towards the other side of the jungle. Snort! Lin En snorted coldly, and a burst of red flames suddenly ignited on his body. The red flames spread across Lin En's body. The moment those flames touched Lin En's body, they were burned out by the flames and turned into ashes were left on the ground. Red flames wrapped around his body, and darkness continued to pour out of Lin En's body. Black thunder and lightning appeared on Lin En's body, accompanied by the flashing lightning on Lin En's legs. A red figure flashed through the air, followed by a fierce explosion. The green scale beast's body was directly knocked out by Lin En, and it fell to the ground instantly, and there was no movement. After venting his anger, Lin dispersed the red flames on his body and shouted to Lissana not far away, "Lissana, come here quickly." Hearing Lin En's words, Lissana trotted all the way to Lin En's side. Seeing the bloody and horrific green-scaled beast in front of her, Lissana couldn't bear to look away. "Let's get started." After dissipating the red flames and traces of black thunder and lightning wrapped around her body, Lin nodded to Lissana beside him. Lissana nodded slightly, and then a magic circle lit up under her feet. "Take over." Lissana put her palm on the green scales of the green-scaled beast, and a magic circle emerged in Lissana's palm. A steady stream of magic power poured out of Lissana's body and towards the body of the green-scaled beast. Rushing in. With the injection of magic power, the green-scaled beast's original dying state improved a lot, and it opened its cloudy eyes and looked at Lissana, but its body subconsciously resisted Lissana's acceptance. When the green-scaled beast saw Lin next to Lissana, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The subconscious resistance immediately collapsed, and instead he actively integrated his consciousness into Lissana's magic power and lay down after a moment. The green-scaled beast on the ground disappeared. Lissana looked at her arm in confusion. The intricate antlers on Lissana's body grew out of Lissana's head, and Lissana pinched them. "With my fist, I can feel the surging power pouring out of my body. Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets, if you have flowers, send some flowers, give a little support to the author, and use your little hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support." Chapter 42. The green scales covered Lissana's body, which did not add any wild feeling to Lissana. The body lines of the blue scale beast are already extremely graceful, and Lissana's transformation into the blue scale beast state adds even more beauty. Lin En nodded with satisfaction and asked Lissana, "Can you use the other abilities of the blue-scaled beast?" Lissana, with a touch of excitement in her eyes under the blue scales, closed her eyes and faced Lin En and asked, "Brother Lin En, please wait a moment." Lissana closed her eyes and carefully felt the energy in her body. As Lissana came into contact with the energy, she slowly raised her arm. A green magic power emerged in Lissana's palm. As this green magic appeared, the surrounding trees began to grow stronger, and vines began to gradually sprout out of the ground. But the level is still far from the original state of the blue-scaled beast. After a while, Lissana was forced out of the blue-scaled beast state, and she squatted on the ground with a pale face. "Brother Lin En, it takes too much magic power to maintain the state of the blue-scaled beast. I can only maintain it for 3 minutes for the time being." Lissana had a wry smile on her face, and shook her head at Lin En with some disappointment. "That's enough." Lin glanced at Lissana's pale face. It was too difficult to accept the second monster. He picked up Lissana's thin body. Lissana was suddenly picked up by Lin En and was immediately frightened. "Jump!" She stretched out her arms tightly and hugged Lin En's neck. As a pair of black wings sprouted from Lin En's back, Lissana suddenly felt her body rise into the air, and Lissana was blown away by the strong wind. She couldn't open her eyes. She hugged Lin En's neck tightly, and buried her head in Lin En's arms. Her pretty face began to turn slightly rosy, and she quietly raised her head and glanced at Linear. Lissana's slightly tanned face couldn't help but be filled with obsession. After completing the commission and accepting Lissana into the world of Warcraft, Lin had no intention of staying in the World of Warcraft forest. Leaving the Warcraft forest, he headed towards Brunel, the mercenary city. This was the closest town to the Warcraft forest. Lin fell straight down from the air and landed in Brunel without covering up his wings. At the door, when the mercenaries coming and going saw Lin En's figure, they couldn't help but feel a hint of hostility in their eyes. Most of the mercenaries were people who were not allowed to become magicians, or had physical bodies in other ways. Martial arts, science, and technology. But in general, these people are somewhat hostile to magicians because they don't have the talent to become magicians, and they always see Lin En and Lisina with jealousy. The figures of the two magicians and many mercenaries at the city gate were staring at them. After getting down from Lin En's arms, Lisina naturally felt the unkind eyes around her and pulled Lin En's clothes and whispered. Asked Brother Lin En, "What should we do now?" "Don't worry about them, let's go." Lin's eyes swept over the people at the city gate one by one. A look of disdain flashed through the vertical pupils in his eyes. He pulled Lisina and walked towards Brucknell. "Boy, stop." At this moment, perhaps it was the look in Lin En's eyes when he left that made these mercenaries feel humiliated. A figure took a step and walked directly towards Lin En. He walked step by step to Lin En's side with low eyes. Behind him, he stretched out his palm and patted Lin En's shoulder. Boom! Just when the mercenary was about to touch Lin En, the mercenary's arm instantly turned into blood mist and exploded with a bang. Lin En's arm was wrapped with black thunder and lightning, and he turned around with a smile. Looking at the mercenary, he said, "I don't like men touching me with their hands. Damn it! How dare you!" The mercenaries around him suddenly became excited, staring at Lin En with indignant expressions, and the unkindness in their eyes almost overflowed. Boom! Lin En's eyes flashed, and the black thunder and lightning on his body kept roaring. No one dared to approach Lin En within a few meters of him. Lin En glanced at the people around him, snorted coldly, and then took Lisina with him. Walking towards Brucknell, the mercenaries stared at Lin's back with unspeakable humiliation in their eyes. However, they were helpless against Lin. He was no longer a magician of that level. It can be dealt with. Lisina led Lisina into Brucknell. Lisina's eyes were shining like stars, and she stared at Lin's back with great excitement. Lisina said nothing during the whole process. Without saying anything, Lin En followed closely behind. After arriving at the mercenary guild, Lin En took out his mercenary badge and handed it to the front desk. The woman at the front desk was no longer the same woman he had seen a few years ago. After respectfully taking the mercenary work card from Lin En sold the bodies of the red-feathered python and the saw-toothed dragon to the mercenary guild, and only took away the heart of the saw-toothed dragon. Brothers, if you have tickets, send some small tickets. If you have flowers, send some flowers. Give a little support to the author, and use your hands to make money. Your support is the author's motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Chapter 43. After Lin and Lisina delivered the sawtooth dragon to the client, Lin deposited the money into his own account. After returning to the guild, Lisina felt as if she was in another world. Just following Lin En out for a trip, he received an extremely powerful monster. Lisina doesn't know how big the strength gap between her and Myra Jane is now, but Lisina is sure that her strength is definitely not much weaker than Elfman's brother now. With joy in her eyes, Lisina secretly clenched her fists, waved her small fists and said in her heart, "Now I should be able to help Sister Mimala." When the two returned to the guild, they looked at each other. At a glance they arrived at Myra Jane and Elfman, who were a little dirty but not injured. After Myra Jane saw Lisina, she quickly ran to Lin En and Lisina, regardless of the mess on her body. He dodged and ignored Lin's figure, rushed to Lisina, clamped Lisina's shoulders tightly with his hands, looked at Lisina with worry in his eyes and asked Lisina, "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Marajana's eyes kept scanning Lisina's body one by one, with deep worry in her eyes. "Sister Myra, your grip is too tight, my shoulder is a little painful. Listener frowned, struggled gently from Mirajana's hands, and then said to Myra Jane with a smile, Sister Myra, don't worry, I'm fine. Brother Lin is protecting me. Mirajan quickly let go of his hands and looked at Listener, who was unharmed. The worry in Mirajana's eyes dissipated a lot. He breathed a sigh of relief. I followed Myra Jane. The worry on Elfman's face also disappeared, and a smile appeared on his honest face. He stretched out his hand and scratched his head and laughed. Hey, I handed Listener back to you intact, so you're not going to say anything to me. Lin stood aside with her arms folded. After watching the three siblings reminiscing about old times, she spoke unhappily and stared at Myra Jane with an unkind look. Myra Jane raised her eyebrows and glared back at Lin. When he went back, he glared at Lin with anger in his beautiful eyes and said, You still have the nerve to say it. If you hadn't taken Listener away from me, I would have been able to protect Listener. And you actually took Listener into the depths of the Warcraft forest. There are many powerful Warcraft in there. If Listener is injured, I will never end it with you. Myra Jane spoke eloquently and retorted to Lin without any mercy. Lin crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows and asked Listener. Listener, you and this unreasonable woman tell me, is it dangerous to go to the Warcraft forest this time? Listener stuck out her tongue, trotted to Lin's side, lowered her head and said to Myra Jane, Miraj, you misunderstood Brother Lin. Brother Lin really protected me this time. Okay. And you know, I received a powerful Warcraft deep in the Warcraft forest. Then Listener looked at Myra Jane with excitement in her eyes, and her eyes were starry. Myra Jane was slightly startled, and then anger surged up, and she growled at Lin. How dare you do such a thing? You know that to receive magic, you need your own magic power to match the magic beast, and you can only receive it when the magic power is sufficient. Listener's magic power is not enough to receive the magic beast. You actually took her to receive the magic beast deep in the forest of magic beasts. Do you want to kill Listener? As he spoke, dark energy began to emerge from Mirajana's body, and a black magic circle appeared at his feet. Sister Myra, wait! Before Lin could answer, a blue magic circle surged under Listener's feet. Listener took the lead in receiving the magic. Receive Soul of Warcraft Blue Scale Beast. Listener was wearing green armor, with 2 antlers growing out of her head, and exuding a powerful aura. Mirajana's movements suddenly stopped, and she looked at Listener in front of her in astonishment, who was covered in green armor. With a slight tremor in her voice, Myra Jane asked the green-armored figure in front of her with a somewhat similar face, You are Listener. Sister Myra, don't you recognize me? The familiar coquettish sound came from the green-armored figure's mouth, which made Myra Jane tremble. A look of joy flashed in his eyes, and he quickly stepped forward to watch, his eyes constantly looking up and down Listener's body. There was still something in his mouth. He was constantly amazed. As a master of receiving magic, Myra Jane could naturally tell what kind of strength Listener had received, even if Listener's current magic power was not enough to display its true power. But the aura exuding from his body still shocked people. A dark look flashed across Elfman's expression, and then he felt happy for Listener from the bottom of his heart. Sister Myra, I'm really fine. Brother Lin was fully prepared before letting me receive it. Listener released the receiving magic and appeared in front of Myra Jane with a pale face. Myra Jane quickly stepped forward, stretched out her hand to support Listener's body, and looked at Lin with a slightly complicated look in her eyes. And said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Pouting her lips, Lin waved her hands and said, No need to, I just hope that Listener can have the ability to protect herself. Anyway, I owe you a favor, and I will pay it back to you in the future. Myra Jane was silent for a while, raised her head to Lin, looked at Lin a little bit coyly and said, Happy reading during the Qingming festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 44. Just as a few people were chatting, a burst of passionate voice suddenly sounded in the sky above Magnolia. The sirens were extremely harsh, and they kept getting into everyone's ears. That dad is back. Sorry, start guild arts mode. As the piercing siren sounded, the entire Magnolia began to shake. Then everyone looked from the gate towards the streets of Magnolia, and saw that the houses on both sides of the street began to move upward, rising until it became a towering wall. Like a stone wall, the street was cut off into a canyon. As the street changed, everyone in Fairy Tale saw a man carrying a bag on his back, walking towards it step by step. Fairy Tale walked over. The man had a strong build and his orange hair was combed back into a bun. His eyes were wandering as he walked closer, and the expressions of everyone in the guild changed from surprise to horror. Stop, Dad! Gildas, stop, wake up! Makarov's voice full of panic echoed in the guild. After a loud noise, Gildarts suddenly came back to his senses. Seeing the smashed wall behind him, Gildarts looked at it with a dark face. Makarov suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I got distracted all of a sudden." Gildarts' words of apology reached his ears, but Makarov saw that there was no apology on Gildarts' face, and he immediately said angrily, "Gildarts, you bastard, you are the wall of the guild. I've been crashed by you many times." "Oh, President, don't worry about these details. Do you know what good news I brought you when I came back this time?" With a smile on his face, Gildarts walked straight to the bar, picked up Makarov's body and lifted it in the air. When everyone around him saw this scene, he burst into laughter. This scene can only be seen when Gildas comes back. Except for Gildas, no one in the guild dares to do such a thing to the president. However, everyone thought about it and turned their eyes to Linear and looked over. Noticing the eyes of everyone focused on him, Lin En was slightly startled. He couldn't figure out why he was looking at him like this. "Let me go. You bastard, I am the president, please show me some respect." Makarov's hands and feet were constantly struggling, waving his legs and kicking Gildarts' elbows. With a smile, Gildarts put Makarov on the bar and took advantage of the situation. He leaned against the bar, leaned out and took a bottle of wine from the bar, put his arm around Makarov's shoulders and said with a smile, "President, I have brought you good news. If you fart, let it go." Makarov's eyes were unkind, and he kept scanning the smashed wall not far away, and his heart was bleeding. This would cost a lot of repair money. You must know that Fairy Tale's finances are already weak. Nervous, given Fairy Tale's current strength. Fairy Tale can make a decent profit if it accepts a commission. However, everyone in Fairy Tale will cause some trouble in the process of commissioning. This also caused Fairy Tale to be fined a lot of money, causing Fairy Tale's finances to become somewhat tense. "I came back this time to bring news about your son." Gildarts glanced towards the second floor. After not seeing Lagerthats, he whispered into Makarov's ear. "Ivan." Makarov frowned slightly, and then his brows and eyes became serious. After scanning the people in front, he said to Gildarts, "Come with me." Gildarts nodded and followed Makarov to the back of the guild. Although everyone was curious about what the two of them were going to say, no one dared to step forward and eavesdrop. You must know that one of these two is one of the top 10 magicians in the guild didn't have the guts to eavesdrop on them. They didn't know what Makarov and Gildarts said. After a while, the two came out. Makarov looked sad, while Gildarts looked cheerful. He saw Kana holding a wine barrel in the corner and drinking. Gildarts waved and said with a smile, "Hey, Kana, there's so much." Kana raised her head and glanced at Gildarts with those complicated eyes. After being silent for a while, she squeezed out a smile and said with a smile to Gildarts, "Gildarts, welcome back." Gildas nodded and walked forward. Looking at Gildas's back, Kana bit her lip, with great hesitation in her eyes. "Dad. You are finally back and I have become stronger. Come and fight with me." Before Gildarts could sit down, a passionate voice came from behind him. He turned around helplessly and saw Natsu wrapped in flames at a glance, with a fighting look in his eyes. Gildarts yelled. "Natsu," I just replied. Bang! Before Gildarts could finish his words, Natsu picked up a chair from the side and threw it towards Gildarts, hitting Gildarts in the head. Ha 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 ha! Seeing that Gildarts had been hit, Natsu had an arrogant look on his face and laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. However, before Natsu's laughter could last for a while, a loud noise echoed through the guild. Gildarts rubbed himself looking at Natsu, who fell to the ground and fainted. He looked at Lin, who was sitting not far away, and asked, "Don't he know that I know martial arts? Is he so brave?" Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 45. I heard that you have become an S-class mage. Congratulations. After dealing with Natsu, Gildarts had a smile on his face, rested his elbows on the bar, and said with a smile to Lin with his cheek raised. Lin shrugged, raised the wine glass in his hand to Kildas and said, "I am not the little old man who is the guild president. Originally, I just wanted to fish in the guild, but he insisted on letting me participate." What kind of S-class wizard assessment? Ha 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 ha, young people should be more motivated. Retirement life is not suitable for you now. Gildarts laughed, drank the beer in his hand, clapped his hands and walked out of the guild. "President, I'm going home. After working for so long, I want to go home and have a good sleep." Holding the luggage in one hand, Gildarts waved to Makarov and others behind him. Makarov opened his eyes were splitting, and he yelled at Gildarts back, "Gildas! You bastard! Open the door for me!" With Makarov's roar, there was a loud noise and tremor in the guild. Then Gildarts was seen walking out of the wall and breaking another wall. Looking at the debris on the ground, Makarov's heart was bleeding. "Gildarts! You bastard!" Lin smiled, put the wine glass on the table, and patted Makarov, whose face was dark and gloomy. "President, I'm back too. If you have any questions, come to me. I can't help you with big things, and I don't want to help with small things. Anyway, remember, come to me if you have any questions." With that said, Lin turned around and walked towards the outside of the guild. Lin's words still echoed in his ears, and Makarov didn't react for a while. Taking a deep breath, Makarov looked at it with tears in his eyes. "Looking at the messy guild, my heart is bleeding. What kind of monsters are there in this guild?" After resting for several days, Lin En was stunned without even stepping into the guild. That day, Lin En stretched and remembered that he hadn't been to the guild in a few days, so he strolled down the street with his hands in his pockets, walking slowly in the direction of Fairy Tale. The streets are still in Gildarts mode. It seems Gildarts hasn't left Fairy Tale yet. When Lin arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild, he saw Natsu yelling at Gildarts. The next moment, Natsu had a big bag on his head and was lying on the ground motionless. "Come on, you idiot!" Gray stood aside, naked, looking at Natsu, who fainted on the ground with disdain. "Hey, Lin, long time no see." Gildarts was carrying his luggage on his back. When he saw Lin En slowly walking towards the door, he waved to Lin En and said hello with a smile. "You haven't left yet." "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? I'm taking a rest." Gildarts scratched his head and laughed boldly. "I heard that you gave that boy Laxus a good beating during this S-level assessment." At this time, Gildas curiously approached Lin En, his eyes wandered around, and asked Lin En in a low voice. Lin En was slightly startled, and turned his gaze towards Maka not far away. Love looked around and saw Makarov's eyes constantly drifting around. "Lager, that's is very strong, I even tied with him." "Boy Lin En, young people should be young and vigorous. If you win, you win." What a coquettish look! With a dissatisfied look on his face, Gildas stretched out his hand and put his arm around Lin's shoulders. He smiled at Lin and said, "How about it? Are you interested in fighting with me? Lin didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand to break away from Gildart's hand, shook his head and refused, not interested. Gildas was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin in disbelief. I am the strongest mage in fairy tale. I want to guide you, but you still refuse me. Gildas stretched out his finger and pointed at himself, looking at Lin in disbelief and saying, Uncle, you also said that you are the strongest mage in fairy tale, and I am just a child who has just become an S-class mage. You don't want to be said to bully children. Lin confidently spoke to Gildarts while listening to his chest. Gildas touched his nose, then showed a serious look, looked at Lin and said, I'm not joking with you, I want to talk to you. You have a discussion. To tell you the truth, I will leave Magnolia tomorrow to go on a century-old mission. I don't know if there will be a chance to come back after that, so I want to try it out. As a leader in the future generation of the guild, can you stand up to it? This responsibility. Lin glanced at Gildas with some surprise. His memory was a little fuzzy, and he couldn't remember the time when Gildas went on a century-old mission. Lin was silent for a while, and there was a little fighting spirit in his eyes. Darkness began to pour out of Lin En's body, and as the darkness poured out, crackling lightning and blazing flames also appeared on Lin En's body. Seeing this scene, Gildas laughed and waved his hand. Seeing Lin's confusion, Gildas explained, if you and I were here. If we fight, I'm afraid Magnolia will be destroyed to the last bit. Let's find a clearing and come back. Hearing this, Lin put away the magic on his body and followed Gildarts out of the guild. Everyone in the guild couldn't help but become excited when they saw that the old man was actually going to fight Lin, the strongest person of the younger generation. Followed by 2 people. Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Period, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 46. Gildas's speed was extremely fast, his usual confused look was completely gone, and his figure kept flashing in the streets of Magnolia. Lin En's wings spread out with a swish sound behind him. With a vigorous flap of his wings, Lin En's figure instantly rose into the air and turned into a black afterimage chasing Gildarts back. The guild members who were following the 2 men felt miserable and used their own magic to increase their speed in order to catch up with Lin and Gildarts. Gildarts' figure jumped and left Magnolia in a flash. Lin En saw the flashing black shadow in the distance, and followed Gildarts' figure closely to a barren mountain. Just when Lin arrived on the barren mountain, Gildas suddenly disappeared. Stopping, Lin En's eyes scanned the barren mountain, with a solemn look in the vertical pupils of his eyes. What's more, it's the excitement of facing the strongest wizard in fairy tale. Lin En floated in the air, steadying himself and scanning the barren mountains below. Suddenly, Lin En saw a huge shadow thrown up into the sky. Lin En's eyes darkened, and black thunder and lightning gathered in Lin En's hand. With a flash of black lightning, it was instantly thrown towards the huge black shadow. The black thunder turned into a thunder gun, shattering the huge black shadow in an instant. It was a huge stone, and Gildarts' figure appeared in Lin's sight. Standing on the hillside of the barren mountain with a smile on his face, he looked at himself in the sky and raised his fingers. Faced with Gildarts' provocation, Lin failed to catch his provocation and floated in mid-air with his wings waving. Red flames on the left hand, black thunder and lightning on the right hand. Uncle, times have changed. Lin En raised the corners of his lips, and the black lightning and red flames in his hands continued to bombard the barren mountains at his feet. The world-destroying attacks continued to fall from the sky, and the magic power in Lin En's body seemed to be endless. Crazy pouring his magic on the barren mountain. Gildarts' face darkened, and his figure kept hiding on the barren mountain. However, the black thunder and red flames stopped suddenly, and Gildarts looked at the sky with a sullen face. Lin En. Crush magic crush! Gildas lifted a boulder from the ground to his head, and threw the boulder into the air with all his strength. Just as the boulder rushed into the sky, the boulder suddenly began to shatter and turned into pieces of broken stone. Lin was pouring out his magic continuously when he suddenly saw a boulder rising into the sky. He was about to use magic to break the boulder when he saw Gildart's figure rising from the sky. Gildas rushed up from behind the broken stones and kept dodging on the stones. Even though Lin's magic power was sufficient, he was unable to lock on to the extremely fast Gildas. Si. Flashing in front of Lin N, Gildas grinned at Lin N and said with a laugh, "Lin, I will take this blood." Gildarts raised his fist high and punched Lin. A magic circle lit up on Gildart's fist at the same time. Break down. Just when his fist was about to hit Lin, Gildas suddenly saw the curve of the corner of Lin's mouth. Gildas secretly thought something bad, and the next moment he heard Lin smile and say, "Uncle, this heaven is not your home court." As he spoke, Lin fluttered his wings, and in the blink of an eye he distanced himself from Gildarts and went far away. A helpless look flashed in Gildarts's eyes, but facing Lin N, who had the ability to fly and was extremely fast, well, there's nothing Gildarts can do about it. The roar of the black dragon. Lin stabilized his body, and the black magic circle in his mouth lit up, and the dark magic factors in the air began to continuously converge towards Lin N's mouth. As soon as Gildas stabilized his body, he saw the black magic light beam came straight to his face. In this dark breath, there was also an extremely turbulent roar that came to Gildas in the blink of an eye. Completely submerged Gildart's body. No way. That Gildas was actually hit. Gildarts won't lose. Impossible. Gildarts is the strongest mage in fairy tale. Dad, you won't lose. In the distance, the magicians of fairy tale looked at the barren mountains in the distance in shock. The black breath was like a tornado, falling straight down from the sky, blowing away kill on the barren mountains. Das was swallowed up in it. Natsu and Gray wanted to rush over to find out, but they were stopped by Makarov. The people in front of them said no one is allowed to cross here even half a step. The battle between the two of them is not that simple. Seeing the incomparable solemnity on Makarov's face, Natsu and Gray had no choice but to suppress the seriousness in their hearts, and kept looking towards the barren mountain with earnest eyes. The next moment, the black breath on the barren mountain dispersed instantly. The darkness was broken down into little pieces and dissipated in the air. Gildart's figure reappeared in Lin's sight. Although his clothes were a little torn, there was no injury at all. Oops, today's young people really don't respect their elders at all. Gildas patted his shoulder, which had no dust at all. He raised his head and looked at Lin in the sky and said with a smile, "Boy Lin, if it's just for these 2 moments, then you can stay in the sky and don't come down. Got it? Happy reading during the Qingming Festival. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons." Chapter 47. Boy Lin, if that's all you have, just stay in heaven and don't come down. Gildas dusted off the non-existent dust on his shoulders, raised his head with a smile on his lips, looked at Lin in the sky and said with a smile. Faced with Gildas' provocation, Lin he was also smiling, but he also folded his wings behind him at the next moment. Lin N's body fell straight down from the sky. With a loud explosion, Lin N's body fell directly on the barren mountain. The members of Fairy Tale looked at this scene in the distance and suddenly began to worry about Lin. Why is Lin down? Yes, Lin has an advantage in the air. Gildarts can't do anything to Lin in the air. Lin is irrational. If you fall from such a high place, brother Lin N will be fine, right? Sister Myra. Everyone in the distance looked at this scene and began to whisper. Listena's eyes were full of worry, and she looked in the direction of Lin worriedly. Myra Jane stretched out her hand and put her arm around Listena's shoulders. Lisena shook her head and said, "Don't worry, Lin is a monster." Lisena nodded, and cast her worried eyes towards the barren mountains in the distance. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and Gildas stood on the barren mountain with his arms folded, looking at the figure slowly walking out of the smoke in front of him. I saw Lin N dusting off his body, staring straight ahead at Gildarts with a smile. "Uncle, although your provocation method is very bad, but this is what I will do." Gildarts blushed, and then said to Lin, "Just tell me if it works well or not." Then, Lin En's face became solemn. Faced with the strongest wizard in fairy tale, Lin En didn't dare to slack off at all. Darkness, red flames, and black thunder began to appear on Lin En's body at the same time. Flashing, darkness began to gradually spread out of Lin En's body, until it was like mist, wrapping around Lin En's body. Call. Kildas exhaled slightly, and then his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. He stepped hard on the ground, and an afterimage flashed in Lin En's eyes in an instant. Along with the fierce with a sonic boom, Gildart's figure appeared in front of Lin En without any cover. The magic circle condensed in his palm, and he pressed his palm towards Lin En's chest. "Don't die, Lin boy." The corner of Gildart's mouth raised, and the magic containing crushing was slapped on Lin's chest along with the palm strike. Boom! The violent muffled sound echoed on the barren mountain. In Gildart's sight, Lin En's body remained motionless, showing no signs of being decomposed. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he and Lin En pulled open the distance. "Uncle, eat a Euro trademark s too late." Just when Kilda's figure was about to retreat quickly, Lin suddenly grinned. Where Kilda slapped Lin, a surging darkness began to boil. He directly hit Kilda's arm. Tightly entangled. Gildas's face changed slightly, and he could feel that his arms were entangled in the darkness, and he couldn't use any strength to get out. There was a look in Gildas's eyes. With a look of satisfaction, he shattered the darkness with a slight tremor of his arm, and retreated away. Feeling that a lot of the magic power in his body was being swallowed up, Gildas couldn't help but frown, even though he knew Lin En was black. The Dragon Slayer mage, but Gildarts really didn't understand what the Black Dragon's attributes were. Lin seemed to be able to hear Gildarts's voice and did not hide his abilities from Kildas. Das stretched out his right hand, and waves of dark energy were constantly surging in his palm. Darkness, darkness that can swallow everything, all magic and magic will be swallowed up by the endless darkness. As if to echo Lin's words, the darkness in Lin's palm began to boil, as if it was alive. Gildas nodded and couldn't help but sigh. What a terrifying ability. It has to be said that there is indeed no solution to this kind of magic. The magic and magic power that can devour everything, as long as Lin En's physical fitness is strong enough, then Lin En will be invincible in the battle. But what happens is that Lin En's body is the body of a dragon. I'm afraid there is no human being who can compare with Lin En's physical fitness. Uncle, one move will determine the outcome. Lin stared at Gildas's figure like a torch, knowing that there would be no result if the two of them continued to fight. Gildas nodded, and the magic power in his body began to condense. As the magic circle under the two people's feet began to, the condensation was completed at the same moment, and Gildas's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Gildas was extremely familiar with the magic circle at Lin's feet. When Gildas was condensing the magic power in his body, looking at the magic circle with white light shining at Lin's feet, and couldn't help but ask. Shrugging, Lin said with a smile, "Just when I wrapped my arm around you." Nodding, Gildarts said calmly, "It seems that your magic is not just for swallowing." Lin did not answer Gildarts' words. As the magic circle under their feet was condensed, their eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Crush! Crush! As the two of them roared in unison, a burst of intense white light instantly enveloped the entire barren mountain. The dazzling white light made it impossible for people in the distance to see what was happening on the barren mountain. Happy Qingming outing! Read. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity period, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 48. The intense white light turned half of the sky white, and everyone in the distance subconsciously raised their arms to block their eyes. The dazzling white light made me unable to open my eyes. After a long time, as the dazzling white light dissipated, everyone in Fairy Tale slowly opened their eyes. Everyone quickly looked towards the barren mountain, only to see that the barren mountain had completely disappeared. The originally towering mountain peaks have now disappeared, and only a huge open space appears in everyone's sight. For a moment, everyone was stunned, looking straight at the vanished barren mountains and the devastated ground in the distance. Debris was scattered everywhere, with large and small stones scattered on the ground. Lin En and Gilda's figures were also missing, and everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Makarov's face darkened, and he shouted to the magicians behind him, "Go and save people." At the same time, Makarov couldn't help cursing in his heart, "These two bastards really don't know what they are doing. It's not reassuring." With great worry in their hearts, everyone hurriedly headed towards the barren mountain. As everyone arrived at the original location of Barren Mountain, it could no longer be called Barren Mountain. The barren hills that originally stood in the forest have completely disappeared, leaving only a patchwork of intricate stones scattered on the ground. Everyone's eyes scanned the stone forest, hoping to see Lin En and Gildarts in it. Lisana ignored Marajana's obstruction and rushed directly into the stone forest, searching for the two of them in the stone forest with worried eyes. After a long search, Lisana finally saw Lin En in the corner of the stone forest. Lin En's face was a little pale and he was leaning on a stone pillar. He was panting heavily. After seeing Lisana's figure, a smile appeared on his lips involuntarily. He waved to Lisana and said with a smile, "Hey, Lisana. Lisana." With tears in his eyes, he rushed towards Lin En's figure and immediately threw himself into Lin En's arms. Lisana didn't say anything, she just hugged Lin's body tightly and cried loudly, with sadness in her eyes. Lisana's cries echoed over the stone forest, and everyone in the guild was attracted by Lisana's cries. After seeing that Lin En was intact, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Makarov stepped forward to check and found that Lin only had a serious loss of magic power in his body. A good rest was enough, and he felt relieved. But he still scolded Lin with a straight face, "You brat, you don't worry at all." Lin grinned, stretched out his hand and patted Lisana's sobbing body. "Ahem, that's really enviable." Not far away, Gildas was sitting on a stone, with a slightly pale face. He put his hands on his knees and looked at Lin and Lisana with a smile in his eyes. Makarov came to Gildarts and looked directly into Gildarts's eyes. Seeing Makarov being so serious, Gildarts felt guilty for a moment. "Don't dare to look at Makarov." "Well." After a while, Makarov sighed, shook his head and said nothing. He knew Gildarts, and naturally understood that Gildarts was not a fighting maniac. Since fighting with Lin can make Gildarts force to use such methods, it meant that Lin's strength had reached the point where Gildarts became serious. For a moment, Makarov didn't know whether to feel happy or tired. "President, the potential of young people is unlimited." Looking at Lin's figure not far away, Gildas's eyes were filled with relief, and he turned his head and said to Makarov sitting beside him, "Yes, Lin's achievements are limitless." Makarov nodded in agreement. Makarov was naturally very relieved about Lin's strength. Even Gildarts or himself, at Lin's age, didn't know what his achievement was. And now that Lin has just become an S-class mage, he is able to tie with Gildarts. This also shows Lin's strength. Although Gildarts has not yet exerted his full strength, it is enough. But Gildarts didn't tell Makarov that he had used all his strength to fight Lin, but that was all he could do. Under Mirage's unhappy look, Lisa looked at him. Na supported Lin's body and walked back towards Magnolia cautiously. Myra Jane crossed her arms and looked at the backs of Lisana and Lin with displeasure in the crowd. The worried look caught Gildas's attention from the beginning, and he turned his head and smiled at Kana. After being uninjured, the worry in Kana's eyes dissipated a lot, but his eyes still stayed on Kana. Facing this little girl, Gildarts always felt a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't put it in words. What a feeling! Shaking his head, Gildarts dusted himself off, stood up, and said to Makarov behind him, "President, I'm going back. Be careful, asshole. Don't die." Makarov didn't hold back, looked at Gildarts's back and spoke softly. "Happy reading during the Qingming festival." Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 49. Several days have passed since Lin and Gildarts fought. Over the past few days, Lysina took care of Lin every step of the way, as if she was afraid that Lin would be injured internally. Even when Lin N comes home these days, Lysina wants to go back and take care of Lin N. If Myra Jane hadn't taken Lysina back sternly, Lysina might have followed Lin home. Seeing Lysina taking care of Lin so closely, Myra Jane had a look of envy in her eyes. Although Lysina was so inseparable from her before, since Lin appeared, Lysina seemed to no longer need her. Milady followed Lin closely, which made Myra Jane feel frustrated. Although I kept comforting myself in my heart, Lysina had to grow up after all, and Lysina would have to marry as a wife in the future. She was just Lysina's sister and shouldn't control her like this. But this kind of comfort made Myra Jane even more unable to overcome that hurdle. He stared hard at Lin, who was sitting on his feet in the corner and looking satisfied under Lysina's care. This brat! Mirage gritted her teeth, but she was facing Lin, and she was helpless. She was not Lin's opponent. She wanted to beat Lin, and then force Lysina back to her. He couldn't do it. A dark look flashed in his eyes, and he sighed heavily. Elfman, who was behind him, noticed Mirage's abnormality and opened his mouth but still didn't say anything. He glanced at the smiling Lysina next to him with a look of helplessness. Myra Jane thought that Lin's face was full of contentment and satisfaction, which made Myra Jane hate Lin even more. Lysina, that's enough, I'm really not hurt, I'm still alive and kicking. Lin put the fruit that Lysina stubbornly stretched out in front of him into his mouth. Then with a helpless look on his face, he looked at Lysina and said softly. Lysina stubbornly shook her head and looked at Lin and said, Brother Lin N, Dad is the strongest magician in the guild. You may have suffered internal injuries and you don't know yet. I must take good care of you. Lysina's eyes were full of determination. No matter how much Lin N refused, she could not stop her thoughts. Seeing this scene, Lin N was helpless. She could only force Lysina to press her down on the chair and enjoy the white hair. Lowly's service. The surrounding magicians gritted their teeth and looked at this scene with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Although Lysina is still young, her appearance has grown a lot, and she will definitely look like her sister in the future. Lin N has had such a beautiful woman by her side since she was a child, and she still looked helpless, which made everyone beat their chests and beat their chests. She was born in a world of blessings and knows how blessed she is. Boom! The guild's door was suddenly kicked open, and everyone immediately looked towards the guild's door. Natsu's face was full of excitement, and he rushed in from the door holding an egg. He shouted to everyone with excitement on his face, Look! I picked up a dragon egg. Everyone looked at Natsu's voice and saw a blue egg in Natsu's hand. The egg was so huge that even Natsu had to open his hands to hold it. Dragon egg, how could it be possible? How could there be a dragon in this world? Natsu, stop talking nonsense. Didn't Natsu say that he was raised by a dragon? Maybe it was actually a dragon egg. Seeing Natsu excitedly rushing into the guild with the egg in his arms, everyone in the guild couldn't help but start discussing. Lin N, who was in the corner, suddenly stood up and looked towards the door with curiosity on his face. He walked over and saw Natsu holding a blue egg, holding the dragon egg high in his hand. Lin N's eyes flashed and he murmured, It seems that this is Habi. Got it. Lysina heard Lin N's words, turned her head to Lin N and asked, Brother Lin N, what are you talking about? Lin glanced at Lysina, who was full of curiosity, and pushed Lysina's little head away from her. Natsu, do you know how to hatch this dragon egg? Lin stood up and walked straight towards Natsu. Seeing Lin, a wary look flashed in Natsu's eyes. He still remembered the first meeting with Lin, when Lin said, Lin N ate a dragon. In Natsu's eyes, the egg in his hand must be a dragon egg. To ensure the safety of the dragon egg in his hand, he must stay away from Lin En to prevent the dragon egg from hatching. Being eaten by Lin, a demon. In Natsu's perception, Igneel is a dragon. Since he raised him, it means that the dragon is not bad. But Lin ate the dragon. In Natsu's heart, Lin was like a demon. Seeing Natsu's wary eyes, Lin was slightly startled, and then he stopped and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Natsu, you look like this. What's going on? Aren't we good friends from the same family, aren't we family members?" Lin's words made Natsu hesitate, and he was constantly struggling in his heart. In Natsu's heart, as long as they are members of fairy tale, they must be family members who respect each other. But he looked at the dragon egg in his hand. Natsu's heart fell into an incomparable struggle. "Brother, if you have flowers, please give some flowers. If you have tickets, please vote. Please use your little hands to make a fortune and support us. Thank you." Chapter 50. Gritting his teeth, Natsu raised his head. The vigilance in his eyes dissipated a lot, but he still looked at Lin nervously and said to Lin, "What do you want to do? Do you know how to hatch eggs?" Lin cast his eyes on the dragon egg in Natsu's hand, and asked Natsu with a smile on his face. After seeing Lin's eyes falling on the dragon egg, Natsu immediately raised his hand to hold the dragon Dan hid behind himself, blocking Lin's gaze. But after hearing Lin's words, Natsu looked up with confusion and shook his head. Zi then said, "I don't know, it's okay. I can teach you. You just need to give me the egg for a while, and I promise to hatch it for you. How about it?" Lin's words were like the whisper of a devil, constantly entering Natsu's ears. But after Natsu heard that he handed over the dragon egg to Lin, his eyes suddenly became alert, and he shouted nervously at Lin, "I knew you just wanted to eat the dragon. You must want to eat my dragon eggs. I will never give the dragon egg to you." Natsu shouted, and then he rushed out of the guild with the dragon egg in his arms and got into the rain. Looking at Natsu's back rushing out of the guild, Lin suddenly laughed, scratched his head and returned to the corner. Lisana stuck her head out and asked Lin En, "Brother Lin En, do you know how to hatch dragon eggs?" Lin En shook his head and said, "Let's not say whether it is a dragon egg or not. Besides, I am not a dragon. How could I hatch an egg?" Lisana nodded as if she understood, and then pushed Lin down on the chair. In the next few days, no one saw Natsu in the guild. Lin heard that Natsu was Zi built a wooden house in the forest near Magnolia to hide from himself. During this time, Natsu lived in the wooden house, trying hard to hatch the dragon egg. The egg he picked up must be a dragon egg, and it must be related to Igneel. On this day, Natsu suddenly rushed into the guild with slightly red eyes. The first thing he did after rushing into the guild was to search for it. "What are you talking about?" Everyone saw that something was wrong with Natsu, and they quickly stepped forward to ask. Even Gray, who usually choked Natsu when they met, didn't say anything, and looked at Natsu with some worry. Natsu's eyes were red and there were tears on his face. "Natsu, what's wrong with you?" Urza, who was rarely in the guild, frowned, came to Natsu and squatted down, raised Natsu's head and looked directly into Natsu's eyes and asked. "Dragon eggs, my dragon eggs are gone." Natsu's voice was sobbing, and his eyes were nervously searching the guild. "Dragon egg?" Urza frowned, and then after everyone in the guild told each other, Urza finally knew the whole story. Urza, who frowned, glanced at the anxious Natsu, with a flash in his eyes. "A little bit suspicious. Natsu, do you think Lin took the dragon egg away?" Seeing Natsu's eyes constantly scanning the guild, Urza immediately understood what Natsu was thinking, and looked at Natsu with serious eyes and asked. "It must be Lin. When we first met, he told me that he had eaten a dragon egg. Now that my dragon egg is gone, Lin must have taken it away." Natsu raised his head, wiped his eyes with tears, looked at Urza and said loudly. Hearing Natsu say this, Urza's eyes showed a rare look of suspicion towards Lin. After a moment of silence, Urza continued, "We have no evidence now, so we can't just doubt anyone in the guild. Natsu gritted his teeth and shouted to Urza with red eyes, but who else could it be besides Lin? Urza was at a loss for words. It seems that Lin is indeed the biggest suspect. But Naz and Lin are also our partners, family members of the same guild. We shouldn't doubt every family member casually until we have conclusive evidence. Urza's expression became serious, and she looked at Natsu with a stern look in her eyes. Natsu took a deep breath, wiped away the tears on his face, looked at Urza with firm eyes and said, "I will definitely find the dragon egg." Looking at Natsu, who turned around and was about to rush out of the guild, Urza quickly reached out and grabbed Natsu's neck, fearing that this silly boy would do something stupid after rushing out of the guild. "Let me go, let me go." With Urza grabbing his neck, Natsu kept waving his hands and feet, struggling violently in Urza's hands. "Yo, what happened?" At this moment, a voice full of laziness came from behind several people. I saw Lin En with his hands in his pockets, followed by Listena's figure, and appeared at the entrance of the guild with a lazy face. After seeing behind Lin's figure, Natsu struggled out of Urza's hand with all his strength, and rushed towards Lin with a single step. However, before Natsu could speak, there was a stumbling voice in the corner of the guild. The sound reached everyone's ears. "Natsu! I took the dragon egg." Elfman's figure was seen standing out from the corner, holding Natsu's dragon egg in his hand, holding it carefully. When he saw the dragon egg appearing in Elfman's hand, Natsu's eyes suddenly showed surprise, and he rushed towards Elfman's figure, holding the dragon egg tightly in his arms.